Committee resumes.
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Wagner Amendment number 5, Sinovac and Sinopharm prohibition, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Wagner number 5, amendment to H.R. 3524. At the appropriate place, insert
Without
the
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and point of order is reserved, and Representative Wagner is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. The PRC continues to profit from the COVID-19 pandemic by engaging in vaccine diplomacy, through which it trades access to its COVID vaccines for expanded influence in targeted countries. The CCP is even incorporating these efforts into its predatory Belt and Road initiative, while at the same time spreading false narratives to diminish confidence in U.S.-developed vaccines. China's vaccine diplomacy is deeply cynical and reckless. In order to further its malign agenda and improve its ability to shape the post-COVID world, China is willing to undermine other nations' recovery efforts, including eroding faith in the efficacy of Western-made vaccines, which could have a long-term impact on our work to increase vaccination rates in partner countries and at last end this crisis. These efforts endanger us all, and not just because China stands to expand its malign influence. The PRC has repeatedly demonstrated that if it serves its interests, it will falsify or withhold crucial information the world needs to combat the coronavirus. Despite its claims to the contrary, China's vaccines are not effective in stopping the spread of the virus. Even the New York Times reported just last week that of the 10 countries experiencing the worst COVID outbreaks, 4 have fully inoculated 50 to 68% of their populations using mostly Chinese vaccines. This suggests that Chinese-made vaccines simply do not offer countries a way out of the pandemic. Using U.S. funding to support the purchase of these faulty vaccines would be wasteful and could even be used to substantiate China's vaccine-related misinformation. The United States must not be complicit in China's dangerous and ruthless vaccine diplomacy, and it should ensure that the multilateral institutions in which the United States has traditionally played a key role are not co-opted to advance CCP vaccine diplomacy. My amendment will prohibit the use of taxpayer dollars to help multilateral institutions purchase Chinese vaccines. Collaborative and cooperative efforts to vaccinate the citizens of our partner countries will save countless lives and offer the world a path to return to prosperity. Multilateral institutions are an essential part of this effort, but we need to take action to prevent China from using our good intentions to advance its interests. The success of global pandemic recovery efforts depend upon it. I urge my colleagues to support this important amendment, which will strengthen multilateral efforts to end the pandemic, bolster efforts to combat Beijing's vaccine diplomacy, and enhance U.S. leadership in international organizations. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. This amendment would punish countries who accept Chinese vaccines, seeking to save the lives of their citizens in the midst of a global pandemic. It would deny support to countries who are doing what we've encouraged our own citizens to do. Get vaccinated. Even countries who would have or have since chosen American vaccines, if available, would see the United States without critical assistance to health systems, to nurses and clinics and supply chains and more. Now, I'm thrilled that the United States is ramping up its vaccine donations around the world. The 580 million vaccines that are being provided demonstrate the generosity of the American people and an acknowledgement that we are not safe until we are all safe. But we must demonstrate how we are fundamentally different from the Chinese in our approach to foreign assistance. We stand against debt trap diplomacy and for supporting countries that improve their own capacity and resilience to better the lives of their citizens. And as such, we must engage with governments and show our value add, not pack up and cede the playing field to China or others if we disagree with their decision. Now, it's undoubtedly the case, undisputably the case, that the American vaccines are superior to the Chinese ones. But this would punish friends and allies for trying to save lives of their citizens, and therefore, I must oppose this amendment. Now, yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Wagner. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
And then
I ask for a recorded vote.
a roll call vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Wagner Amendment number 26, PLA researchers, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Wagner number 26, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and Representative Wagner is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. American universities are engines of innovation and academic inquiry, inspiring brilliant researchers from around the world to bring their unique perspectives and intellectual capital to our shores. I believe this is a testament to the openness, the tolerance, and optimism of our political system and academic culture. And yet, researchers affiliated with China's military, the People's Liberation Army, or PLA, are taking advantage of these virtues to spy on our universities and obtain cutting-edge research for their operations. The U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission has written extensively on how PLA uses foreign universities to train personnel and improve their military capabilities. The commission reported that the PLA has sent at least 500 Chinese military scientists to U.S. institutions for these purposes since 2007. The true number could be actually much, much higher. After the U.S. Department of Justice arrested 6 Chinese researchers accused of lying about the PLA ties on their student visa applications, more than 1,000 additional researchers fled the United States. This is a colossal security risk. University staff, who largely rely on the U.S. government to identify and deny the visas of students sponsored by or affiliated with the PLA, need the United States to step up its efforts to catch PLA spies before they enter American institutions. This amendment would require the United States to publish a list of research, engineering, and scientific institutions affiliated with or funded by the PLA and ensure that the list is available to American education and research institutions. This will reduce the number of military researchers that slip through the cracks in our visa system and protect critical research from being used to fuel China's military modernization. I urge my colleagues to support this important amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yeah. First, let me yield myself 5 minutes first. I agree with the gentlelady, and I support this amendment. We do need a clear picture of the influence of the Chinese People's Liberation Army on research, scientific, and engineering institutions in China. This amendment, I do believe, helps us get a more clear picture of that in unclassified and in a classified form as needed. Therefore, I support this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time and recognize Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I strongly support Ms. Wagner's important amendment. I think this really carries forward President Trump's efforts to stop the People's Liberation Army from exploiting America's scientific community. They have a long-standing and deliberate campaign to steal American technology. They use centers of academics excellence to build their military capacity and undermine our national security. It will unmask their deceitful efforts to exploit our openness and will require the Secretary of State to publicly identify the research and scientific institutions affiliated with the PLA. And with that, I yield back.
Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Wagner. We're going to take a vote by voice, and all members, please unmute your microphone. All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Wagner Amendment Number 24, export controls on telecommunications equipment, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Thank you.
Clerk should report the amendment.
Wagner number 24, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524 at the appropriate place.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a part of order is reserved. And Representative Wagner is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. As much as the CCP mistrusts the United States and other democracies, its greatest fear is the Chinese people. China spends more money on controlling its own population than on defending against foreign powers. Its annual spending on domestic, quote, stability maintenance, the CCP's police state apparatus, surpassed its defense spending by about 11% in 2019. to prevent Chinese citizens from accessing or sharing information that contradicts the party line, the CCP relies on a system of internet filtration and censorship, the so-called Great Firewall, that has become the central pillar of the CCP's information control capabilities. The CCP's refusal to allow a free flow of information and opinion is a tragedy for the people of China and an affront to all who believe in the right to free speech. But it is also a danger to the United States and the international community. The coronavirus outbreak became a global pandemic because the CCP chose to protect its reputation and internal control over global health, falsifying, covering up, and flat out lying about the severity of this deadly virus. The greatest threat to authoritarianism is truth. Attacking the institutions, technologies, and systems the CCP uses to shut down dissent and disseminate propaganda is the most direct and meaningful way to help those suffering under the dictatorial Xi regime. This amendment imposes export controls on U.S. products and technologies that can be used to support or improve the CCP's internet filtration, censorship, and web-based surveillance capabilities, the Great Firewall. It will ensure that U.S. companies are not complicit in the repression of the people of China, and it will limit the resources available to the CCP censors. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. In essence, an embargo on exports to China directly or via third countries of a wide range of U.S. origin goods and the technology to manufacture such goods would require unilateral U.S. export licensing applied globally to prevent companies in the third countries from re-exporting to China. Once again, this unilateral measure would mean American acting alone. If enacted, this would severely damage the competitiveness of the U.S. companies in the telecom and IT sectors and would benefit competitor companies in other countries that would pick up the lost market in China. Now, I think that there's a way that we can do this and have a better language, and I'm happy to work with this issue in a bipartisan way as we move throughout Congress to see if there is a compromise that we can work to get it done. But this amendment in its current form, I must oppose. I yield back my time. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Perry,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I too support the Wagner amendment. The Trump administration was absolutely right to target the PRC telecom companies like Huawei. I mean, you don't have to be a genius to know that if you're controlling the information flow, you can control a whole lot more, and we absolutely can't let the Communist Party of China be involved in that. This amendment today builds on that successful strategy. It actually expands export controls to ensure our technology is not enabling China's censorship and surveillance. So far, this administration has done absolutely nothing to strengthen our export controls on this front. And here's the opportunity we have. We have this opportunity right now in front of us. Our constituents, our country is demanding this of us, and rightly so. I encourage our members to review the confidential information available to this committee. I think they would be shocked at the permissive nature of our licensing regime and at how much advanced U.S. technology is still going to PRC entities that have been identified as national security threats. This goes on right now. We're not here to lay blame on this administration, the last administration, or ones prior, but it's happening now. We have an opportunity to fix it, and we should fix it, and the Wagner Amendment does that. That's why I support it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Wagner. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes
Mr.
have it.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Member Maliotakis.
Ms. Representative Malatakis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for consideration at this time.
Mike, please. Mike, I didn't hear.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk, do you have the number of the amendment?
Which number would you like to start with?
At the desk, number 19.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Maliotakis 19, amendment to H.R. 3524 at the appropriate place in the
Without
bill.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and Representative Maliotakis is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For over a decade, the Chinese Communist Party and its cronies have engaged in a systematic global campaign of intellectual property theft, with a specific and targeted focus on American businesses. We know that the CCP has a tried and true reason for this campaign of international crime. Decades of repressive, socialist, economic policy has left China far behind in various fields of technological innovation, and the CCP knows that in order to meet its Made in China 2025 industrial goals, it must steal our free market-built American technology. Mr. Chairman, the impact of the CCP international theft campaign cannot be understated. After a 7-month investigation under former U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer, federal government analysts found, quote, that the Chinese theft of American IP currently costs between $225 billion and $600 billion annually, unquote. The magnitude of the Chinese Communist Party's intellectual property theft campaign is staggering, and for far too long we have ignored this problem. I consider it our duty as members of Congress to deliver justice to our best and brightest American innovators who have fallen victim to this insidious international crime. Even worse, Mr. Chairman, we do not even know who is engaging or benefiting from the CCP's intellectual property theft campaign. No administration has ever provided a complete list of CCP-owned enterprises engaged in this criminal racket, and Congress and the American people ought to know the names and the faces behind this campaign that has cost American taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. Mr. Chairman, my amendment seeks to fill this information gap by directing the Secretary of State in coordination with relevant cabinet officials to create a list of all state-owned enterprises which have benefited from international campaigns of technology and IP theft. This provision was included by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on a bipartisan basis, and I would be grateful for the Chairman's support for its inclusion today. At the very least, we owe the American people transparency, good information, and a basis for accountability. My amendment seeks to accomplish this today. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Let me just say at the outset that we offered suggestions to limit and to work on this amendment, but unfortunately they were not accepted. So I must oppose This duplicates an existing USTR-led interagency Special 301 process under the 1974 Trade Act, and it's completely unnecessary. Also, this is ways and means territory. I do support developing a list of Chinese IP violators, but this amendment is duplicative where needed and overbroad where not. So I'm compelled under this form to oppose this amendment. Yield back balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Maliotakis. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
Nay.
No. In the opinion of the chair,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote, please.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have another amendment at the desk for consideration at this time that I hope you'll like better.
Which number?
This is number 26.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Maliotakis, number 26, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524. At the
Without
appropriate-
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Point of order is reserved. And I recognize Representative Maliotakis for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Chinese Communist Party's influence on narcotics trafficking throughout Latin America and the Caribbean cannot be understated. In recent years, China has become the world's top producer of fentanyl and the leading cause of overdose deaths in the United States. China and Latin America-based transnational organizations have capitalized on their proximity to the United States as they flood our country with deadly narcotics each and every day. As of May 2021, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has seized nearly 6,500 pounds of illicit fentanyl at our southwest border, enough to kill more than 1.5 billion people. According to NBC News just this week, this represents a, quote, dramatic rise that experts attribute to the increasing role in drug cartels producing the illicit drug themselves with raw materials received from China, unquote. Mr. Chairman, the magnitude of this potential destruction has been ignored for far too long, and I consider it our duty as members of Congress to hold perpetrators accountable and mitigate this threat to our national security and public health. To make matters worse, the CCP has refused to cooperate with U.S. criminal investigations into actors who finance illegal trafficking, a clear violation of international law. Without robust accountability measures put in place against the regional governments who foster traffickers and the international actors who finance them, we can only expect more trafficking, addiction, irregular migration, more violence, and more human suffering at our border. If we do not tackle China's refusal to cooperate with U.S. criminal investigations, our pathways to end widespread narcotics trafficking throughout Latin America and the Caribbean into the United States will only continue to narrow. Mr. Chairman, my amendment states that it is the policy of our nation to hold criminal actors accountable for financing narcotics trafficking operations, and it specifically calls on Vice President Harris to hold these governments who foster such criminal activity accountable for their corruption. Mr. Chairman, the time for accountability is now, and we must act swiftly. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Now I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. Overall, though, this amendment is acceptable and mirrors many of our intentions in this bill to protect the American people and countless others from the dangerous impact of narcotics trafficking in Latin America and the Caribbean. Fact of the matter is, I'd like to support this amendment, but as put by the last point of the gentlelady's request in this amendment, it politicizes the debate, unnecessarily raising the name of Vice President Kamala Harris, when it should instead focus on the importance of a whole-of-government approach to fighting narcotics trafficking in the region. Now, we told the minority that we could get to an acceptable amendment here, but, of course, our proposals were rebuffed, and therefore, I oppose this amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCall.
We all know fentanyl. Fentanyl is a scourge, decimating our communities, particularly in the Rust Belt states, Northeast. Mr. Shavett's state of Ohio. Mr. Smith had a fentanyl bill yesterday that I was surprised was not accepted. And this is really a sense of Congress that says that fentanyls pose a threat to the United States, but also to other countries in the region. And the lack of China's, even though they promised, President Xi promised, their lack of ability to stop the financing and laundering of these highly dangerous chemicals. I don't think the fact that the Vice President's mentioned as someone who's been designated to be the border czar or in charge of migration taints this amendment or in any way calls into question her service. So I understand the chairman's position. I just want to make that point on the record. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shabbat is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I move strike last word. And I want to thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment. I think it's a very constructive amendment, and the ranking member is exactly right. Fentanyl is streaming across our southern border. The border is not under control. It's a direct result of the actions of the Biden administration. We had some semblance of control down there under the previous administration. We're actually building a wall both to keep people from streaming into the country illegally and keep drugs from streaming across that border, and wreaking that poison in districts of members on both sides of the aisle here. And in our part of the state, it's been an absolute scourge. We've had an inordinate number of people who have perished due to fentanyl in particular, and now you've got analogs of fentanyl as well. It's a disaster, and it's embarrassing what this administration has done. It's embarrassing the lack of effort that our vice president has made, although she now technically has been to the border. But it's a shame, and I want to thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment. I certainly hope the majority would accept this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Barr, recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will also try to be brief, but this is an issue that I'm passionate about because, unfortunately, in Kentucky, we suffer from the third highest opioid overdose death rate in the country. At least that was the most recent statistic that I saw. And the problem, according to a lot of my constituents who operate addiction recovery centers in central and eastern Kentucky, have reported to me that during the pandemic, we've taken a step back. We were making progress. In a bipartisan way, this Congress responded to the opioid crisis under the previous administration and deployed resources to a lot of these organizations that are on the front lines combating addiction, especially in the opioid space. But regrettably, during the pandemic, a lot of those services were cut off and people were isolated, and those overdose deaths went up. We're seeing an uptick of that even further, though, because we no longer have operational control over the southern border. And we know that the origins of much of the synthetic opioids, the most deadly opioids, are coming from the People's Republic of China. And this is malign, intentional conduct, in my opinion, on the part of the CCP. And so I fully endorse Representative Malatakis's amendment, the sense of the Congress that we need to crack down on this illicit drug trade, which is devastating our communities. And it's not just on border communities. It reaches into my home state of Kentucky. And let me just share with you some statistics that the Homeland Security Committee has put out as a result of the open borders policy of this administration. The amount seized of fentanyl the first 5 months of 2021 at the southern border was enough to kill every man, woman, and child in America 4 times over. Now think about that, 4 times over the amount of fentanyl that was seized at the southern border, much of which originated from China. The cartels made at least $720 million on human trafficking in 1 month as a result of this open border policy. And so we have got to get a handle on this, and I fully support the gentlelady's amendment that we should apply all economic and other financial sanctions with respect to individuals engaged in financial crimes and money laundering that fosters narcotics trafficking. And indeed, we should be encouraging the Vice President and the President and this administration to secure the southern border, to stop the flow of this synthetic opioid, this killer drug that comes mainly from China. And we need to have policies that not only punish China and other countries that facilitate this addiction crisis in our country, but we need to secure the border and stop these illicit flows of drugs into our country. With that, I urge my colleagues, all of whom represent people who are struggling in this fentanyl and opioid epidemic in our country, to support the gentlelady's amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Malatakis. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not
Chairman,
agreed to.
I request a recorded vote, please.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Mr. Burchett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 90 on the list, number 1 in your heart, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment.
Can't believe nobody else didn't use that. Yeah, life's too short. I don't need it. It's my own freaking amendment. Golly, what do they teach you on college?
Who's that? Clerk, please report the amendment.
Burchett, number 90, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and Representative Burchett is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try not to take that much time. My amendment would prevent the State Department from conducting commercial diplomacy on behalf of the National Basketball Association and any other organization that limits the free speech of Americans to keep Chairman Xi and Chinese Communist Party happy. It's crazy that these U.S. organizations and companies muzzle down out of fear of being excluded from the Chinese market. This is simply greed over integrity, Mr. Chairman, and the NBA is a repeat offender. When former Houston Rockets general manager Daryl Morey simply tweeted in support of the Hong Kong democracy movement, the NBA was quick to admonish him and profusely apologized to the Chinese Communist Party for deeply offending many of our friends and fans in China. This gutless move was because more than a dozen Chinese companies cut ties with the NBA. Twitter isn't even accessible in China. Another example of the NBA's craveness is it removes fans from games for wearing T-shirts supporting freedom in Hong Kong. Total denial of our First Amendment rights, Mr. Chairman. Additionally, you can't even attempt to bring attention to the plight of the Uyghurs at NBA games. I could go on listing examples like Golden State Warriors head coach Steve Kerr equating owning an AR-15 to Chinese human rights abuses, and James Harden and LeBron James apologizing anytime somebody says anything mean about China. I don't think our State Department should be helping any organization which bows to the Chinese Communist Party, and I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. I support free speech, and I must admit that I was not happy how the NBA handled this incident. The ability for Americans and others to be able to express their right should be free. But this amendment is unnecessary and singling out only the NBA for limiting free speech, when private entities all across the U.S. and elsewhere limit their employees' speech is unfair and harms American jobs. This doesn't just affect the professional basketball player, but all those people who rely on the NBA for a salary. By limiting the department's ability to engage in sports diplomacy, this amendment would also have the unintended consequence of cutting off some of the most effective tools in our diplomatic toolbox. Sports diplomacy demonstrates some of the most diverse and dynamic aspects of American values and society. It is also unclear what impact this amendment would have in actually curbing the private sector's limiting of speech of their employees. I also oppose this amendment because we need to tackle Chinese government censorship, but this risks punishing U.S. entities for the Chinese government's actions. And we've actually included censorship reports in the Eagle Act. So America has significantly more soft power than China, and our sports leagues are part of our appeal. So why do we want to undercut this? So therefore, I urge my colleagues to join me in opposition to this amendment, and I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Malinowski,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What the NBA did in attempting to punish an employee for criticizing the Chinese government on social media was outrageous. There was a absolutely appropriate, righteous expression of outrage from many of us at the time, which forced the NBA to back down. So, look, I get it. This is a real issue. But we actually have better language in the bill already precisely on this that isn't just about the NBA, but that would require actually calling out, identifying any company that engages in this kind of practice. And I would ask my colleague to also take a look at the well-thought-out bipartisan legislation that we have introduced in this Congress that would actually prohibit any American company from punishing an employee for exercising their free speech rights. That's serious legislation, where we actually define our terms, where we've actually thought through how law might actually work to prevent this practice. And I think what's frustrating a lot of us on this side is that we're getting a lot of proposals that are, that are hortatory, that are not effective, that are going to keep us here for hours and hours and days at a time, but that are actually not well thought through as legislation. And I would just urge my colleagues, work with us to address these real problems in a serious way as lawmakers, rather than just throwing stuff on a piece of paper, frankly, that's just going to keep us here forever without accomplishing the goal. look at what's in the bill already, and please work with us. If you're interested in this issue, there's much more effective legislation that's already bipartisan. I would love your help in getting through the House. Thank
Would
you.
my colleague yield?
Certainly.
I would just comment, I agree with the sentiments, but let's be honest. There isn't a desire to work legitimately in these issues, and there isn't even apparently a desire to craft amendments that actually could.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'm on this time. It is clearly a dilatory tactic.
Would the gentleman yield?
Again, I am.
It's my time.
It is Mr. Malinowski's time, and I'm not in a position to yield. It is clearly dilatory, and the fact that we're asking for recorded votes in every amendment, win or lose, kind of tips it off. And I really regret that, because I think it's going to do damage permanently to the ability to work across the aisle on bipartisan legislation. And apparently it's now a new tactic that when we don't like a bill, what we do is create a situation in which there are endless amendments and endless roll call vote requests to not only slow it down, but in the hopes that we actually derail it. And, you know, maybe someday the other side will be in the majority, and they will get a taste of this tactic. And I think nobody benefits from that. So I thank my friend for yielding.
Thank you.
Would the gentleman yield?
So the legislation I would urge you to look at, which was co-sponsored by Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Banks on your side, among others, is the Preventing Foreign Censorship in America Act. It's an actual effective piece of legislation that would have prohibited the NBA from taking that action at the time that it did, had it been law at the time. Not this hortatory stuff, it's real, but with the terms actually defined so we know what we're talking about when we say freedom of speech. Please, 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 let's be serious legislators as we address
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield, sure. I don't have much time left. Go ahead.
I appreciate the comment about bipartisanship, because I didn't see bipartisanship when we launched the China Task Force. Leader McCarthy approached Speaker Pelosi last year as the pandemic was revealing and exposing the malign activities of the Communist Party of China last year. She initially agreed to make it a bipartisan exercise, and she backed out. So you're right, and the gentleman from Virginia, I appreciate your sentiment. You're exactly right. We should have had bipartisanship on this issue. This is not a Republican or Democrat issue. It's an American issue. And the lack of bipartisanship on the China Task Force, when we demanded it and we asked for it and we pleaded for it and it was systematically denied, was a disappointment to many of us on this side of the aisle. So let's work together on all of these issues. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to echo my colleagues' comments about, with bipartisanship. We just had a meeting this week on the origins of the coronavirus, and I'm on the select committee for the coronavirus, and we can't get our colleagues to even look at the origin of the virus. And I understand, when we get frustrated, these things get longer, but attacking a colleague and saying, let's be serious legislators, I expect that on the Oversight Committee, not on Foreign Affairs. And if you really don't like a bill, that might mean that there might be a lot of amendments to try to make it a better bill to fit your side. So to suggest that there's some kind of tactic here, you got a 600-page bill and you don't like a lot about it, that might mean there's a lot of amendments. And you might want a recorded vote on it. So the suggestions that we're somehow, playing a game here, well, we don't like it, so we want to change some of it. I think that's our prerogative. And to suggest that we're somehow not good legislators, that stuff's for the Oversight Committee. It doesn't belong here.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Green, you're yielding back?
Yes, my apologies, Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Burchett. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Burchett is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time. I believe it's number 53.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment.
What do you mean there?
Mr. Chairman, is there any way I can get a recorded vote on that last?
We've passed.
Okay.
Moved on.
And I'll just ask for 2 on the next one.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Burchett, number 53, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524. At the appropriate place, insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. And Representative Burchett is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said it best. China is essentially making the case that the Chinese model is better than the American model. This amendment adds a sense of Congress that the U.S. and other democracies are in ideological competition with the Chinese Communist Party. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment because there's no getting around it anymore. We are legitimately in a Cold War with Chinese Communist Party. We need to stop playing patty cake with these thugs. We need to wake up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Burchett, I agree with you, and I support this amendment. We are in a strategic competition with China, and there are stark differences between our two governments in terms of the values, interests, and objectives that guide our behavior toward our own citizens and toward the international community. I'm confident the National Security Advisor Sullivan and the Biden administration appreciate this as they develop and implement U.S. policy on China, as the quotation in this agreement suggests. Thereby, I support this agreement. And I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Burchett, and we're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Who seeks recognition?
I know that. I know that. I've read it. Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
I always seek your recognition, Mr. Chairman. It helps my ego, but I have one more amendment, if that'd be possible.
What's the number, Mr. The number of the amendment?
It's what I am in your heart, Mr. Chairman. Number 1.
Please distribute the amendment. Clerk, please distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, that charm offensive is working.
It is.
You're out of order.
Yeah. Clerk, please, report the amendment.
Burchett, number 1, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524 at the appropriate
Without
place.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And now recognize Representative Burchett for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, you could have stopped her right after she said Burchett number 1. I think that would have probably covered it, but thank you. Mr. Chairman, Article 6 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT, requires countries to engage in good faith negotiations on arms control. The PRC is a signatory of the NPT. The Chinese Communist Party is actively expanding their nuclear arsenal while refusing to negotiate any arms control agreement with the United States or our allies. In fact, news just broke that China is building 100 new silos for intercontinental ballistic missiles around the city of Yumen. Experts say these silos are intended for the DF-41 ICBMs, which have a range of 9,300 miles. This development, plus the addition of nuclear weapons-capable subs to its Navy, are just a few more examples of the Chinese Communist Party saying one thing and then doing the exact opposite. We've got to stop trusting these thugs on the world stage, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would require Secretary Blinken to make a determination as to whether the PRC is in violation of the NPT by refusing to engage in good faith negotiations on nuclear arms control. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this common sense amendment.
Gentleman yields back.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. This amendment calls for a report on whether the Chinese government has violated Article 6 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT. It is not necessary. For one, this is out of 3, Mr. Burchett. That's not bad.
Could have got me in the Hall of Fame.
That's right. That's a 300 hitter, baby. That's good. I oppose, and I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As you can imagine, I support Mr. Burchett's important amendment about China's refusal to behave like a responsible nuclear state. Now, President Trump and congressional Republicans fought hard to bring China to the table to engage in arms control negotiations. Unfortunately, President Biden and many on the other side of the aisle have undermined those efforts. New reporting from yesterday, Mr. Chairman, revealed that the PRC is in the process of building 100 new silos for intercontinental ballistic missiles. I mean, they already have the largest Navy on the planet. I'm not sure what it's going to take for us to wake up. Now, Article 6 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty requires countries to engage in good faith negotiations on arms control, which, surprisingly, the PRC has refused to do. The CCP is actively expanding their nuclear arsenal while refusing to negotiate any arms control agreements with the United States or our allies. And why would they? Why would they negotiate when they can just proliferate unfettered? That's what they're going to do. Secretary Blinken needs to make a determination on whether the PRC is violating the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty by refusing to engage in good faith negotiations on arms control, on nuclear arms control, so that we can move forward with action. We can't just sit around and let them continue to build and expand while we do nothing. It is dangerous, it is provocative, and that is why I support the Burchett Amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Cicilline seeks recognition.
Mr. Cicilline is recognized.
Move to strike the last word. I rise in opposition to the amendment, and I would just...
Can you speak up, Mr. Cicilline? We can barely hear you.
Can you hear me okay? Hello?
No.
Can't hear me?
Barely.
Okay, I was just going to say, Mr. Burchett, just so you know, and you may know this, the State Department is already required to file every spring an arms control compliance report. And so it's already required. It's done every spring. And so the amendment has you know, it's already in existing law, so it's really not necessary and redundant, but I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Burchett. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. 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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote or something equally as painful.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mark Green. Try to be
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 3, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, which amendment is this? Who's number 3? I didn't hear who was speaking.
Mark Green, number 3.
Thank you.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Green, number 3, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524 at the appropriate place in the bill. Insert
Without
the following.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And Representative Green is now recognized 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McCall. The Chinese Communist Party has no real interest in the people or the nations of Latin America. Their malign influence and predatory tactics threaten the economies, democracies, and liberties of the region. In Ecuador, the Communist Party laid a multi-billion-dollar debt trap that obligated Ecuadorians to repay China with 80% of the country's petroleum exports. In Venezuela, the Maduro regime was given over $60 billion in loans by China, depriving the people of a critical oil supply while simultaneously propping up a criminal dictator that murders his own people. In the Dominican Republic, China overcharged its supposed diplomatic ally $19 million for only 1 million doses of life-saving vaccines. The examples go on and on and on. The United States and Latin America must address China for what it is, a hostile, adversarial, and predatory regime that manipulates markets and keeps Latin Americans dependent. My amendment officially recognizes the malign influence of the CCP's predatory economic engagement in Latin America and directs executive agencies to counter this aggression. This is a critical first step in advancing prosperity and security in the Western Hemisphere. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
I recognize myself first for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. Now, I recognize the fact that we face strong challenges from China, and that's why we're here today, so that we could address this very issue. Restating this in an amendment, though, is not constructive. This should not be a list of grievances. We are forward-thinking, and we should be using this opportunity to counter these challenges by building a positive response based on our strength and our values as a country. Addressing climate change and promoting economic justice in our foreign policy does not equate to ceding ground to Chinese malign influence activities. It is not a zero-sum game. This amendment would have the opposite desired effect, and by not investing in clean energy and green technologies, we would give China a geopolitical win, and we would leave U.S. companies behind, and we would be turning our back on high-paying jobs right here in the United States. And I yield to Mr. Connolly.
I thank the chair, and I agree with him, but but here's the problem with this one. The sense of Congress, we're supposed to believe that this is all about Chinese behavior and activity in the Southern Hemisphere. But in the sense of Congress, under Section A, subsection A, it says that the State Department, the United States Agency for International Development, other relevant executive agencies, quote, should not allow prohibitive United States climate or social policies to permit foreign adversaries to gain further influence. So this is really all about United States policy somebody doesn't like, undefined. I don't know what prohibitive United States climate or social policies might be. I can only guess. But in some ways, this is almost a bait and switch. We delineate all kinds of behavior that we attribute to the Chinese correctly, but then the action is actually about United States policies we don't like. And I think that, frankly, this amendment should be rejected for that reason. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? I yield back the balance of my time, but who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Green. We're going to take a vote by voice, and all members, please unmute your microphone. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's Green Amendment Number 1, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment.
I'm probably going to swing in this, Mr. Chairman, on all mine.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Green number 1, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524 at the appropriate
Without
place.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And Representative Green is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I, in an effort to be as bipartisan as I can, I'm going to dispense with my discussions about the slush fund of, the Green Climate Fund. We've talked about this ad nauseum on our side, so I'll save you guys that. The purpose here of this amendment is, at a minimum, to at least keep that money from getting to totalitarian dictators. Given the lack of oversight, which we've, again, talked about ad nauseum, and I will spare both sides of the aisle the discussion on that again, we owe this to the people of the United States. At least, let's not allow this money to get to Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. And I urge my colleagues to support this very simple amendment that addresses a small aspect of this money going to the UN with no control on to green projects. Let's at least keep it going to totalitarian dictators. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the amendment, and, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I strongly oppose this amendment. This amendment would, in effect, block United States participation in the Green Climate Fund and seeks to upend Section 609. And its founding agreement, the Green Climate Fund, is open to all UNFCCC developing states, and the United States cannot unilaterally change this. Furthermore, this amendment is completely unnecessary. By being on the Green Climate Fund Board, the United States is in the position of reviewing and voting on all projects, including any potentially to to be directed to Cuba, Venezuela, or Nicaragua. The board of the Green Climate Fund, by practice, decides projects on a consensus decision basis. Our board member can intervene to stop funding for projects that undermine the interests of the United States and its partners. If this amendment were adopted, we would only be solidifying these countries' dependence on China and other adversaries. It would harm our interests, not support them. Thereby, I strongly oppose this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, would you yield?
I yield to Mr.
I
Conway.
thank my friend. I would just add to what you said. I mean, the other puzzling thing about this one is, why only those three? We have a coup, a violent military coup in Myanmar. Let's add Myanmar while we're at it. And there are countries all over the planet that have autocratic or authoritarian regimes that are backsliding in democracy. Some of them are allies of ours.
Would the gentleman yield?
So why, again, I have been yielded to by the chairman. It's just time. So why would we only stop here? And it just, that kind of makes the point. There are lots of countries we could all agree on that we don't like. We don't like their behavior. We don't like their system of government. We don't like their malign activities in other theaters. And we could have a long, long laundry list of prescribed countries if that's what we want to do. But for me, this is kind of a feel-good amendment, but it doesn't have the kind of cogent focus we would need to have a rationale for this behavior, deceptively seductive though it is. And I thank the chair for yielding.
Mr. Chairman, if I could be recognized.
Yep.
I think to answer the gentleman's question, as the ranking member on Western Hemisphere, it tends to be the area of the world that I have a lot of focus. So your question was why just these. I would be more than willing to accept an amendment to the amendment if you're wanting to propose that.
Reclaiming my time, and now yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Green. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on this amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have a final amendment at the desk. It's amendment number Green 79, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Green number 79, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And Representative Green is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McCall. The Chinese Communist Party has discovered that it can export its censorship to Western democracies. To access the growing Chinese market, Hollywood filmmakers, directors, and even actors must appease the party officials with their film content and personal opinions, or else they must, in the words of President Xi Jinping himself, tell China's story well. China's story is told by the brutality of the CCP as one of mistreatment and abuse of the Chinese people and resident minorities. Yet filmmakers who have a remarkable ability to bring truth to life through film and story must capitulate to the demands of the CCP. In many cases, filmmakers must submit their films to party officials in advance for censorship if they wish to access the Chinese market. The CCP and some filmmakers may see fit to censor difficult truths, but the United States must never support such an effort. This amendment prevents the U.S. federal government from giving financial or technical assistance to films that work with Chinese officials to censor material. It would also prohibit assistance to companies that are either co-producing with an entity in China or that have recently censored films on behalf of the CCP. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment because no amount of pandering or censorship can cover up the horrific atrocities that the CCP perpetrates against the Chinese people. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I oppose this amendment. You know, I oppose censorship by any and all governments wherever it occurs. But this amendment, singling out only film companies forced to make edits to show their films in China, is unfair and will cost us in the long run American jobs, despite the significant reporting burden it places on both the department and private companies. It's also unclear what impact this amendment would have in actually curbing censorship or protecting free expression for U.S. filmmakers. I also oppose this amendment because we need to tackle Chinese government censorship, but we would punish U.S. entities for the Chinese government's actions. Now, just a few minutes ago, I talked about soft power in the context of sports. And this is about the soft power in the context of Hollywood. People all around the world believe in the American dream. And they believe in that in part because of our entertainment industry. And we should be supporting it, not undermining it, because it gives us greater influence and gives people understanding who we are as Americans and what our values are. And thereby, I oppose this amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast.
I'm recognized.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what we should be doing is helping Hollywood get their balls back, truthfully. I mean, let's think about this. The upcoming sequel to the Top Gun movie, Tom Cruise, his leather jacket, he had to take off the Taiwanese flag off of that. John Cena, he made the unforgivable mistake of saying that Taiwan was a country and had to go out there and apologize endlessly in Mandarin. Let's take this back to a different time. Imagine if Roger Moore and Sean Connery had to apologize for taking on Russians as James Bond, or all of those people that played Gordy Cooper and Alan Shepard and John Glenn, the pilots, the astronauts in The Right Stuff. If they had to apologize for taking on the Russians during the space program, or Patrick Swayze had to apologize for taking on the Russians in Red Dawn, or, you know, the list could go on and on and on. What happened to Hollywood? Where did they go? What happened here? You could talk, one of my favorites, Spies Like Us. What if Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase had to go out there and start apologizing for what they were doing? Or Rocky. Rocky couldn't defeat Drago. It's ridiculous that this is the world that we're living in, that Hollywood is afraid to take on communist China, and that the people that work there go so far as to apologize to them, to appease them. It blows my mind, and I'd like to support Mr. Green on this. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Castro.
I do, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. I'm certainly concerned about Hollywood censorship and have met with industry executives over the years where I discussed this very issue in addition to their poor record on diversity and inclusion. In fact, we're all concerned about Hollywood's willingness to bow to Beijing's demands. Sadly, as the Chairman mentioned, Hollywood is not alone in this regard. And that's why I introduced an amendment that was approved last night that would create a China censorship monitor and action group. This would be an interagency task force that would develop and execute a strategy to push back against Chinese censorship of all the targeted U.S. industries. Notably, it specifically includes Hollywood, media, and entertainment. PRC censorship of any American, U.S. company, or industry is wrong. And I believe we can address the entire problem rather than focusing on just this particular industry. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks time? Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When he went through that litany of Hollywood movies, he mentioned Red Dawn, which was an incredible movie during my formative years. I was taken aback, though, because they remade Red Dawn, if any of y'all didn't remember. And it was, and it showed, in the original movie, the Russians came in just like they did in Afghanistan in commercial jets, and they took over Calumet County, I believe, in Colorado in the movie, and it was pretty cool. You need to go see it. I highly recommend it. But then they remade it, if you remember, and they remade it to where China was invading America. And they were afraid that it would offend the Chinese, so they had to reshoot the movie so that it showed them North Korea invading America, which I don't know how they would do that. If they had a rocket, they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with it. But besides, I mean, that made the movie laughable, and it was a terrible remake. But my point is this, is that Hollywood is gutless. They'll do what's right if the money's there. And currently now, with this left-leaning society we're in, it just seems that we have just completely sold out to Hollywood, and it's a complete disgrace. In saying all that, I know the Tim Burchett story, which is in negotiations with Matthew McConaughey playing me, is probably in doubt now. So I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Phillips, you recognize.
I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Green, if nothing else, I'd say that the amendment's provocative because if indeed the federal government right now is providing resources or support, financial or otherwise, to Hollywood films, that's an issue I'd like to know about. Are there examples? There are. Okay. Might I yield a moment and?
If I could get that list to your office,
Okay.
I can. But yeah, I can generate that.
Okay. I'd like to see that, and that's all I had. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to commend the gentleman for offering this, I think, very constructive amendment. I think there's no question, and we've seen it more and more in recent years, that the PRC, China, has an inordinate amount of influence and control in the movie industry nowadays. And you can look at, for example, the career of Richard Gere, who's been an outspoken advocate on behalf of freedom and human rights for the people of Tibet. And many of us have met with him here in Washington over the years. And I'd like to commend him for being courageous and sticking to his guns. And I think there have been repercussions from that. In the movie industry, I understand that he's been to some degree blackballed from some of the studios and making movies because they fear what China will do. And there's a lot of money coming into movies. If you look at a lot of the blockbusters nowadays, there's pretty significant Chinese involvement in the credits there at a whole range of things. My understanding, he was banned as one of the Academy Awards presenters, and they'll no longer acknowledge him. So he's really taken some adverse outcomes as a result of his outspokenness. And you'd like to see, would Hollywood dare to make a movie nowadays about the Uyghurs or the Falun Gong or Tibet nowadays? Would they make the 7 Years in Tibet movie that was made some years ago? If China's in anything like a bad light nowadays, China's going to come after these movie outfits. So In any event, I think the gentleman has offered an amendment that ought to be seriously considered. I certainly intend to vote for it. I thank him for offering it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman. And I'll be brief. I think Mr. Phillips raised a very interesting point, and that is the federal government funding Hollywood to be in the movie business? And you know, Hollywood has a tremendous, extraordinary impression on the world. Everybody around the world watches these films, and the idea that they're now self-censoring. References to Taiwan, Tibet, as it was mentioned, Brad Pitt was banned from China for several years because he starred in the 7 years in Tibet. And Richard Gere, who Steve, I know chairman we've met with, who advocates for Tibet, has been silenced and banned as well. The remake of Red Dawn, as Mr. Burchett talked about, taking off Taiwan off Top Gun. I don't know, what is their concern? And why are they so intimidated by the Chinese Communist Party? I mean, I grew up with Disney movies. I grew up watching Hollywood. I love the great movies. But Mulan is filmed in the Xinjiang province, where they were committing genocide. And in Mulan, a Disney movie, they give the credits to the government of Xinjiang, which right now is committing genocide and forced labor. So I think, to Mr. Phillips' point, this is a very provocative amendment that has provoked quite a discussion. And I think whether or not this passes, we know the fate most likely, but I do think it's something that we should be looking into. And so with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Pfluger.
Yeah, I support Mr. Green in this amendment as well, and I'd also like to offer some time, yield time to Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Pfluger. And I would again point to Mr. Phillips. He did bring up an interesting point here, and it's not just that this goes on at the federal level, but states across the board offer incentives to get movies to be made, states and city municipalities as well, to get movies to be made in their states, in their cities. But it goes beyond just that. Also, when you're talking about this support of China, we all know that right now, if you go into a hearing, every single hearing opens up with the chairman speaking about social justice, climate, and unions, organized labor. You know, that's what the chairman speaks about in every opening speech in every committee here in Washington right now. Let's think about all of the unions that are involved in the film industry, from the Screen Actors Guild, the Directors Guild, the Teamsters, extensively, and the list could go on. There's probably got to be at least 100 different unions, from lighting to directors to film editing, you name it. There's a union for every single one of them, and these unions, you could say on that front, are directly involved. If they're the ones on the cutting room floor, they're directly involved in pandering to China. Let's say that again. These unions are directly involved in pandering to China, and I think this is something that needs to be certainly addressed as we look at this issue that was very thoughtfully brought up by Mr. Green as well. I yield back.
Mr. Pfluger.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Mr. Pfluger yields back. Who seeks recognition?
I do, for one more comment, Mr. Chairman, unless there's somebody else that hasn't gone.
Somebody has to give you time. You used your time. You yield back your time. Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Congressman Levin. Well, first, you know, I think this is a good debate to have. I've said that in many industries, we have taken a close look at the oil and gas industry and tax incentives that are offered there, the tech industry and tax incentives that are offered there. I don't think that the film industry or the television and film industry should be exempt from a close examination of that. As I've said, I have taken them to task in recent years on issues of diversity. I think that the portrayals that have come out of Hollywood of different groups over the years have been incredibly damaging to how people perceive those groups in American society, including the group that I'm largely represent. My district is 64% mostly Mexican American. And so the stereotyping that's come out of Hollywood over the years has been quite damaging. So I think a fair examination of any of these American industries, I think, is fair game. I do disagree on the union point. I think you're talking about people that are building sets and so forth for the most part. You know, they're not the people that are making the decisions about exactly what's going to be kept in a movie or not. I also think that, you know, if we're being honest, the reason that Hollywood is bowing to China is for money. It's free market capitalism. For many industries now, China is a bigger market than the United States. For some sectors of the auto industry, for example, I think Ford or GM, they're selling more cars in China than they are in the United States. So that's the pull of money, right? That's the pull of capital. They're trying to make money. I do think that, as I mentioned, I think this amendment goes too far, but I do think that it's a worthy discussion for us to have in the future. I yield back, Chair.
Thanks. And let me just add that the notion that organizations of grips and best boys and lighting technicians and stagehands are responsible for the corporate decisions of Hollywood is absurd. The unions represent the workers in collective bargaining so they can have a decent and dignified life doing their jobs. They don't make the corporate decisions. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Barr.
Move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Very, very briefly, and in general, I appreciate the gentleman from Texas's remarks and agree with most of them, but I do have to take exception to the characterization of the Chinese system as capitalist free market. It's not. It's state-directed capitalism. It's state-directed capital, I should say. It is socialism with Chinese characteristics. It's mercantilism. It is a centrally planned economy where the government is paying and subsidizing these Hollywood companies.
Will you yield for just a second?
I will, just to finish the point, and I'd be happy to engage you on this.
Sure.
So your point is right, but I want to be clear. The Chinese system is absolutely not capitalism, and free market capitalism accommodates free speech in ways that would not tolerate this kind of censorship. It is precisely because it is a centrally planned economy that enables this kind of censorship and this discrimination against the truth. And I yield.
Oh, sure. And no, not to get into too much of an argument here, but I'm not saying that China is a capitalist country. I'm saying that the capitalist instincts, the desire to make money for our companies is what gets them to bow to China. It's the fact that they want to make all that money from China, right?
Yeah.
I think we agree on that.
Will the gentleman yield back? Yeah, I think it's my
course.
time. It's my time. So I'll reclaim my time, and I agree. I agree with you. That's right. But my point is that it's the centrally planned economy that is corrupting the free market here. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Somebody has to yield to you, Mr. Green. Your time has expired. Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I really appreciate the conversation we've just had, but I will say that, the only time we want to constrain the free market is when there's a national security issue. And this information warfare that is going on between China and us, using social media, using entertainment, it is just like the hybrid warfare that Russia is doing in the Ukraine through soap operas and through other mediums of just shaping people's minds and thoughts. And that's why, I really appreciate my colleagues saying that we should get into the other industries, but the power of information right now to change and shape people's minds is a part of the domains of war that we are fighting. And it is critical, and that's why I made such a point about it in this entertainment industry. And I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Green, and we're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes
Mr.
have
Chairman,
it.
I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, Bar Amendment number 17, and I request its consideration at this time.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Bar number
Clerk,
17.
please report the amendment.
Bar number 17, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. An point of order reserved. And Representative Barr is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And at the outset, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, just in general, even though we have differences of opinion on the details of the underlying legislation, the EAGLE Act, and we've had a good discussion, I think, on a lot of these amendments. We clearly have some differences of opinion, but in general, I appreciate the fact that we are engaging in the important topic of countering CCP aggression and the threat from the CCP in this markup today. And I hope that going forward we can work more in a bipartisan way on this issue. I'm offering this amendment today establishing a sense of Congress that no envoy of the United States, including the Secretary of State and the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, may compromise on or disregard human rights abuses or jeopardize U.S. economic, technological, or security interests in their effort to obtain any type of climate or emissions-related commitment from any entity under the influence of the Chinese Communist Party or the People's Republic of China. Earlier this month, I asked Secretary Blinken to commit to this very idea, to not compromise on important human rights or security issues with China in exchange for a climate deal. Secretary Blinken agreed to this right here in this committee, and he committed to rejecting demands from Beijing to make compromises on economic, technological, security, or human rights issues as a means of extracting an illusory commitment from China on climate. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a portion of the transcript from the June 7th hearing containing Secretary Blinken's assurances on this policy.
Without objection.
Thank you. My amendment simply backs up Secretary Blinken's stated position. We have seen China state its intention to tie climate action to other issues. This is important because Xiao Lingzheng, the Chinese Foreign Ministry's spokesperson, warned the Biden administration that cooperation on climate change, quote, is closely linked with bilateral relations as a whole. This was underscored in a recent article in Foreign Affairs which put it best. It said, China will not compartmentalize climate cooperation. Its participation in efforts to slow global warming will be contingent on the positions and actions that its foreign interlocutors take in other areas. Beijing will likely continue using negotiations on climate issues to shield its domestic human rights record and regional aggression. Worse still, it will probably demand economic, technological, and security compromises from the United States and its allies, such as agreeing not to challenge China's coercive activities in the South China Sea, for which those countries would receive little, if anything, in return. So the idea that China would actually depart from its addiction to fossil fuels is not facing the reality. China burns over 4 billion metric tons of coal per year and accounts for half of the world's total consumption. China is, in fact, the world's largest greenhouse gas emitter, responsible for nearly 30% of all global carbon dioxide emissions. Roughly 65% of China's electricity supply comes from coal, a proportion far greater than that of the United States or Europe. International researchers have revealed that China dramatically expanded its use of coal-fired power plants in the year 2020, a full 5 years after it signed the Paris Climate Accords. In sum, China is not interested at all in climate. The CCP is not to be trusted on any of these matters. And given that coal power plants often operate nearly 50 years, the ongoing investments by the CCP suggest that coal will remain the chief resource for China for decades to come. Bottom line, the Chinese Communist Party prioritizes stability as a key aspect to its grip on power. It will not risk unreliable energy resources or massive layoffs of its coal workers for a green international deal. Instead, Beijing will seek concessions on many of their malign activities on human rights, IP theft, military aggression, debt trap diplomacy, economic warfare in exchange for these illusory climate actions. We know the Chinese are committing genocide. We know the Chinese are arresting journalists and advocates for democracy in Hong Kong. We know the Chinese Communist Party is engaged in academic espionage and intellectual property theft. We know the CCP is pursuing debt trap diplomacy through the Belt and Road Initiative. These are serious, immediate threats perpetuated by Beijing, and the United States and its envoys should never cut deals in these areas just to get China to commit to some fantasy that they would in any way reduce its carbon emissions. So look, we urge our colleagues to support this amendment and this policy. It should be a bipartisan policy because Secretary Blinken himself made this commitment to this committee. And so we're just asking that this committee ratify the commitment that Secretary Blinken made to all of us, which would prohibit any envoy of the United States from making compromises in exchange for securing illusory commitments from China on emissions reductions. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Now, I oppose this amendment, but let me say that I agree with a lot of things that Mr. Barr has just articulated. I fully support holding China accountable on its international commitments on climate action, as well as never compromising our values. I fully support upholding the United States' national security, economic, and technological interests when it comes to China. And like Mr. Blinken, I know that the special envoy, John Kerry, has repeatedly said that there are no trade-offs or quid pro quos that would disregard human rights or jeopardize U.S. national security, economic, or technological interests to get China to do more on climate change. Now, my problem is the amendment seems to imply that the Biden administration wouldn't do what it says, and that maybe, you know, this amendment is trying to block the administration from being the leader in the Paris Climate Agreement also, where I think that where we are the leaders and we've got to continue to move and lead in that direction. And so I don't want to put handcuffs on the administration, thereby robbing it of the international leadership that we are reclaiming. You know, I'm talking about America's back at the table, and back at the table at the Paris Climate, in the Paris Climate Agreement. So when you lead, we've got to lead, and I'm afraid that this amendment ties our hand in leading, and therefore I oppose this amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to yield some time to Representative Barr.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman yielding, and I appreciate my friend's comments, because, again, I do think we do have some common ground, and we certainly have common ground with Secretary Blinken, and I'm acknowledging that, and I want to reinforce that, and that's why I've offered the amendment. The point, though, is it is true that I believe that we all understand that this administration has prioritized climate change. Climate change is an important topic, very important topic. But the emphasis on climate, I think, is potentially puts us at a geopolitical disadvantage in negotiating with the People's Republic of China. Let's go tackle climate change. We've got differences of opinion about how to do that. But an obsession with the climate issue in the context of discussions with the CCP gives the CCP leverage over us in ways that I think is dangerous. I wouldn't want discussions about human rights or Hong Kong or Taiwan or genocide in Xinjiang to in any way be entangled with the separate discussions on climate. And that's the analysis in this Foreign Affairs article that I think is insightful, that we should all look at. It leaves the United States more vulnerable when we're constantly obsessing about the need, at the negotiating table for China to do this or that on climate. So in conclusion, I would just say, look, respectfully, a vote against this amendment is a vote to subordinate U.S. national security and the cause of human rights to the fantasy that the People's Republic of China and their government and the CCP cares in any way about climate change. They don't. They've proven that they don't. And to suggest or to believe that they would keep their promises is I think, also a fantasy. And I just worry that this, I would argue, obsession with climate is taking our eyes off the ball when we have a much more pressing and imminent threat with the rise of the economic and national security threat that is the CCP. With that, I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
Climate is very important. We want to preserve the earth for generations yet unborn. But what I think that you hear an emphasis on from this administration, from Mr. Blinken, from Special Envoy Kerry, from I know you hear from me and others, what is number one for us also is we go by our values. Someone earlier said that they've heard me say plenty of times about human rights. That's our values. That's why I speak about it so often. And I trade that for nothing. That's not for trade. It's about who we are as a people. And I think that's what I've heard Mr. Blinken and Mr. Kerry say on a repeated basis. We do not, if we trade our values, we trade who we are. So we need to do both. We need to make sure we save this planet, but we also got to stand by our values or we lose who we are. And I have complete confidence that this administration, from everything that they've said from day one, and all that President Biden has been, is about who he is as an American. And I just want to make sure that he is able to lead on climate and human rights. I yield back. Yield back. Gentleman yields back.
Gentleman yield.
Who wishes to be recognized?
Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. You and I, we find each other at odds on a lot of things. It doesn't mean that I want that, but you spoke on leading on Paris, and we need to be in the lead, and the administration is a continuation of the Obama administration. You got Kerry, you got Biden, both from the Obama administration. They were in the lead with Paris, and Paris was terrible. It's why we got out of it. It wasn't representative of American strength, American leading, America holding others accountable, like China specifically, that we're talking about today. And I think that's probably a place that we have, many of us find each other at odds, is we don't have the same trust that you're expressing that you have in this administration. That's not a profound statement. I think we all know that we don't all share the same trust, just as you did in the previous administration. But to go back and look at what has gone on there. If you're saying they were in the lead, they were in charge of Paris, well, that's not something to be proud of based upon what Paris came out to be in round one. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Barr. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded
A
vote.
roll call vote is requested pursuant to committee rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. This one is Barr Amendment Number 10, and I request its consideration at this time.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Bar number 10, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. Representative Barr is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I appreciate the chairman bringing legislation addressing China to a markup. But I think one of the reasons why I oppose the underlying bill, the main reason is the subject of this amendment. The fact that the EAGLE Act gives $8 billion of U.S. taxpayer funds to the United Nations in the form of this Green Climate Fund. We have no control over it, but this money would go directly into the CCP's coffers. The idea that we're debating a bill to counter China and we're proposing to subsidize China just doesn't make sense to me. My amendment would prevent any funding for the Green Climate Fund in this bill from going to any entity influenced, controlled, or owned by the Chinese Communist Party or the government, the government of the People's Republic of China. This bill, again, provides $8 billion for the Green Climate Fund over the next 2 years. This fund is controlled by the United Nations that the American taxpayer has virtually no control over. We've seen the PRC use its influence at the UN to advance its own malign agenda in a whole variety of ways. At the Human Rights Council and at the ITU and other international organizations. My amendment simply prevents the American taxpayer from funding the Chinese Communist Party or from having U.S. taxpayer funds falling into the hands of Beijing. Further, the Green Climate Fund dollars going to the PRC will only bolster their grip on the world's energy supply chain. Green Climate Fund initiatives will drive demand for polysilicon, and a key ingredient in solar panels. About half of the world's supply of polysilicon comes from Xinjiang, where we know China is committing genocide and using slave labor to produce these materials. Why would we let the PRC and the CCP entities take advantage of the funding that this bill provides when it would only further China's grave human rights abuses? It just doesn't make sense. According to the Bloomberg New Energy Finance 2020 ranking of global wind turbine manufacturers, 7 of the top 10 wind turbine manufacturers are Chinese companies. This bill is a boon to the CCP and its coffers. Additionally, China is home to a staggering 30% of global rare earth element mined ores within its borders and makes up 80% of worldwide rare earth processing production. Funding under the auspices of increasing electric vehicles or solar panels will financially benefit China and further push the global supply chain under the control of the PRC. I ask my colleagues to support my amendment, improve the underlying bill, improve the EAGLE Act by making sure that U.S. taxpayer dollars do not fund the CCP, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment, and I get it. I know the gentleman would like us to pull out of the Green Climate Fund. Similarly, as the prior administration pulled us out of the Paris Climate Agreement. It put us in a position where we were alone, not working with allies and not having a voice. And what that in fact did was give space to China to lead and to try to fill in the cracks. Part of the deal being a member of the UNFCCC and part of the green climate and being a member of the Climate Fund is so that we can have a voice. I simply say that when we have somebody on the board, which we do now, they can say yay or nay on any project. I further want to point out that with us and our participation in the Green Climate Fund, not once, not ever, has the Green Climate Fund funded a One Belt, One Road initiative. Not one. I doubt that would be the case if we were not a member of the Green Climate Fund. I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Mass seeks recognition.
Mr. Mass is recognized.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Chairman. The point that was just made was that by our lack of participation in the Green Climate Fund, that we're leaving some kind of void and that China would take the reins. I think I understood the comments correctly. If I didn't, I'm happy to yield and have them corrected. We should hope, pray, wish that China would take the lead in doing something as it relates to a better, cleaner environment. They're not. They're not coming in and filling any void. If they were coming in and filling the void as it related to their own country, that would be something that people on both sides of the aisle would be happy about. They're not coming in. There should be no worry about China coming in, unfortunately, to fill a climate void. That would be something I think that we would wish for. And my colleague, Mr. Barr, I will yield to you.
I appreciate it. And the further argument here is that, look, leadership is sometimes withdrawing from organizations that subsidize your adversary. Leadership is sometimes working with allies to say this Green Climate Fund is disrupting the international order by subsidizing China and by connecting many lesser developed countries to CCP-dominated supply chains. Holding the United Nations accountable, recognizing that the Green Climate Fund is something that's not in the interest of the United States as it relates to China. That's not withdrawing leadership, that's showing leadership. And so by pouring money into the Green Climate Fund, which again invests in solar panels and other renewable energies, the Eagle Act may be tying the future energy needs of developing countries to these CCP-dominated supply chains. And even as Secretary Kerry has admitted to this committee, these supply chains use slave labor. The point here is simple. The amendment is simple. The American taxpayers do not want their hard-earned dollars to be sent to the Chinese Communist Party to help the Chinese Communist Party dominate supply chains that are tainted by slave labor, and that would actually help grow the global influence of the Chinese Communist Party. In order to defeat China or to counter Chinese aggression, you don't subsidize China. With that, I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield? China is walking, or would like to walk and chew gum. Yes, China is the world's largest emitter and is doing nothing as far as climate change. But on the other side, they are selling solar equipment and others to nations who are concerned about the climate. And that's why I indicated that there's not been one project that was funded in the One Belt, One Road initiative. The crack that I'm saying that would be applied if we're not there, I would almost guarantee you that they will then be receiving money from products that they're selling into the One Belt, One Road initiative. That's the crack. If you want to stop them, we've got to be at the table. Otherwise, they can play both sides of the fence. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Mr. Perry, were you recognized yet, or? Okay, then I'll yield back the balance of my time and let you request your own if you prefer. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Perry, seeks recognition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
You know, God love you, I do, Mr. Chairman. And I think we all want the same thing for our country, to be strong and to be in the lead, and to not be subservient to a communist nation of China in any way. The fact that they're not using the money to fund Belt and Road initiatives because they're building the solar panels and the wind turbines that we're buying, that other countries are buying, I mean, it should be obvious. I don't know at what point it should be obvious to us, but you do understand, Mr. Chairman, that in the last week, California power companies beseeched their customers to not plug in their electric vehicles because the grid could not handle it. Because the grid couldn't handle it. And it's not because the United States of America can't make power. It's not because we're not capable. It's not because we can't make clean power. It's because we have chosen to send ourselves backwards in time, not forward in time. In Texas, when you buy one of the smart thermostats, yeah, it's smart, all right. I hope you don't want air conditioning in the summertime because the power company's going to turn it down. Not because we can't produce power, because we're making choices not to produce power. Because instead of moving into the 21st and 22nd century, we're headed back to the 7th century. Do you think our adversaries are supportive of us moving ahead or back? Because they're moving ahead. And we're buying all the stuff from them to do it. And they're wringing their hands and smiling as they walk away. It's as clear as it can be. And this is going to cascade across the country, and this is going to cascade across Western civilization. Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party, when they show up, we're not going to be able to turn on the lights, but they sure are. But they sure are, Mr. Chairman. I will yield the balance of my time to my good friend from Florida, Mr. Mast.
Thank you for yielding. This is an important debate, and I'm glad both sides are very actively engaged. And I just want to make this point as well, just because it's a point that we need to be thinking about and considering as we look at the energy directions that China goes in and the energy directions that they're selling to the rest of the world. Look at the cost per kilowatt hour of what they're spending in California versus what they're getting it for in Russia or China, where you might see an average in China or Russia of 4 to 8 cents per kilowatt hour. In a place like California, you see an average of 24 to 30 cents per kilowatt hour. When what my colleagues spoke about in California, I was sent to me the same text alerts from people in New York saying, don't don't plug in high energy use appliances, this, because those things can't be used. The point simply that I'm making is these need to be concerns as we talk and hopefully not speak past one another, but have this debate about what's going to go on with our energy usage. Can what we use meet the load that is needed at different times of year, if there's snow on solar panels or if there's a heat at a certain time of year, and what is the cost to the person in their home compared to what it otherwise could be? Just simply saying that these need to be parts of that debate as well. And I thank the gentleman for yielding. I give you back your time.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Let me just say, one of the expressions that I use sometimes is, and this in this case is probably unfortunate, that sometimes freedom is not free. One of the reasons why in China and Russia the cost is far less is because it's government controlled. What we have here is freedom and private enterprise. And sometimes that makes the cost more expensive. So the playing field is not level when you start talking about costs. That's part of the problem when we're trying to adjust. That's the difference between us and China and Russia and those that subsidize through government that generally my friends on the other side of the aisle are railing about. I yield back. Thank you for giving us the time. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Levin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment, and it's hard for me to keep track what we're talking about, and it's also hard to keep track of the facts. China, the idea that China's doing nothing about renewable energy is absurd. They're eating our lunch. China has 895 gigawatts of installed renewable energy compared to 292 installed in the United States. China's way ahead of us, not just in selling us their below market, unfairly below market solar panels, in installed solar, in installed wind. They're way ahead of us in EVs, and as the guy from Detroit, we are not going to let that happen. And to sit here with the party that has put up every roadblock to the U.S. leading in a broad-shouldered, big-hearted American way on going into the future and leading and making policy that lets our capitalist system outcompete the Chinese on renewable energy and has denied that global warming exists, denied that human beings cause global warming, and opposes policy for the U.S. to actually lead the world in renewable energy. And, I don't even know what we're talking about. I'm sick of all the anxiety and defensiveness about Belt and Road and about China. I want to kick their behind. And I want to do it by working with our poor neighbors and our, in Latin America, as some of these amendments were about, and in Africa and Asia, and say, look, just take Latin America. Let's do an inventory of all the offshore wind resource in Latin America and the Caribbean. Let's do an inventory of the onshore wind resource. Let's take an inventory of the solar resource. Hydropower, let's work with them, not to put them into debt, not to take advantage of them, but to create a whole bunch of great American, and yes, union jobs in America where people can have a middle-class life, building the nacelles and the towers and the other parts of wind turbines, and let's start building solar panels and all the infrastructure you need for solar, for onshore wind, for offshore wind here, and then collaborate with the other countries and start to help them be self-sufficient in clean, renewable energy that can save life on Earth as we know it on this planet, and help them. A lot of these countries, of course, have never even had 24/7 electricity. You know how much I care about Haiti? Let's just use that as one example. What if we work with Haiti and so many other countries to help them deploy offshore wind, and then up in the Plateau Central and other places, solar with microgrids, and for the first time they can have 24/7 electricity, and they'll never forget the role we played in helping them. So let's move forward in a positive direction on renewable energy and dealing with climate change, and let's not pretend that we have to sacrifice anything about human rights to do it. The Biden administration has no intention of doing that. The only administration I saw that was willing to sacrifice human rights was a president who stood in Helsinki with a former KGB agent and said he trusts him over our own intelligence service, and didn't do what I thought we should do to stand up for human rights in Ukraine and China and elsewhere all around the world. So I oppose this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to move on to seriously tackling our relationship with China in a proud, confident American way. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Muser.
Thank you. Just quickly, to think that economic growth comes from emulating a big government, highly restrictive, totalitarian methods of China is I don't have enough time to express anything compared to that. And the continued discussion bringing up the former president, when we've got issues today that we can work on together, is also just politicizing and disappointing. I yield the rest of my time back to Mr. Barr.
I thank my friend from Pennsylvania, and I also thank my friend across the aisle from Michigan, because I very much agree with the sentiment that we should tackle this issue with pride and patriotism and forward-leaning. And you're right. I think you said, I want to kick their behind, I think is what we said. Well, absolutely, and we should compete with China. But it's not really hard to figure out what is going on right now with the CCP. I don't think it is. They are accepting the U.S. taxpayer money through the Green Climate Fund, and they're manufacturing, and they're using that fund to manufacture renewable technologies that they're exporting to us in hopes that we will become dependent on unreliable, high-cost energy. Meanwhile, what are they doing when you talk about the competition? They don't care about climate. It's obvious they don't care about climate. Why? The numbers speak for themselves. If you think they're leading on climate, really? Roughly 65% of China's electricity supply comes from coal. Yeah, they might be dabbling in renewables to export it to us, so we no longer have affordable.
Will the gentleman yield?
Just a minute. Let me finish the statistics. I'll be happy to engage him. And China's net coal-fired power generation capacity grew by 30 gigawatts over the course of this past year, as opposed to a net decline of 17 gigawatts elsewhere in the world. China also has nearly 200 gigawatts worth of coal power projects under construction, approved for construction, or seeking permits, a sum that on its own could power all of Germany, the world's fourth largest industrial economy. Given that coal power plants often operate for 40 years or more, these ongoing investments suggest that China will remain reliant on coal for decades to come. They may be involved in, because we're subsidizing them through the UN, in renewable technologies, but I think it's precisely because they want other countries to be dependent on unreliable, high-cost power. While they are going to pollute, but they're going to take advantage. They're going to take advantage. They're going to have a competitive advantage because they're going to have low-cost, subcritical power generation, and they're going to continue to fuel their competitiveness relative to us having unreliable power. Now, I want the United States to lead on green energy and renewables. That's great, through innovation and technology, and we should. But let's not kid ourselves what's going on here. The CCP wants us to become reliant on unreliable, high-cost power while they continue to pollute the earth and have cheap, reliable power. And that's the whole reason why I've offered this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks to speak? Anybody seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Barr. And we're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Barr.
Mr. Chairman, this is my final amendment. I appreciate the chairman's indulgence on my amendments. This is amendment number 44, and I request its consideration at this time. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't request the yeas and nays on the last. I request the yeas and nays on the last.
We're done now, sir.
I asked the chairman's indulgence for a roll call vote on the.
I did not do it for Mr. Burchett. He did the same thing. We've got to move on.
Did I waive that?
You waived it, sir.
Did I waive it? Okay. Well, I'm asking for a consideration of a roll call vote on that, and if I can't get that, I'd like consideration of Amendment 44.
Clerk could distribute the amendment, please. Clerk will read the amendment.
Bar number 44, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524, add at the end of the following new title, Title 7,
Roll call is. You all right? So, without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed. And a part of order is reserved. Representative Barr is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my hope is that, obviously, the last two amendments that I offered were controversial. I'm hopeful that this one will be less controversial and will earn bipartisan support and the chairman's support, especially given the chairman's focus and interest on multilateralism for the United States, because that's really what this is about in the context of export controls. This amendment would add the Revitalizing Multilateral Export Control Diplomacy for Critical Technologies Act into the underlying bill. This legislation was led last Congress by the ranking member, Mr. McCall, and included as a recommendation in the House China Task Force report. And it takes an important proactive step toward countering the PRC's attempts to control the global semiconductor supply chain. We've all heard about the chips problem, especially, I'm sure, my friend from Michigan, who understands the auto manufacturing sector's need for more semiconductors. And we all know that protecting critical technologies is vital to U.S. national security and economic competitiveness. However, in cutting-edge areas like semiconductors, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence, our adversaries in Beijing are systematically diverting technology for military and commercial dominance. These diverted technologies can be used to threaten U.S. national security, including supporting weapon systems, hollowing out the U.S. industrial base, and facilitating massive human rights abuses. Because existing fora to control these technologies, such as the Wassenaar arrangement, are too cumbersome to keep pace with rapidly evolving technology, the United States must reimagine its strategy for multilateral export controls. This bill aims to build a flexible export control alliance structure that can respond to rapid innovation and ever-changing threats to our national security. My amendment calls out the CCP for its intellectual property theft and attempt to control the global supply chain, and establishes that it is the sense of Congress that the U.S. should pursue plurilateral and bilateral agreements with allies and partners to unify export controls and licensing policies. It does us no good when we control our exports, but our allies or partners around the globe does not, leading to the same ultimate result, specifically the transfer of sensitive technology to the CCP. This amendment directs the President to establish an interagency working group to develop a strategy to work with allies and partners that possess critical technologies to unify export controls and licensing policies to reduce and eliminate the global availability of critical technologies to the PRC. The working group is also tasked with pursuing plurilateral and bilateral agreements with allies and partners to unify export controls and licensing policies with regard to FinFETs, or fin-shaped field effect transistors, a component in semiconductors, and to work to restrict the PRC's access to this technology. If an agreement is not reached, it would sanction the PRC semiconductor manufacturer, which is currently on the Department of Defense's list of Chinese military companies and the Department of Commerce's entity list as a result of China's military civil fusion doctrine and evidence of activities between a state-owned Chinese semiconductor foundry company, SMIC, and entities of concern in the Chinese military-industrial complex. This amendment also creates and authorizes funding for a critical technology export control fund to incentivize our allies and partners to work with us on export controls and licensing. And the ranking member's legislation, the CHIPS Act, takes a key step forward in securing a domestic semiconductor supply chain, but this amendment builds on that important work by making sure that critical technologies do not fall into the hands of the CCP and allows the United States to lead the way with our allies and partners in diversifying and securing the global supply chain. We have seen export control amendments pass this committee in this markup on a bipartisan manner, and so I encourage my colleagues to support this in a similar bipartisan manner. It is a common sense amendment. It promotes the chairman's focus and emphasis on multilateralism, and I urge my colleagues to consider this in the spirit it's offered, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And I thank the gentleman for his amendment. And indeed, this amendment poses for me a dilemma. One part is acceptable, but the second part is not. So if the sponsor, for example, was willing to withdraw the amendment and delete the unilateral export controls on semiconductors, then we could accept the part that calls for renewed U.S. diplomacy for more consistent export control policies among other nations. I know when Ranking Member McCall first proposed these measures several weeks ago, I offered the same compromise then. For most members of the committee, we would support a call for renewed U.S. diplomacy to achieve a more consistent export control policy among our allies and our partners. That has been a U.S. goal for decades. But we cannot accept that part of this amendment unless the unilateral controls on semiconductors is dropped, because that would only hurt U.S. companies that make these semiconductors and the equipment used to make them. I also believe that we have to look at this amendment in the context of how it would affect jobs in America. Last year, Congress passed the CHIPS Act to suspend taxpayer funds to rebuild our semiconductor industry, and we all supported that legislation. This year, we will appropriate billions to carry that out. But this amendment would prevent the export of a common type of semiconductor to the largest global market, which happens to be China. China buys 1/3 of all semiconductors made globally. One U.S. company based in Texas sells 43% of its semiconductors to China. If that company cannot sell into the largest global market, they're going to die, and we will lose jobs. And then we can look across our country where this industry is, and we will see the numbers of jobs that will be lost. So I offer the same thing we offered before. My proposal is to withdraw this amendment, save the good part on export control diplomacy, and drop the harmful part. We would be and we are very close on this issue at this time. But as is, I would have to oppose it. I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCall is recognized.
And I thank you for your comments. And I just, I think this is a very important issue. Our competition, global competition with China on semiconductors. We look at supply chain coming out of China. You have medical, rare earth mineral, advanced semiconductor. Why is the advanced semiconductor so important? Because they're in everything from this to the F-35 and the advanced weapon systems that we build and China builds. TSMC was basically penetrated by the PRC, and the chips went into China to build hypersonic missiles. That's why we brought TSMC out of Taiwan and into Arizona. And the Chips for America Act, which you mentioned, is very bipartisan, passed on the National Defense Authorization Bill and got through the Senate. And at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, I hope we can put it in the conference, when we get to a conference on this, because it's so vitally important. And the tax incentive is very important too, and we have to get that passed in the House if we are going to win this. We want the manufacturing and jobs related to semiconductor chips here in the United States or in an allied nation, and we want it out of China. This is the stick, is the export control to prevent manufacturing equipment going to China to help them make these chips that are very advanced. So we are in a competition. I would call it a digital war with them. And it's very imperative we win it, and that's why I support Mr. Barr's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Barr. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr.
And without
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote on this one.
roll call vote is requested pursuant to Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. At this time, the committee will take a 30-minute recess. Committee shall continue. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pfluger seeks recognition.
Mr. Pfluger, recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment. It's the Pfluger Amendment number 14 at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Hold on one second. They're drafting it. They're drafting it. Clerk can distribute the amendment. They're drafting it. Tell them to let everybody know that they're drafting it. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Pfluger, number 14, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524. Add at the
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. I recognize Mr. Pfluger for 5 minutes to support his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. And I appreciate the conversation that we've had today on countering malign influence and making sure that that we bring out some good points here. And I also appreciate, Mr. Chairman, your discussion on values. And this amendment has everything to do with our values, our country's values, what we value here and how we act with our diplomacy abroad. And in summary, the United States efforts to combat energy poverty basically would prohibit international agencies like the Department of State, USAID, Development Finance Corp from contributing to energy poverty in lesser developed countries. And the bottom line here is that any source of energy, but especially those that are reliable and affordable, have over the past decade lifted almost 1 billion people out of poverty. They've literally powered the capability of humans to dramatically improve their lives through technology outcomes, health outcomes, agricultural improvements. And I've said this many times in this committee, but energy security is national security, and a secure nation is inherently a safer nation. So the Biden administration has taken unprecedented steps to quash American energy revolution here at home, but to be overly prescriptive with climate development goals in international agencies. For example, determining that the DFC must commit at least 1/3 of new investments to climate-focused projects by fiscal year 23 jeopardizes their own ability to prioritize projects based on demand, national security interest, and instead will force arbitrary targets that are unnecessary for development goals. And the real problem with this is that as countries seek to bring themselves out of energy poverty and make access to different types of energy available, the U.S. assistance programs should be able to meet those demands and support those goals and not actually repress them. And the fastest way to decrease energy poverty and economic prosperity is to embrace affordable, reliable energy sources and to end favoritism. Some of these countries just need energy. They just need access to energy, and for the first time, they have that in the form of natural gas and other forms of energy that are affordable and reliable. And if we force unrealistic regulations, and arbitrary regulations, by the way, we are literally going to send millions of people back into a cold, dark, and hungry state. Favoritism for these unreliable sources not only furthers energy insecurity in extremely vulnerable partners, but it deprives them of the newly found sources and then forces a dependency on China for solar panels, wind turbines, and otherwise, and other aspects of unreliable sources. Natural gas is a critical component of our national security and of our energy strategy. And the United States, being a world leader in this production, should be seeking ways to expand access into these very vulnerable countries. We've been doing that. We need to continue to do that. And then as you look at forcing arbitrary regulations and mandating things that are not realistic because they don't have the infrastructure to actually keep up with some of these regulations, we are literally going to be turning the lights off for them. And that is not furthering their national security goals. And if we look at energy security as national security, and our partners also having that ability to come out of energy poverty, this is not the time for some of these countries like Guyana and others that some of my colleagues will mention to force these unrealistic goals and arbitrary regulations on. So my question for my colleagues is increasing the use of renewable energy more important than combating energy poverty? I can't think of it as more important. If you're a country, a vulnerable country, and for the very first time, you have gotten access to affordable, reliable energy, but now there's a mandate that the USAID or the Development Finance Corp has to abide by for some arbitrary level of renewable sources, and now we're literally going to turn the lights off in these countries? That doesn't seem like it's in line with our values. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your discussion about values, because providing these countries with affordable, reliable energy helps us further our goals, helps us further our partnerships, and bring our allies and our partners into a state of better quality of life throughout the entire world. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Unfortunately, I have to oppose the gentleman's amendment. Simply because this amendment not only puts the DFC in the dirty energy business, but it would even go further by forbidding the DFC, USAID, and every other federal agency from having any policy that prioritizes and incentivizes clean energy investment. It puts the United States government in the position of subsidizing dirty energy in the sense of oil and gas development overseas, while at the same time it's telling the Biden administration you cannot promote clean energy in other countries. And to me, that's just, I understand the gentleman's argument, but to me that's bad policy, and so I just can't support it. And I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Pfluger. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I do. Mr. Pfluger, for an amendment number 80, the Pfluger amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Sanctions cut fraud and security, Weisselberg. Oh.
Pfluger, number 80, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and Representative Pfluger is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes at the heart of our competition with our biggest adversary in this world, the People's Republic of China. And as you look at the National Defense Strategy and our National Security Strategy, this is exactly what we're talking about on China's ability to continue to produce any sort of technology that uses American ingenuity and American innovation in a way that helps the People's Liberation Army. And in summary, this amendment would require Commerce to designate the Yangtze Memory Technologies Corporation, otherwise known as YMTC, on the entity list. Semiconductors are a top American export. They're a vital component to every single device, electronic device, computing product that we use, and they're described as the enabling technology of the information age. These small chips are essential building blocks to all current and future advanced technologies like 5G, quantum computing, AI, and other things that are going to bring us into a more competitive state as a country, but as the world is moving in this direction and becoming more reliant on these. This amendment basically seeks to ensure that American competitiveness in this sector is seen as a strategic necessity to maintain future military advantage and future economic advantage. China relies on foreign technology and imports to acquire and develop sensitive dual-use technology for its military. Myself, being an F-22 pilot, I saw this firsthand with many different aspects of the military-industrial complex where the Chinese would take our own innovation and our own technology and advancements and make it their own, reverse engineer in a lot of cases, and then apply it to their own military technological needs. The PRC seeks self-sufficiency in semiconductor manufacturing so that it can control the means of production, supply its growing demand for semiconductors both in military and also civilian use, and increase its leverage over trading partners. The Wuhan-based Yangtze Memory Technologies Corporation is closely aligned with the PLA and deemed a national champion by its own government, the CCP, and Huawei is one of their biggest customers. And although relatively new, the YMTC seeks to rival global leaders and dominate the memory chip market, specializing in technologies such as 3D and NAND. And the semiconductor subsector is so imperative to its own national security, the CCP's own national security, that given their presence in data centers, in missiles and drones, satellites, cloud, AI, smartphones, and other networks, is continuing to dominate in this sector. Allowing this technology to be dominated by an autocratic regime would not only imperil U.S. national security, but would also further empower the CCP in their campaign against human and civil rights that the world has witnessed in Xinjiang and in Hong Kong. And really what we're talking about is we're exporting our innovation and we are empowering and subsidizing, Mr. Chairman, to use your term earlier, subsidizing the Chinese ability to continue to make this technology with the competitive advantage of lower labor cost, in fact, at the expense of human rights violations in many of the regions of China. I urge my colleagues to support the passage of this amendment and to look at it as a true national security objective, not just for the United States of America, but also for our allies and our partners around the world. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment, including a foreign company on an entity list is a decision that's usually made by by an interagency committee of technical experts who come from DOD, State and Commerce, with intelligence and input. The current entity list runs to 448 pages of single-space entries, a lot of foreign companies, and they are not shy about taking action when it is warranted. So I don't think that we should be substituting our judgments for this careful process dealing with those who are experts in dealing with it for theirs. And as a result, I must oppose this amendment. I yield back. Who requests recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Pfluger. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment
Chairman,
is
I'd
not
like to
agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested. Pursuant to committee rule 4A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
No.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I do. Mr. Pfluger, with an amendment, the Pfluger Amendment number 31 at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk should distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Pfluger number 31, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and Representative Pfluger is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this amendment, number 31, I think, again, strikes at the heart of what I believe is part of our discussion today, and that is our values. And you know, the underlying bill being extremely broad, but the essence is not only of our values, but also of our security. And this committee does important work when it looks around the world and discusses how we, as the greatest experiment and the greatest country in the world, can continue to lead by example, can continue to show other countries why our Constitution and our form of government is so incredibly important, and that the rule of law and that the rules that we abide by in this committee, that's how we do business, that we don't do business by pushing aside the rule of law and completely ignoring things like an open border policy. And this amendment, you know, basically states that the open border policies of this administration have incentivized human trafficking, exploitation of children and women, and child endangerment. You know, just 2 nights ago, I witnessed firsthand a 6-year-old in the brush that was basically left for dead by traffickers. And as I talked to this child, you know, realized that the only real winners with an open border are traffickers, coyotes, cartels who are smuggling incredible amounts of drugs and humans across our border. They're transporting them on a journey that lasts up to several months. And there's no rule of law when it comes to preventing this tragedy. You know, children, just like this 6-year-old that I met, are being brought up, they're being abandoned, they're being used, and meanwhile we have fentanyl entering the country at record levels. In my district alone, in the last week and a half, we've had several high-speed car chases that have ended with $500,000+ worth of methamphetamines, cocaine, and other illicit drugs. And you know, I don't have the armband here today, but I would show everybody in this room a plastic armband that was being worn by these children, assigned to human beings like you're entering a theme park, color-coded to show you how much money you owe for the rest of your life and who you owe. That's what an open border does. It disrespects the Constitution and the rule of law, and it incentivizes traffickers to put those armbands on this little 6-year-old and to say that your life is not worth anything but what's on this armband. It's horrific. It's long past time that we open our eyes to this heartbreaking and tragic crisis, not to mention the security aspect that we have in every single one of my counties, 29 of them, with the rise in crime due to drugs. And why are our policies not reflecting the security need of citizens in the state of Texas and other border states? I would encourage everyone in this room on the Foreign Affairs Committee to go and see for yourself and to meet that 6-year-old that I met, to meet the other kids whose families are not with them, and to see just how destabilizing a policy reversal like we've had is on everyone. And I want to make this point. It's happening in Texas right now. It's happening in my district, which the closest point to the border is 100 miles away. It's going to happen in every single state, all 50 states, and the effects will be felt. Our values are better than that. We are better than that as a country. We are better than that. We need the rule of law. Mr. Chairman, thank you for talking about values today. I appreciate that. And I think it's so important that we as a Foreign Affairs Committee acknowledge that an open border policy is not part of the United States values. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. Let me just simply say real quick, you know, and I appreciate the gentleman and what he's doing, but we don't have an open border policy. The borders are not open. So that makes the amendment inaccurate on its face. So there's no open, you know, that's not our policy, open borders. So I oppose the vote. I oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Who seeks recognition?
I seek recognition if no one else.
Who is I? Mr. Castro.
Just
Mr. Castro's recognized.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I agree with you, and I oppose the amendment. And for many years now, the term open borders has been used to scare Americans, to convince Americans that there are a bunch of brown-skinned people who are coming to this country to harm them. There are more than 20,000 Border Patrol agents patrolling the U.S.-Mexico border. It is the largest law enforcement agency in the country. There are drones that patrol the U.S.-Mexico border. There are state troopers in states like Texas that patrol the U.S.-Mexico border. The governor of South Dakota just sent people to patrol the U.S.-Mexico border. The governor of Florida just sent more people to patrol the U.S.-Mexico border. There are hundreds of millions of dollars that have been allocated to local law enforcement to patrol the U.S.-Mexico border. And yet Republicans, for years, keep saying that we have an open border. It's pure politics, unfortunately. It's scare tactics. It's a way to keep making people angry at other people for political gain. Some of the same voices who speak about an open border didn't raise their voice at all when President Trump separated thousands of young children from their mothers. A human rights violation. Human rights violation. And nobody said anything. In fact, there were folks that endorsed that policy of cruelty and inhumanity and seek to benefit from continuing to insist in denial of reality that we have an open border. Because some people like to hear that. So I oppose this amendment. I encourage my colleague to oppose it as well.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
I'm going to yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Wilson.
I support the amendment, and indeed, the understanding is that we do have an open border. And we know that in May 2020, that nearly 23,000 people attempted to cross the border, except this year, just 45 days ago, nearly 180,000 people tried to come across or did come across, a 600% increase. And so the perception is clearly we have an open border. And any perception that we're talking about a specific group of people coming across, it should be understood that actually the persons who have begun crossing are from 160 different countries. It's not a specific group of anybody. Now, it is specific in that we have had persons who were on the terrorist watch list attempt to come across the border. And, of course, they're giving a pass and told to come back for a hearing, whatever the case is. But there's no question that the Biden administration has, I think, created a national security crisis for the American people by giving the impression, clearly, of an open border and a lack of following through. It was incredible to me that the vice president would have been assigned to address this crisis, and then she didn't make it to the border for like 93 days. That's just an indication that it's not being taken seriously when indeed our country is under assault by people from all over the world, not from one country, not from one region, not from one hemisphere. And I think to send the message that indeed there's not an open border, this amendment is just such a positive statement that we believe in rule of law. Before I was elected to Congress, I was really grateful to practice immigration law to help people come to our country legally. And we've got wonderful laws for people to come to our country that need to be enforced. But that doesn't mean that illegal aliens should have an open door, an open border, and every other country on earth. Let's also be realistic. Every other country on earth maintains their borders. And the United States needs to, for the national security, for the interest of American families. We see jobs being taken by persons who come across the border, and hey, they're happy to work for anything and take American jobs. And with that, indeed, I support the very positive amendment before us today, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, David Cicilline seeks recognition.
Mr. Cicilline, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to first say that no matter how many times our Republican colleagues say the words open border, it doesn't make it so. And although it may be politically useful to our Republican friends, it is not true. And the Biden-Harris administration inherited a broken, inhumane immigration system. The previous administration's policies led to chaos at the border, family separation, inhumane conditions, dismal diplomacy towards Central America. And what is happening at the border is a direct result of a broken immigration system that has been ignored for far too long. And the Biden-Harris administration is making real progress by addressing immigration at every level, establishing lawful pathways, addressing the root causes of migration, and most importantly, restoring a fair, orderly, and humane system for asylum consideration. And the reality is, these claims about open borders are only believed because our Republican friends keep repeating it. We don't have open borders. It's not true. The amendment asserts it is. Everyone should defeat this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's often said that you're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. Now, I don't know if you have to go to the border to see it with your own eyes. I don't think you do, but I just recently came back from the border. I'm considering another trip. When I was at the border, of course, at this very time, as we sit in this room right now, we are at record levels of people coming across the border illegally, right now, right at this moment, and it's been going on for months. When I was at the border, there were people coming across the border from Russia, from Cuba, from South America. And this is coming from a person whose great-grandmother and grandmother came with the shirts on their backs only from South America. We don't begrudge anybody that wants this country and improve their lot in life. We just ask that they do it legally. But to act like that the border isn't open, and at the same time to say, well, this state's sending National Guard and this state's sending the police or whatever, yeah, they are, because the border's wide open, and there's not enough federal law enforcement to handle what's coming across the border. And oh, by the way, they're not stopping anybody from coming across the border, they're greeting them. And if this administration is doing anything regarding what's happening at the border, they're making the illegal crossings at the border and into the interior of this country more efficient. That's what they're doing, making it more efficient. And oh, by the way, the last administration, the Trump administration, when you talk about separating children from their parents, that was a vestige of the Obama administration. That's a vestige of the courts and the Flores decision. That's a vestige of the law that's in place. And oh, by the way, many of these people, my good friend from Texas, he mentioned a 6-year-old he found in the brush or met that was in the brush, left for dead. Did President Trump separate him from his family? I don't think he did. These people are self-separating to get across the border illegally. This is an enterprise. This is an enterprise that this administration, that my good friends on the other side of the aisle are supporting, and that the American taxpayers are forced to support. Human trafficking, the smuggling of human slavery, human bondage in the 21st century in our country. This is absolutely germane. This is absolutely appropriate. As a matter of fact, it might be the highest order of what we do in the Foreign Affairs Committee. Foreigners are coming into our country unabated. We're welcoming them here illegally, and your tax dollars are paying for it. Instead of your tax dollars paying for enforcement, your tax dollars are used to be complicit in child trafficking. It is an abomination. I yield the gentleman any time that he might wish to consume.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I hear this word, inhumane. You know what's inhumane? What's inhumane is being charged $5,000, $10,000 in servitude because people have now trafficked you to this country. What's inhumane is hearing from an ambassador in a Northern Triangle country and me asking him, let me understand, is this a push or a pull? Is this because the institutions and the governments are so corrupt that people are leaving, or is it because traffickers are incentivized by policies in this country and they are now pulling people out of their homes? And he said it's both. And it's inhumane for those families in Honduras and Guatemala and El Salvador to have children ripped out of their homes and charged and put a bracelet on and then used. And at the checkpoint that I went to, just a half a mile away, where there were children coming down a road and the police officers were just trying to make sure that this 6-year-old and other children just like him were not left for dead and that they actually survived. And just a half a mile away, the police officer said, you know, the real problem here is that while we're trying to maintain an eye on these children, the traffickers with more fentanyl to kill every American 4 times over is being pushed through every single night. That's inhumane. I don't want my children being susceptible to fentanyl, methamphetamines, cocaine, and any other illicit drugs. Something has got to be done. We do not have a secure border, and we know that in Texas and other states. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCall.
And I'll try to talk about this without a whole lot of emotion. It is an emotional topic. I was Chief of Counterterrorism and National Security in the Western District of Texas, Deputy Attorney General for the state. But when I was Chief of Counterterrorism, I had San Antonio, Austin, El Paso, and the border. It was a problem back then. It's a problem today. And when I chaired the Homeland Security Committee, we took some action, but it was a very difficult issue. But in some ways not. I mean, in some ways, it can be very simple. And the result is a humanitarian crisis. And I would argue with respect to this committee, a foreign policy crisis, a foreign policy blunder. Because what has happened? Within the first day of office, the president, I don't think really understood the policy he was reversing. I think he just did it because it had Trump's name on it. So he reverses Remain in Mexico and reverses all the asylum agreements we had with Central America. I can tell you, I worked very closely with these individuals. It was very difficult to get these agreements. But once we got these agreements, they worked. And I would say to my friend, Mr. Cicilline, living on a border state's a little different. And you see it. And I've been down there more times than I probably can count. But there was a cause and effect. And the Border Patrol will tell you that. There was a direct cause and effect between this foreign policy decision and then what happened. We had these very good agreements. When I talked to the ambassador from Guatemala, he said, I'm losing a generation of my children. I want trade, not aid. I need to uplift the economies down here. That's how we get to the root cause, by the way. And I think this committee can work on root cause of immigration, but I think these rescissions of these really successful agreements was a major mistake. And you can say the border is not open. When I was down there, you know, I saw them literally crossing in thousands and thousands. A 5-year-old girl in a detention facility in tears because she wasn't with her parents, and she had no idea where she was. No idea where she was. And her parents paid a life savings to the drug traffickers. Those traffickers I've prosecuted in my lifetime, they are vicious, and they don't care about the kids. They don't care if those kids die. And they divert with the kids, and they drop the drugs off. And then it all comes in. And that's what's happening down there. And it's really sad because, as the author of this bill said, it's complicit with human trafficking. What's going to happen to these girls? They're going to be sex trafficked. What's going to happen to the males? They're going to go to MS-13. That's going to be their family. They're going to be in this country with no legal status other than a notice to appear in court. And it's going to be in the shadows. And there will be 1 million in this year alone. 4 million for the next 4 years if we don't change this, Mr. Chairman. And we haven't talked about this issue a whole lot in full committee. I happen to have probably more experience than most up here on it. And security does work, but we got to get to the root cause as well. We do both of those things. We can fix this problem. And then lastly, I want to say to Mr. Cicilline, when the Secretary of Homeland Security says it's the worst situation we've seen in 21 years, that's what the Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, said. He also said, you don't come now. We're not saying you can't come, but just don't come now. Not a good message of deterrence either. But this is a crisis, and it's the worst I've seen in my entire professional career, and it's sad. And it didn't have to happen, but by one stroke of a pen, everything changed. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Malinowski. I just had to insert something because I hear my friends say that there are open borders. But in the same time, I hear them say it's illegal. That's inconsistent in and of itself. If it was open borders, you just walk across. It wouldn't be illegal. So that's a contradiction in and of itself. If it was open borders, we wouldn't have to give CBP $18 billion. That's their budget. So the term open borders is absolutely inaccurate. And by the way, we're not talking about an immigration bill here. This is a China bill. And we've been spending, and I want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to debate and have the free exchange of ideas. But I do hope we can stay focused and stay focused on China. I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Ms. Tenney.
I move to strike the last word.
Recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a couple minutes to say I did visit the border. I did go to the El Paso sector, the same place where our vice president visited. And I met with the border agents, and they were pleading with us to try to find resources and that the children needed more space. There were so many children pushed into tiny areas, and there were not enough accommodations. And so we went from President Obama building the cages for the children to now warehousing children at the border because the numbers are so terrible. And a couple of border agents described to me young children carrying 60-pound packs of illicit drugs trying to climb over the wall with the wristbands on. So these things are reality. And to make it even more at home for me, up in another border state, way up in New York State, we have a Canadian border. We have a Defense Finance and Accounting Service operation, and employees were forwarding me their emails they received from Health and Human Services asking them to take a paid leave to foster children who are coming to the border in New York State. So our children, these children were being flown all over the country looking for foster parents and seeking the aid of federal employees who are going to be given paid leave to be foster parents. So there is a crisis, there is a problem, and we need to fix it. And so to suggest that somehow this is the imagination of the Republicans is absurd. We have a problem we need to fix. I'm a mother. It was devastating for me to see the conditions for these children, and I didn't even go to the Rio Grande sector. I was in El Paso, which is a fraction of the devastation being seen in Rio Grande. And with that, I'd just like to yield to Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, as I read through the aims and the objectives of the EAGLE Act, this is in our backyard. The Western Hemisphere is a very, very vulnerable place to the malign influence of China, whether it's energy, whether it's labor, vaccine diplomacy, we could go on and on and on. And the more that our policies destabilize this part of the world, the more vulnerable they're going to become to the malign influence of China. And I'll just read a couple of specifics. To globally increase our diplomatic footprint in the region, and whether that's in Indo-Pacific region or in our own backyard, it's important. Enhancing multilateral cooperation to ensure peace and stability and safeguard our U.S. interests globally. Our interest globally should start at home. We should lead with our values, as has been mentioned in this hearing. we should lead with our values in our own backyard. And when an ambassador of a Northern Triangle country says that your policies are incentivizing trafficking, I would hope that this committee could look at this in a nonpartisan way. And Mr. Chairman, I just have to say, I would love to have a bipartisan effort to the border on this committee. And inviting myself to a CODEL that you lead may be a little bold, but I would ask that this committee do that. And I'm going to raise my hand and be the first one to join you so that we can go down there together and we can investigate for ourselves on the Foreign Affairs Committee what is actually happening. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I'll just say real quickly, Mr. Pfluger, I would love to have you in one of my CODELs where we move forward. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Mass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand what you're saying. We have moved past the topic of China in many ways, but certainly not past the jurisdiction of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And I think one of the things that's spawning so much debate and why it's so important that we not let very simple things slip by without debate, whether they're truly the topic of conversation or topic of legislation or not, is because we can't allow some of these thoughts to continue forward that are truly hurting Americans. As they say, every state right now is a border state when you see the people coming across the border being shipped into other territories. And the wordplay that we see here is exactly what pisses off Americans. When you say because it's illegal, that means it's not an open border, that's pure wordplay. That's like saying because we put up a no trespassing sign on a property, that it's not an open border to come across. Well, it's not an open border when you put up a fence and a no trespassing sign. If President Biden was truly interested in it not being an open border, then he'd put up the no trespassing sign, no doubt, that's the law, but he wouldn't have ceased construction of the border wall, which was the enforcement of that sign, which is what prevents it from being that open border. Just the words alone, they're part of it, but they're not the whole thing. And the American people are not stupid. They understand the kind of wordplay that's going on here. And in that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Pfluger, and we're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion...
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I'd like to update the committee now on what I hope is a reasonable agreement on proceeding with this markup. Now, I know it's been a long couple of days, but I do believe we've had a lot of good sharing of information and very spirited debate. Now, I've consulted with my good friend, the ranking member, Michael McCall. We've talked, and I think we've jointly decided to plow through the debating of amendments today. So anyone who wants to offer an amendment is welcome to do so. Then the plan will be that we hold the roll call votes until the next committee work period. I want everyone, of course, to have a great holiday weekend as we celebrate the birth of our nation. And with that, I ask unanimous consent that when the committee reconvenes during the committee work week of July 12th and at a date and time that is mutually agreeable to the chair and the ranking member, that it resume proceedings on postponed recorded votes, and that no further amendments or debate be in order. Without objection. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Muser.
Thank you. I have an amendment at the desk. Muser amendment number 12. And I ask for consideration at this time.
The clerk, please distribute the amendment.
Thank you.
No, we'll do it virtually. We're not voting tonight. We're just going to finish the debate and then we'll roll the votes. Okay? No, we don't have to come back here. No, it'll be virtual. Yeah. Or unless you want to stay here until 2 in the morning.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Muser number 12, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524. In section
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And I recognize Representative Muser for 5 minutes to support his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member. China is the world's second largest economy with a GDP of $14 trillion. It holds a seat in the UN Security Council, and according to the World Bank, its economy has grown on average 10% per year over the past 40 years. Yet China continues to be designated as a developing country by many international institutions. The Paris Climate Accord again designated China as a developing country and has already provided China $100 million from the Green Climate Fund. Not only is China receiving funding from the GCF, it is not contributing anything to it. While China claims developing country status, 45 other nations have made contributions. These are not just rich Western nations, countries like Peru, Chile, Vietnam, and Latvia, whose economies are dwarfed by China's, have contributed to the fund. This doesn't make any sense. This is upside down. While China is actively exporting high-polluting power plants to other countries of the Western world, is financing the growth of the second largest economy in the world. U.S. taxpayers are funding these projects in China. The Eagle Act provides $8 billion over the next 2 years for the Green Climate Fund. My amendment would simply ensure that American taxpayers are not subsidizing the second largest economy in the world and Chinese development, and that tax dollars actually go to countries whose commitments to reducing emissions is sincere. It is time for the CCP's manipulation of international institutions to end. China must be treated as a developed country, and U.S. policy must prevent American tax dollars from subsidizing China. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. Fact of the matter is, I think I've heard this amendment and others that are very, very similar to it 2 or 3 times already. And so I oppose it on those same grounds, that, you know, we have to be in it if we are going to make sure that we don't have China selling products and moving in the green climate fund. I point out that there's never been a dime that has gone into any of the China, the Belt and Road initiatives of China. It has never benefited. So therefore, I believe that the way we have real impact is being in it, where our voice can be heard, and we can help make the determinations where we move. I yield back the balance of my time.
Would you yield?
Gentlemen, I'll yield.
Thank you. The thing is, why do we keep paying China, funding them, until there's a response? You know, the idea last night, we had an amendment that talked about sanctioning, and we received a lecture about how you can't sanction until an investigation is done. But what we're trying to do is create an incentive for them to cooperate with the investigation. So if we continue to cooperate in the manner that suits the CCP, and yet we continue to be very, very guilty of wishful thinking, I'm just not so sure how that I can rationalize that makes any sense. And I yield.
Reclaiming my time, as I pointed out to the gentleman, not one project, not one, has gone to China Belt and Road Initiatives program. Why? I believe firmly it's because we're a part of the Green Climate Fund, where it's specifically with the individuals that we have on the board can say no to funding that would go to the China Belt and Road Initiatives. But for that, there very well could be funding that goes to the China's Belt and Road project. So the best way for us, and I think my point throughout the Eagle Act and why we're here, the best way to control China is not unilaterally and unilaterally disarming, it's multilaterally with our allies, leaving no space for China to move forward and benefit as they've tried to do with solar panels, et cetera, if we disarm ourselves. And I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Muser. We're going to take a vote by voice. Yeah. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have a next and final amendment.
Mr. Muser?
It is Muser Amendment number 40.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Will the clerk please report the amendment?
Muser number 40, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order reserved. And Representative Muser is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Energy development is critical to overall development and should be a key component of U.S. development aid. Congress has long recognized this fact, as evidenced by the strong bipartisan support the Power Africa Initiative has received for increasing access to reliable power across sub-Saharan Africa. Unfortunately, this priority is not shared by the Biden administration, which has proposed a 19% reduction in Power Africa funding, citing competing climate priorities. I also understand a policy review is underway to limit Power Africa investments to exclude sources like liquid natural gas. The fact is that we are engaged in a strategic competition with China. The Belt and Road Initiative is working its way through Africa and increasing dependence on China while enriching the Chinese economy. Due to restrictions on aid from the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and those that were put in place under the Obama administration, China is now the primary source of coal financing in the world. China is literally exporting its pollution to developing countries, moving their oldest power plants abroad. This is a win-win-win situation for China. They can claim they reduced Chinese emissions while opening up new markets for Chinese coal and increasing their web of dependence throughout the world. U.S. aid, however, is neither competitive with China's unrestricted aid, nor is it achieving the goal of increasing electricity access to Africa. What it is doing is enriching China. 60% of the market's value of the U.S. assembled solar panels is generated in China. 90% of rare earth elements, a key component in wind turbines and batteries and many other products, is sourced in China. Under this misguided strategy, the U.S. is helping enrich China every time we build a solar panel abroad. My amendment ensures that Africa can grow and diversify its energy portfolio to increase electricity access on the continent. We can do this without driving up emissions. In fact, if Africa tripled its electricity consumption solely with natural gas, additional carbon emissions would equal less than 1% of global emissions. Last Congress, the bipartisan European Energy Security and Diversifications Act permitted vital gas sector investments for European allies to diversify their energy portfolio. While we would not expressly support the same policy for sub-Saharan Africa, a region where 1 billion people currently generate 0.55% of global carbon emissions. This policy does not threaten to drive up emissions, but continuing our existing policy threatens U.S. leadership, certainly our competitive edge, increases dependence on China, and does not increase electricity access in an affordable manner where it is much needed. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. This amendment would put the DFC in the oil and gas drilling business worldwide. And its intent is to override DFC policy that prioritizes clean energy development. And finally, it seeks to legislatively upend President Biden's clean energy agenda. Thereby, I oppose and I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Muser. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition? Ms. Tenney.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. I have an amendment at the desk, Tenney number 34, and I ask for its consideration.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Jeez.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Tenney number 34, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524. At the appropriate place in the
Without
bill.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And Representative Tenney is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. This amendment directs the Secretary of State to provide Congress and the American public with a comprehensible and a verifiable annual report tracking the People's Republic of China's financial influence globally across several economic sectors, including technology, manufacturing, transportation, energy, metals, agriculture, and real estate. The PRC has significantly increased its investments overseas over the last 2 decades to boost its global competitiveness, enhance its predatory tactics, and to undermine the rules-based economic order. The PRC's foreign direct investment is an attempt by the Chinese Communist Party to not only improve the PRC's position as a global power, but also to acquire control over vital trade routes, acquire intellectual property, enhance its influence operations, and increase its geopolitical leverage at the expense of liberal values and institutions. Despite the risks associated with PRC investments, the United States government lacks a competitive, trustworthy, and standardized way of accurately and publicly measuring Chinese economic investment overseas, broadly and specifically in certain countries. American companies, small businesses, investors, and consumers deserve to know where and how far the PRC's tentacles reach, given its predatory tactics. This amendment would direct the United States government to acquire verifiable and timely information regarding the PRC's foreign direct investment to properly formulate national security strategies and foreign policy, and to educate audiences on risks associated with these investments. This information would raise public awareness of Chinese economic activity to advance our shared goals of holding China and the PRC accountable for its malign activities and deepening our alliances to counter the strategic threat. Information, knowledge, and transparency are at the core of this amendment. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. You know, number one, this amendment is overly broad and would be too onerous to implement, given that the amendment wants to track Chinese investments globally. Also requires ongoing State Department survey of all Chinese overseas investments, including private, and an assessment of the impact of such investment on Chinese influence. One criticism of the bill is many reports, but a number of Republicans mandate as completely unnecessary annual reports. So I must oppose this bill. Yield back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Tenney. And we're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Without objection,
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
a roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition.
Ms. Representative Tenney.
Tenney. That'd be Senator Toomey, right? Mr. Chairman, I have amendment number 36 at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk, distribute the amendment, please. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Tenney number 36, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524. Add at the
Without
end-
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. And I now recognize Representative Tenney, who's recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I'm pleased to partner with my colleague, Congresswoman Kat Kamak, on this initiative. This amendment imposes sanctions against key leaders within the Chinese Communist Party who have been implicated in the crackdown on human rights, the theft of intellectual property, and expansion of political warfare against the United States. The Chinese Communist Party, through its abhorrent actions in the Xinjiang province, Tibet, Hong Kong, Macau, and around the world has proven it has no interest in participating in U.S.-led international order. The CCP has strengthened its totalitarian regime through the oppression of the Chinese people and has ignored agreements over the special status and freedoms previously guaranteed to the people of Hong Kong and Macau. It is time we hold the CCP accountable for their malign activities regarding the treatment of their own people. This amendment would be an appropriate next step. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I strongly oppose this amendment for some of the reasons I've talked about earlier, because it is completely counterproductive. These kind of unilateral sanctions that our allies would certainly not support, and it would render the United States completely alone and alienated by ourselves from our partners and allies. It is also unlikely to change the PRC's terrible behavior and only actually strengthen the CCP's hand internally in China by helping them rally nationalist sentiment. We certainly need coercive measures against China, but we should be careful and thoughtful that when we use them in ways that give us room to maneuver and are part of our broader strategy on how to tackle the challenge. That's the way we should be doing it. The critical thrust of the bill is that we will win the competition with China as long as we act in concert with our allies. That's what the Eagle Act is all about. We need to bring the rest of the world with us, not scare the rest of the world off, just as we're just starting to build momentum again and marshaling the international community to tackle the China challenge, such as we've seen when President Biden visited the G7, visited our NATO allies, and the EU. They saw them coming back together again, because we repeatedly hear from our allies and our partners also in Southeast Asia and elsewhere that we need to be tough but constructive. We need to have a tough but constructive policy on China. This amendment isn't about great power competition, but our right confrontation with China, with no strategy for how to navigate the aftermath. Let's be smarter. I oppose this amendment. And I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Tenney. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No. No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes
Mr. Chairman,
have
I
it, and
request
the
a
amendment
recorded
is not agreed. Ms. Tenney?
I request a recorded vote, please.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Tenney.
Mr. Chairman, I have Amendment Tenney, number 13, at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment.
I have to jump in there. I don't want to have Mr. Burchett, And he's working on your walk-up song.
Mr. Chairman, my name was called.
Yes.
I think you need to remind the members of the committee any attempts at humor will only be handled by me.
Clerk, report the amendment.
Tenney, number 13, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Point of order is reserved, and Representative Tenney is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. This amendment places a limitation on establishing the climate change officer position until there is a counter-Chinese Communist Party malign influence officer position established at every post as well. I have a very serious concern that this part of the bill is focused more on unrelated climate policies outside this committee's jurisdiction than on the good faith efforts to target the Chinese Communist Party. This is the perfect example. Establishing a position to monitor the malign activities of the CCP is not in this supposed China bill, yet dedicated positions for climate change officers are. In fact, the majority seeks to establish a climate change officer at every post around the world, an effort that would be extremely costly, would duplicate efforts already being made under this administration at every level, and that completely downplays the threat of the CCP. To establish a climate officer but not provide the resources our diplomatic posts need to effectively combat the threat from the CCP fails to set up the United States for success in this global fight. That is why I've introduced this amendment. We must prioritize competition with CCP and establish a counter-CCP officer position to protect our economic and security interests, provide BRI alternatives, and better support our partners in their effort to resist the CCP's malign influence. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I again oppose this amendment. The purpose of this amendment is to upend Section 605 and block any congressional support for creating climate diplomacy offices at our embassies overseas. It does this by mandating the creation of a so-called counter-Chinese Communist Party malign influence officers test first. However, the State Department already has China watchers overseas and has a well-funded global engagement center to coordinate U.S. government countering disinformation efforts. What we need is a similar in-field coordination on climate action. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Keating is recognized. He was recognized. I take it back. Who seeks recognition? Anyone seeking recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Tenney. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time. Amendment number 6.
Amendment number?
Amendment number 6.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. This is what it's all about, my granddaughter. Amen. Two. Hey, I gotta get home. It's my granddaughter. He's right here.
How old is she?
2.
That's
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Young Kim, Amendment number 6, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved. And I recognize Representative Kim for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Amendment number 6 would insert language that is word for word identical to Section 3234 in the bipartisan Senate-passed U.S. Innovation and Competition Act, which presses all nations, including China, to enforce UN-imposed sanctions on North Korea. Sustaining pressure on the Kim regime is crucial towards pushing North Korea to undertake complete, verifiable, and irreversible action towards denuclearization. Pressure is the only way we will get Kim Jong-un to come back to the table, and sanctions relief will only embolden his regime to further modernize their nuclear weapons program and continue oppressing the people of North Korea. Unfortunately, entities within the PRC have been working with North Korea to evade sanctions for years, particularly through ship-to-ship transfers and direct dealings with UN-designated entities. This language strongly reasserts United States policy on North Korea and calls out the PRC for failing to crack down and, in some cases, facilitating illicit trade and profit for North Korean elites and Kim Jong-un. Further, the amendment pressures the PRC to cease business activities with the United Nations designated entities and their affiliates in the DPRK and to expel from PRC individuals who enable North Korea to acquire materials for its nuclear and ballistic missile programs. This language passed the Senate on a bipartisan vote, and it is confusing to me as to why it would not be included in the House version of this package as well. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote in favor of adoption of this amendment in maintaining pressure on North Korea's brutal regime and nuclear weapons program. Thank you. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. We all know that elections have consequences, and the Biden administration has the right to chart its own course on foreign policy, including on the critical challenge of North Korea's nuclear program. So what this amendment tries to do is to force the failed policies of the prior administration on the current administration. And I believe this administration's approach will be far more effective than the photo op-centered approach pursued by the last president. Last month, the Biden administration outlined its new North Korea strategy after a thorough review and consultation with our allies and partners. And I'm inclined to let the administration pursue that strategy, which has the support of critical partners like Japan and South Korea. And then we should evaluate how it is doing with our allies intact before we intervene. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? Mr.
Chairman.
Wilson, you're recognized.
I'd like to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Congresswoman Kim for a terrific amendment. It has special meaning to me. I'm the only member of Congress who has been part of a delegation to visit Pyongyang. And so I sadly have seen the Potemkin village that actually they've got there of the people being so oppressed, the ultimate totalitarian state. And then in particular, in the amendment, there is recognition of hosting DPRK citizens as guest workers. That sounds good. It's not. These people are the equivalent of indentured servants. They will be working in different countries around the world, but they don't get paid directly. The money that they receive goes to the Pyongyang regime to actually prop up the elite, the communist socialist dictators who have all power. The money is used to promote missile technology, indeed their nuclear program. And so what sounds so innocent as a guest worker is really the ultimate indication of a totalitarian state with indentured workers. And so citizens, and so I want to congratulate Ms. Kim and urge our colleagues to support this very, very positive and needed amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Kim. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment
Mr.
is
Chairman,
not
I
agreed
request
to.
a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Which number?
Amendment number 24.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Young Kim, number 24, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524. Page 92, line 10.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. I now recognize Representative Kim for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Amendment number 24 is very simple. It's a simple edit to Section 204, which established an interparliamentary working group with our Quad partners, Australia, Japan, and India, that would make the working group truly a bipartisan one. Under this section and the Senate text, senators shall be appointed by the President pro tempore after consultation with the majority and minority leaders, ensuring a bipartisan and balanced working group. However, the House side of the IPG shall be appointed by the Speaker alone, with no required consultation with the minority leader. Effective cooperation with our Indo-Pacific allies is crucial to ensuring regional stability and prosperity. This is no time to be playing politics with the makeup of this IPG, especially since politics should stop at the water's edge when we represent America abroad. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, which would insert language allowing membership to be appointed jointly by the Speaker and the House Minority Leader. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. The language that currently exists in the bill ensures that existing procedures in the House are followed for equitable nominations for interparliamentary working groups. And this language doesn't change those procedures. So Rep. Kim's amendment, in my opinion, is not necessary, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Chairman, point of clarification, may I?
Who seeks recognition?
Ms. Kim.
Your time has expired. Someone has to yield to you.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Smith.
I appreciate it. I yield to my good friend, Young King.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. As I mentioned, the Senate text that we adopted is clearly asking for the appointment to be made by both the majority and the minority leaders, but the House side of the IPG, it says it will be appointed by the Speaker alone. There is no consultation, nor do I see in the language asking for consultation with the minority leaders. So this amendment, in my view, is necessary to make that clear clarification.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I will yield.
The reason why it's not necessary on the House side, because it's in the House rules. I yield back. Mr. Smith, you reclaiming your time?
I reclaim my time and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Kim. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And
Mr.
without
Chairman, I
objection,
request a recorded vote.
a roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceeding, the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time. It's amendment number 52.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Young Kim, number 52, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and I recognize Representative Kim for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment number 52 addresses a region that has historically been ignored by this country and much of the world. Pacific Island nations are incredibly important to the strategic interests of the United States for trade, development, diplomacy, and much more. While the EAGLE Act includes some good initiatives that strengthens our relationships with Pacific Island nations through improving public safety and fighting climate change, this bill fails to address the #1 concern of many of these nations: financing physical infrastructure development and countering PRC influence through the Belt and Road Initiative. Through leveraging its economic coercion, the PRC has forced its way into the political and civil environments of Pacific Islands nations to expand their sphere of influence and undermine American interests. The PRC will not stop at soft power. We have already seen them using their significant economic leverage over smaller Pacific Island nations to make possible naval ports and other military projects in the future. The United States must act now, which is why I'm offering an amendment to establish the Pacific Responsive Infrastructure Program. The program would authorize $10 billion for annual appropriations through 2027 from the Countering Chinese Influence Fund to provide for the construction, refurbishment, and improvement of physical infrastructure in select Pacific Island nations. The people of Pacific Island nations need our help on immediate concerns that United States assistance on local law enforcement and climate funds will not satisfy. These people need fully functioning roads, hospitals, government buildings, energy grids, and schools. That is priority #1, and the PRS is dangerously close to closing the gap with us on addressing these concerns. To provide much-needed assistance to the Pacific Islands and to effectively counter PRC influence operations in the region, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment, but I understand the spirit in which the gentlelady offers the amendment. And I share in her focus and concern to make sure that we are supporting infrastructure in the Pacific states. I think that is tremendously important. My review of the amendment, though, and where I have problems, is that, #1, it seems that we would be pulling funds away from one thing to put to the other. In other words, it pulls funds from the Countering Chinese Influence Fund for projects, I believe, that may not necessarily have anything to do with countering China. So that's why I say I think that it robs Peter to pay Paul and we need to be focused on for projects that could have some actual impact on countering the Chinese influence. But that being said, look, I really understand and respect where the gentle lady is coming from and her focus on the Pacific states. And I want to say that I would be happy to work with you to see how we can get a separate measure to support infrastructure in these specific states, because I concur that it's really important, but I just don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul on this one. So I oppose. I yield back. Who seeks to be recognized? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Kim. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed.
Hey.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Actually,
I have an
Mr.
amendment
Smith?
at the desk.
trouble making Jerry
Amendment number 18.
votes also.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Smith, number 18, amendment to H.R. 3524. At the appropriate place.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And Representative Smith is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at a 2018 Congressional Executive China Commission hearing that I co-chaired with Senator Marco Rubio, Miriam Turson recounted her ordeal of torture, sexual abuse, and detention in one of China's mass internment camps in Xinjiang. She absolutely broke down, crying, weeping before the committee, telling us that she pleaded with God to end her life. Her Chinese jailers restrained her on the table, increased the electrical currents coursing through her body, and mocked her belief in God. She was tortured simply for being an ethnic Uyghur and a Muslim in the People's Republic of China. There have been numerous reports of mass rape, particularly in the detention centers, so-called, they're gulags, and we've also seen other horrible crimes against women being committed with impunity by the People's Republic of China. As I think members know, since 1979, the Chinese Communist Party has abused all Chinese women, including Han Chinese, with draconian anti-child, anti-women forced abortion policies as part of their child limitation policy. They have used it as genocide against the Tibetans. They have used it as genocide now with unbelievably horrible consequences against the Uyghurs. I'd point out to my colleagues that the Associated Press did a full year ago a very, very extensive investigation. And the headline was, China cuts Uyghur births with IUDs, abortion, and sterilization. And it said in pertinent part, the Chinese government is taking draconian measures to slash birth rates among Uyghurs and other minorities as part of a sweeping campaign to curb its Muslim population. While individual women have spoken out about forced birth control, the practice is far more widespread and systematic than previously known, according to the Associated Press investigation based on government statistics, state documents, and interviews with 30 ex-detainees, family members, and a former detention camp instructor. The campaign over the past 4 years in the far west region of Xinjiang is what they're calling demographic genocide. The state regularly subjects minority women to pregnancy checks, enforces IUDs, sterilization, and abortion on hundreds of thousands, the interviews and the data shows. China's foreign ministry, of course, true to form, derides the story as fabricated, saying the government treats all ethnicities equally and protects the legal rights of people. Throughout the article, there are experts who say it's genocide, full stop. That's what it is. It's genocide. And we had people saying, or it was reported by the AP, that started in 2017, throwing hundreds of thousands of people into prisons and camps for alleged signs of religious extremism, including having too many children. So they kill the babies and greatly wound the mothers. They even point out that one woman talked about how officials made Uyghur residents recite, quote, anti-terror lessons. They chanted, quote, if we have too many children, we're religious extremists. That means we go to the training centers. And of course, training centers are the gulags. There's a man, Dr. Adrian Zentz, who wrote a very, very comprehensive analysis and has pointed out how well it's working, sadly. The Uyghur population has dramatically declined by 84% in two of the largest Uyghur prefectures between 2015, as all of this started, and 2018. And again, they punished people, according to these birth control violations, by going to the training camps, by going to the gulags. I would remind my colleagues that the Convention Against Torture, the UN Convention, Article 3, Article 2, I should say, D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within a group is an act of genocide. And that they're doing it horribly in Xinjiang against these individuals. The amendment, Mr. Chairman, very simply, we're calling it the Violence Against Uyghur Women Amendment, would amend the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act at the appropriate place, and if anybody wants any questions on it, I have it here, to put in the imposition of sanctions with respect to systematic rape, coercive abortion, forced sterilization, or involuntary contraceptive implantation in the Xinjiang Autonomous Region, and then provides the same penalties that we did in that legislation, its current law, with regards to asset blocking and making visas inadmissible. I hope we can rally behind this. I know so many of these amendments have gone down, but we need to stand with these women. I have met women who have been the victims of forced abortion. As you know, Mr. Chairman, I've chaired 72 congressional hearings on human rights abuse in China, including in Xinjiang. When you meet with these women who are taken by police, thrown into abortion clinics simply because the government doesn't want them to have their children, and in this case, it is an act of genocide. I thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Smith, I agree with you. I have made it clear that this committee needs to stand firm and speak about the PRC's atrocious violations of human rights in Xinjiang. We all, I think, strongly oppose all instances of reproductive health coercion, including in China, both with regard to their three-child policy and their appalling abuses that's targeting Uyghur women. Just not too long ago, we heard from a brave survivor, I think it was last month, of an individual and the horrific things that she endured while in one of these horrific camps by the PRC government. And so I just think that we do have to stand and make sure that we protect these Uyghur women and stand up for human rights. As I've stated over and over again, that is where our values should be. I might like to point out just a small thing that this amendment presents. I believe, well, I'll leave that alone. Let me just say I support the amendment. I think I like the spirit of what you said. I can understand your passion in doing this. You have done it for a long time, and I recognize you, and I support this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Who are you again?
Burchett.
First in my heart.
Burchett. First in your heart.
Mr. Birch is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in agreement with this. I just want to say something about the sponsor of this bill. I serve with him on, I believe, one of our Africa subcommittees, and his passion is real, and he has a real love for folks. And I hope if I'm given the opportunity to be up here as long as he has, that I can express myself in that way, because it's the real deal. And we need to do what we can for these folks. Partisanship aside, the Bible talks about how we treat the least amongst us. And dadgummit, if we can't reach out to these folks, we might as well just turn the lights off. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, sponsor, and I hope that doesn't hurt your chances with your bill, brother.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Smith. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? In the opinion in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Who seeks recognition?
Chairman, I have amendment number 2 at the desk.
Mr. Smith is recognized. Amendment number 2, please distribute the amendment.
I got it.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Smith, number 2, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Part of order is reserved, and Representative Smith is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the hope of unfettered access to the Wuhan lab and all relevant data to make an informed assessment of the origins of COVID-19 remain elusive, as we all know. The gross lack of transparency has had deleterious consequences on your district and mine, our country, and the entire world. In the state of New Jersey, we have lost 26,000 people, 26,000 deaths to COVID-19. Unprecedented, and we need answers about the origin. We needed them from the very beginning to have a mitigation strategy that would be more effective. We never got it. The malign influence of the People's Republic of China, particularly Xi Jinping, on the WHO. They passed on wrongful information, and it was passed on to the rest of the world, and that needs to be rectified at least someday, and hopefully soon. As you all know, my colleagues, international scientists and investigators have continued to be denied access. The WHO has been mal-affected by China's malign influence. The Biden administration's investigation, I think, is important, and my hope is that they will uncover some and hopefully all of the facts. But I think we need a number of mutually reinforcing efforts to get to the bottom of this. And knowing that Xi Jinping and his government systematically failed to be truthful and transparent, I am proposing another means by which we may not only gain information, but also to provide relief to those, the loved ones of those who died, and others who have suffered economic loss. The amendment waives the Foreign Immunities Act to legally empower U.S. citizens to sue the government of China for monetary damages for personal injury and death or damage to or loss of property occurring in the United States as a result of a willful or grossly negligent misrepresentation of information to the WHO. This amendment and a bill that I had introduced in April of last year, it never got any action, and I think it's justice delayed is justice denied. Remember how long it took all of us to get JASTA passed, the Justice Against the Sponsors of Terrorism Act? That took many years. It was a total bipartisan effort. In the end, Senator Cornyn and Senator Schumer joined forces and got the legislation across the finish line. And now Saudi Arabia is defending itself in court. A number of people are part of that class action suit of 9/11 survivors, loved ones, husbands, wives, children. And one thing we will get out of this, maybe we never get damages paid to those individuals who have suffered so much, but we get discovery. We get the opportunity in court to ask those probing questions and hopefully to get answers from that. At the very least, China will have to defend itself in a way that they're not used to, and that is in a way where there's a adversarial, and I would say a benign adversarial. We want the truth. This isn't about bashing China. It's about getting the truth about what happened and who were involved. I remember in the early days, I spoke out frequently that the whistleblowers in the PRC, the doctors, Dr. Lee, for example, who was absolutely suppressed by the Chinese government when he came forward about this. And you know, they spun a tale, which is picked up by everyone in the international community for several months, including the World Health Organization. And you know, they wittingly or unwittingly passed on information that was false. But again, we need to learn from this, and I do hope that we can get this passed today.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Unfortunately, I have to oppose this amendment. I've said many times that I fully support the President's investigation to the origins of COVID. And when we get the results of that investigation, we'll look at the appropriate accountability. In my opinion, this amendment does not do it. I believe it would seriously erode the international law concept of sovereign immunity, of which the United States, because of its global footprint, is the single biggest beneficiary. So if this amendment were adopted, China would not show up in a U.S. court, and U.S. citizens would likely never recover a dime in damages. Let me tell you what I think would happen. The Chinese, the Russians, the Iranians, they would all point to this law as a way to say that the United States should be hauled into courts all around the globe for spurious reasons. I believe that then harms U.S. interests. It would harm the international order, and it would do nothing to promote accountability for the COVID pandemic. But I strongly support holding China accountable for its actions, but I think that this amendment would end up making things worse and not better. So unfortunately, I have to oppose this amendment and yield back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Smith. We're going to take a voice vote. All members unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, amendment number 13.
Mr. Smith, clerk, please distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Smith, number 13, amendment to H.R. 3524. At the appropriate
Without
place-
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And Representative Smith is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've heard during this debate that the Eagle Act focuses on supporting our allies and our partners, but it leaves out one of this committee's most powerful tools to do so. Foreign military financing is the core of the United States security assistance. These authorities have never been more critical as U.S. allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific face more and more territorial aggression from the People's Republic of China. Moreover, FMF is in this committee's sole jurisdiction. Leaving it out of the bill is not only a major policy oversight, but it risks encroachment into Foreign Affairs Committee jurisdiction, something that both sides of the aisle should want to prevent. This amendment simply reinserts the FMF provision that was dropped from the Senate bill. It's a common sense bipartisan provision. It fixes a major hole in the EAGLE Act and, again, protects this committee's jurisdiction. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself. I must admit that I, in principle, believe that this should be a priority to look at security assistance in the region. My only problem is that it is written in operationally, I think it may be unworkable. The amendment is worded as a mandatory add-on to whatever funds Congress appropriates for the FMF globally each year, which is, I think it's impossible to enact in an authorization bill. Moreover, the amendment directs which defense cooperation activities would be funded, overriding the ability of the Defense Department to determine how defense cooperation with Asian allies is carried out. So basically, though I agree with the spirit of the bill, I am opposed to this amendment because it, in my opinion, is unworkable. But I do think, as I've indicated, that this amendment and the topic within the amendment has merit, and I look forward to working with you, Mr. Smith, and figuring out how we can support and work a path forward somehow with the appropriators. I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on amendment offered by Mr. Smith, and we're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Perry, what's the number?
Actually, I've got three, Mr. Chairman, in order: 205, 195, and 191.
Let's do one at a time. What's the first one?
205, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, to distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry number 205, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The main purpose of the Taiwan Plus Act is to deter the Chinese Communist Party from considering the invasion of Taiwan. The CCP's increasingly bellicose attitudes towards Taiwan, which includes repeated violation of Taiwan's sovereignty, underscores China's intention to diminish the notion of Taiwan and its reputation as a free society. In response to this imminent threat, the Taiwan Plus Act would raise certain value thresholds for arms sales to Taiwan before the President would have to notify Congress. For example, right now, sales involving major defense weapons valued at $14 million or more would need to go to Congress for approval. Taiwan Plus raises the threshold from $14 million to $25 million for all major defense weapons sales to Taiwan. The bill would also raise the threshold from $50 million to $100 million for the sale of all defense articles and services to Taiwan. Furthermore, Taiwan Plus would cut down on the notification time that the President would need to provide Congress for the sales that exceed these new thresholds from 30 days to 15 days. Other than NATO, there are 5 other countries, the so-called NATO Plus group, that enjoy the same privileges. They are Australia, South Korea, Japan, New Zealand, and of course, Israel. In light of what's happening in Hong Kong and what's also happening in Xinjiang and Tibet, Taiwan Plus would move the U.S. further away from strategic ambiguity towards strategic clarity with respect to Taiwan. We cannot allow the CCP to believe that they will be able to compromise the sovereignty of Taiwan, which has major implications for the security of the Indo-Pacific region and our national security interest. We need to raise the cost that China would incur by infringing on Taiwan's sovereignty. That's the essence of deterrence, and moving forward, we need to ensure that deterrence is maintained. This bill is extremely similar in scope to the U.S.-Jordan Defense Cooperation Act, which passed both chambers by voice, was signed into law by President Obama. It gave Jordan temporary NATO plus status for 3 years that expired in 2019. I'm hoping this amendment, intending to support a key U.S. ally and friend, will earn the same level of bipartisan support. Now, some may argue, without any basis, that this bill is purely symbolic. Others argue that it does too much and may somehow invite an opportunity for the CCP to miscalculate and start a war in the Indo-Pacific. Over the 3 months since I introduced the Taiwan Plus, I've heard all kinds of excuses from across the spectrum, but to place my colleagues' mind at ease, if this bill is merely symbolic, that's still certainly critical and important. When it comes to Taiwan, symbolism is oftentimes policy. It's important that we stand up for Taiwan's security interest and demonstrate that we're deeply invested in Taiwan's physical security. Taiwan Plus moves us away from an anachronistic policy of strategic ambiguity towards clarity. For those who claim this bill may cause China to miscalculate, do we miscalculate when China invades Taiwan ADIZ every single day, or when they wantonly attack fishing vessels in the South China Sea? The answer, of course, is no, and there's no reason that China would do that either. I urge my colleagues to take a definitive stance here and support this amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now yield time to myself, 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. This would result in a significant change in the U.S. foreign policy on Taiwan. All NATO plus countries have treaty commitments with the United States on mutual defense. Adding Taiwan would result in a major change to our defense commitment. Further, for arms export controls purposes, NATO and NATO plus countries have an expedited fast-track process. There is no need for this for Taiwan because it already gets this from the United States. And so for all of these reasons, I oppose this amendment, which at the 11th hour would have a far-fetching foreign policy implications for the United States without any consultation with the executive branch. And, you know, I support the Biden administration's approach to Taiwan and see no reason to constrain their ability to navigate a difficult and delicate balance on the Taiwan Strait. This would possibly, in my opinion, endanger Taiwan and would make a crisis even more likely. So I oppose, I yield back my time. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Mass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to understand your comments correctly. Did you say that this would constitute a major change in policy with Taiwan, but did you also say that they already received these benefits through a different part of the process?
Through the United States itself. We have an agreement with them directly.
So how is it to yield back and forth, or to have a colloquy so we don't have to yield back and forth, if that's fine? How does it constitute a major change in policy if it's a benefit that they already get?
Because for further arms controls, the purposes for NATO and NATO plus countries, and that's trying to give them that status, but in essence, they already have that status as far as directly with us.
So symbolically, you would say it, I guess it doesn't because we're offering them similar benefits, but literally it would put them in a different lane. Would that be understanding your argument correctly?
Yeah, I think that symbolic change, you know, will or could possibly create further damage to Taiwan in the delicate situation because it would probably just annoy China and cause it to have maybe even more aggression with Taiwan, so there would be no benefit.
I thank you for clarifying with me, Mr. Chairman. I will yield the balance of my time to my colleague, Mr. Perry.
I thank him, a gentleman from Florida, and I appreciate the chairman's perspective. I would say that in talking to the government of Taiwan, they are excited about the proposition of the Taiwan Plus Act. They are in favor of it, and the fact that it might, maybe I'm not picking the right word here, Mr. Chairman, irritate China, quite honestly, should not be a reason why we don't stick up for our allies' defense. And with, I suspect that the people of Taiwan, the government of Taiwan, the free citizens in that country are irritated or nonplussed by the daily, weekly incursions into their sovereignty, whether it's their airspace or around their coastal waters by the Communist Party of China. And they only seek to defend themselves, and they seek to have expedited approval, as is concomitant with other NATO plus countries in the event that they should need it, as a signal, as a rightful signal to the Communist Party of China that the United States is prepared to stand with our ally and against totalitarianism and against the bellicose whims of the Communist Party. But with that, I respect your opinion, and I yield the balance.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Any further requests for recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. Members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who requests? Mr. Perry?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, 1905 is the amendment number.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry number 195, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved, and Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I do thank the chairman. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are willing to appropriate $250 million of taxpayer dollars to help develop critical infrastructure with an emphasis on climate resiliency and sustainable development. In other words, this bill would use disproven climate arguments to justify creating jobs outside of the United States at the expense of the American taxpayer, and I'll elaborate. The arguments made by this bill are undergirded by the assumption that sea level rise in the Pacific Islands, especially in countries like Tavula, I think I'm getting that right, will submerge these countries and cause displacement. It's simply not true. Here are the facts. It is true that sea level rise around Tuvalu, I don't know if I'm getting that right or not, has been rising at twice the global average. However, during the last 4 decades, this island has actually seen its total land area increase by nearly 3%. I know that's counterintuitive, but it's absolutely true. It's true that sea level rise erodes and reduces sea land area, but the same phenomena also ensures additional sand washes up on low-lying shores. A 2018 Nature study indicates that the islands can persist as sites for habitation over at least the next century. What is true for this island is also true for Kiribati and the Marshall Islands, and even South Vietnam, another area that is supposed to lose land. Leftist ideologies have long since argued that the submersion of these areas is increment due to sea level rise. However, the process of natural accretion is helping these countries gain land at a significantly faster rate than they lose land. In light of that fact, It seems rather foolish that we would appropriate hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars to a cause that's not always based on the facts. This is the consequence of climate change alarmism, plain and simple. It compels us to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, perhaps hundreds of billions of dollars of our grandchildren's money to protect against commonly disseminated climate arguments that don't always showcase the entire story. That doesn't mean we shouldn't engage with our valued Pacific Island partners. We absolutely should, but we must be wary of pursuing policies that could have deleterious and non-productive impacts on their countries. As partners, they deserve the courtesy and consideration, and they deserve to work with us on an equal footing. In other areas of the bill, the U.S. is encouraged to use its voice, vote, and influence to support the development of climate-resilient infrastructure projects in the Pacific Islands. Again, I urge my colleagues to reject this without additional assessment into the natural phenomena that are actually occurring in the region. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself. I'll try to be brief. I oppose this amendment. And I think, Mr. Perry, this is another attempt to strike any mention of climate change or call for climate action from the Eagle Act. And for this reason, I oppose it, and I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All who are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Perry, Amendment 191.
Clerk to distribute the amendment. Clerk should report the amendment.
Perry, number 191, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Title VI is what turns this bill from an unpalatable to unworthy of consideration before the House of Representatives. It takes the worst aspects of the gospel of climate alarmism and uses fear to justify literally untold amounts of spending. Let's start with the Global Climate Change Resilience Strategy, a 10-year strategy aimed, as the bill tells us, to mitigate the impacts of climate change on displacement and humanitarian emergencies. To be clear, this resilience strategy is based on several false or misleading assumptions. No credible scientific body has ever said that climate change threatens the collapse of humanity or even that it would be the direct cause of displacement, an argument commonly utilized by the far-left environmentalists. On this matter, even the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change agrees with my assessment. Every challenge, including climate change, needs to be placed in the proper context, without embellishment and with full fidelity to the facts. This bill calls for uncapped spending to carry out a strategy based on facts but not ideology. Worse yet, the strategy includes the prioritization of foreign aid for international climate resilience, no doubt to fund green infrastructure development for other countries. The American people should not be asked to pay untold amounts of money for a poorly designed strategy. The infusion of $8 billion tax dollars to the Green Climate Fund, which would be used in part to subsidize the regime of the Chinese Communist Party as a slap in the face to decent, patriotic, hardworking Americans who do not want to throw away our newly gained energy independence from the Middle East in exchange for energy dependence on the People's Republic of China. Infusion of funds to the Global Climate Fund is also just plain bad policy. The fund creates energy market distortions by issuing subsidies for energy technologies that are approved by the fund's board. Taxpayer dollars under this act would go to support just about every type of renewable energy resource, but not 1 cent of it would go to reliable base load, including coal, which is what developing countries need and want the most. The GCF is also rife with fraud and corruption, with Transparency International noting that the top recipients of aid from the Green Climate Fund engage in actions like directly siphoning funds, awarding project contracts to allies, and using fraudulent carbon offset data. In other words, the infusion of funds into the GCF is questionable at best, but we're supposed to apportion $8 billion to that end. That seems like a recipe for disaster, and it incentivizes actors engaged in fraud and corruption to continue in those activities, as they will be clearly rewarded by the administration. Section 607, which addresses international climate change mitigation, adaptation, and security, authorizes the appropriation of $2 billion in 2022 and $2 billion in every succeeding fiscal year into perpetuity. I mean, think about that. $2 billion every single year to disrupt the sovereignty of developing countries by denying them the opportunity, as the Green Climate Fund does so well, to develop economically by using inexpensive, readily available resources, including coal. It also makes it the policy of the United States to help develop the green infrastructure of developing countries. From the top down, it's evident that this title received next to no consultation, and that this bill's climate provisions are simply the wish list of the CCP apologists, like the Natural Resources Defense Council. For responsible environmental policy, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to go back to the drawing board on this one and try again and support this amendment, and I yield the ballot.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I started to just say what I said at the last one, that this amendment is just another attempt to strike any mention of climate change or call for climate action from the Eagle Act itself. But I will also say, you know, if we don't promote clean energy future for the United States, which is, in my estimation, absolutely integral to competing with China across the globe, the devastation would be to drive the United States' economic growth, that we could create thousands of good-paying U.S. jobs. To me, it's also about jobs. And if we don't compete, we won't create the jobs that we see that is really the direction to move for the future in employment. So I would hope, you know, that at some point we probably could get to some bipartisan bills if my colleagues and my friends on the other side of the aisle would just admit that we needed to compete and mention climate change and talk about maybe even use the word environment. We could get a little further along, you know. So maybe we can work on that, Mr. Perry. I yield back. Anyone seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to committee rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
I believe it's Mr. Mast now. Mr. Perry, you done? All right, Mr. Mast requests recognition. Number 75, please, Chairman.
Hold on. I'll do that after that. No, we'll do it after. Please, clerk, distribute the amendment. Give me Clerk, please submit the amendment.
Mass number 75, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And I recognize Representative Perry for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
You mean Mr. Mast?
Mass, excuse me.
It's all right.
I've gotten so used, you know.
I get mixed up all the time.
I've got better hair.
Mr. Mass is recognized in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this particular amendment is all about a transfer of function, and a transfer of function specifically for the Bureau of Industry and Security at the Department of Commerce, and to move that over to Department of State. And here's why this makes very important sense. Defense hardware is already in the purview of state. Dual-use technology that exists out there should also be in that purview of the Department of State. The Commerce Department has a contrary mission that I think makes it difficult for them to protect national security. Commerce Department's mission is to promote exports, but the mission of export controls is to protect national security, possibly not promoting exports. BIS has demonstrated an inability, in my opinion, to fulfill key components of the Export Control Reform Act of 2018, and BIS has effectively been captured by the U.S. tech industry that puts profits and stock prices above U.S. national security. For these reasons, I believe that BIS should be moved to State Department in order to ensure our export controls protect our national security and foreign policy interests at the same time, and that would be why it would be so prudent in this piece of legislation. And Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields the balance of his time. I now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. This amendment seeks to transfer the Commerce Department's Bureau of Industry and Security to the State Department. We know that BIS administers export controls, and treating this amendment for a moment with more seriousness than it deserves, a transfer of a bureau from one department to another is in effect a reorganizational plan, which in congressional procedure is in the jurisdiction of the Oversight Committee. It cannot be done in an amendment to a China bill, and I don't believe it should. The export control system, as we modernized it in 2018, is an interagency process with Commerce, DOD, State, DHS, and Energy all playing defined roles. Decisions on export licenses and export licensing policy are intra-agency decisions, which DOD and State review, and I agree with. There's, in my opinion, simply, there's no reason to even consider moving this bureau to state. I heard the gentleman, but I just don't see where it makes, I'm not compelled by his rationale to move it, and so therefore I oppose. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCall.
Let me just say, I think this is a very timely and interesting idea that I've been looking at, for a while. I remember talking to Secretary Wilbur Ross, Secretary Pompeo about this issue. When I prosecuted the Johnny Chung case back in the day, the Secretary of Commerce was heavily lobbied by the CCP because they wanted aerospace technology. And guess what? They got it. It was dual-use technology. And Commerce is always going to err on the side of, commercialization in industry, whereas I think state's going to look at it from more of a national security standpoint. And I do think, without getting into classified setting, we have exported quite a bit of our technology to China, and I think it's blown back on us. And so with that, I yield back.
Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Mass. We're going to take a vote by voice. Members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to committee rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mass seeks recognition. I have an amendment at the desk, number 43.
Clerk to distribute the amendment.
I got 2 more here and then a couple more later. Because we're going in blocks of 3. Because we're going in blocks.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Mr. Chair, to clarify, we're on mass number 43?
Correct.
Thank
Correct.
you. Mass number 43, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved, and I recognize Mr. Mass for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The nature of this amendment is this. Loopholes. Just because the law says you cannot sell something, that doesn't mean that you cannot give it away. And one of the biggest commodities that exists today that is being given away through loophole is personal sensitive information, data, the commodity of data. It's one of the most valuable assets that a country or a company, for that matter, can have. Ongoing data collection of Americans' personal and proprietary information by companies connected to the Chinese Communist Party is a clear threat to our national security and the personal safety and privacy and security of our citizens. The Trump administration, as a result, targeted companies like TikTok about this exact risk. But legal roadblocks handicapped the U.S. government and gave the CCP company a victory in our legal system. Now, the Biden administration has issued an EO to look into this issue. The reason to not support this amendment, I cannot think of any. I think it's this simple. If CFIUS can block a CCP company from buying sensitive American data, then the U.S. government should be able to, in turn, restrict the transfer of that same data to a CCP company if they're doing it for free. Let's go over that one more time. If we believe that it's wrong that they sell the personal data of the citizens of our country, then let's also agree that it's wrong that these Chinese companies, through exploiting a loophole, be able to give it away. And that is the nature of this amendment, to try to prevent them exploiting that loophole. And in that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields his time. I now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. You know, Mr. McCall's and the team proposed this provision to us during negotiations on this bill. And I have concerns about further expanding the president's already expansive powers under IEPA. That said, I do agree with the gentleman in that there are real concerns about the Chinese government obtaining sensitive personal data of Americans. But I do believe that we need to act carefully, not to carelessly delegate our authority to the executive branch and allow the president to make economic and trade policy that is properly our role here in Congress under the Constitution. You know, I'm constantly trying to get back and make sure that as the Constitution gives the legislative branch certain powers, that we retain that. And I know over the years since I've been in Congress, a lot of authorities, you know, the executive will try to take it, and if they can't take it, they'll take it and keep it, and we don't do what the Constitution calls on us to do. So For that reason, I oppose this administration. But, you know, I for once, I really think, Mr. Mass, there's something that maybe we can agree upon. And I think that there should be and there could be a bipartisan solution to this, because I do think that it's important. So I want to work with you on that.
I look forward to working with the chairman.
And I yield back. Any further requests to speak? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Mass. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
without objection,
I do request a recorded vote. Thank you.
roll call vote is requested pursuant to committee rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Mass seeks recognition. I have an amendment at the desk, number 28.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. I'm going to take a minute to the minute.
Yeah.
Thank you. Not to me. What is the walk-on song?
Y'all look pretty boring,
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Mass number 28, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. And I recognize Representative Mass for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment really could be boiled down to being about side agreements. And here's how we get to the place of side agreements. I'll start with just what the act is specifically. It's a sense of Congress that pursuant to Section 135 of the Atomic Energy Act of 1954, 42 U.S.C. 2160E, as added by Section 2 of the Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act of 2015, Public Law 114-17. President shall, not later than 5 calendar days after reaching an agreement with Iran relating to the nuclear program of Iran, including any agreement which results from negotiations ongoing as of June 29, 2021, transmit to Congress the agreement, including all related materials and annexes. Now, why this is really about side agreements as well, if you go back to what happened with the original Iran nuclear agreement, everybody remembers the side agreements that nobody was able to be privy to that were negotiated between the IAEA and Iran, specific to inspection and enforcement. The Obama administration agreed to the Iran nuclear deal, and Obama took it in good faith, expected the rest of us to take in good faith without being able to review, or Congress being able to review those things. So again, this states that the administration has a statutory obligation to provide any nuclear agreement with Iran to Congress for review pursuant to INARA. This is intended to counter arguments that rejoining the JCPOA does not require resubmission to Congress pursuant to INARA, and also that we be privy to anything that might be constituted a side agreement as we were duped into, as Congress was duped into previously. A couple of other peripheral points to what's going on with this. We take it as a presumptive that for months, U.S. negotiators under the Biden administration have been participating in discussions in Vienna regarding rejoining the Iran nuclear agreement, or the JCPOA. Congress has to speak with a united voice to assert that under the Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act, the administration must provide Congress an opportunity to review and assess this deal. That has to happen. INARA was enacted with strong bipartisan support to ensure congressional oversight of U.S. policy regarding Iran's nuclear program. One of the biggest things that is bipartisanly cared about, I believe, on this committee, Iran's nuclear program. I truly believe that of both sides. And that law requires the president to submit to Congress, again, within 5 days, any nuclear agreement reached and the materials related therein. It's also important to speak about this. In the past years, Iran has committed numerous violations of the agreement, including the stockpile of enriched uranium, approximately 16 times beyond the allowed limit. Iran began enriching uranium to 60% purity, and Iran's number of installed centrifuges and locations for nuclear work all exceed the JCPOA mandated limits. And the point of giving these statements of fact is that to think that the U.S. is just going to jump into what was previously negotiated, given all of these things that have happened in the past, would be a serious liability, a serious act of negligence for the United States of America. In my opinion, to get into it at all would be a serious act of negligence, but in trying to make sure that we combat some of the anticipated problems, that's what this is about, making sure we get to see those side agreements, making sure that we get to see what is being negotiated as it relates to Iran's nuclear program. And in that, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes, which I'm not going to take. I oppose this amendment, primarily because it has nothing to do with China or anything in the underlying bill. This important bill that we're doing on China is not the means by which to modify an entirely separate and unconnected bipartisan piece of legislation. So based on the grounds of germaneness and irrelevance to the underlying bill, I oppose this amendment and encourage all my colleagues to do so, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
And, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to commend Congressman Mast. Indeed, this has been a bipartisan concern about the Iran nuclear deal. We know that both parties have the highest respect. Senator Joe Lieberman pointed out the flaws, the irresponsibility, the danger to families of the world of having such an agreement. And then the former chairman of this committee, Eliot Engel, was an opponent of the Iran deal. And there's such a good reason to be an opponent, and that is that we cannot put faith in the regime in Tehran except to understand that when they chant death to America, death to Israel, they mean it in English. And so it's very clear. And these are the people that we would be relying on, and Congressman Mast has correctly pointed out that they have not followed through and to have the enriched uranium that they've already produced. But it's always been clear to me that they have total bad faith, no good faith, because they've never stopped their development of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Their missile development could only be for one purpose, Mr. Chairman, and that would be to provide for the capability of delivering a nuclear warhead to North America. They're not going to deliver a conventional warhead. Every effort that's being made, and it's somewhat in complicity, of course, with the DPRK, the North Korea, working very likely, sadly, with the Chinese Communist Party. So there is a direct relationship. But the American people are at risk by having such an agreement, and just thank goodness for the monitoring that we have by our very valued ally, Israel. And they're monitoring the rocket development and keeping the American people, I hope, informed, keeping the people of the world informed of what a danger this is. And so I want to congratulate Congressman Mast for being ahead of the curve and how important this is. And I urge support of the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no
Mr.
further.
Chair, Kathy
Yeah.
Manning, I seek recognition.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
5 minutes.
I appreciate the issues that Mr. Mast has raised. I, too, am very concerned about Iran's behavior and its increased enrichment, and frankly, its malign behavior around the world. However, I agree with the chairman that this motion is not germane to this whole bill, which is about China, and therefore I request my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Mast. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection,
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request a recorded vote.
roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Now, 9 amendments to this bill were distributed to members in advance, and I understand members are prepared to voice vote them. Without objection, the 9 amendments we will consider in block are Bar 2, the NATO CCP policy, Shabbat 15, tech and industrial base, Shabbat 22, press freedom and PRC, Shabbat 23, censorship of political speech, Meyer 21, Hong Kong export controls, Muser 7, ARP oversight, Tenney 1, human rights report, Tenney 6, vaccine branding, and Burchett 89, Taiwan Arctic Council. At this time, I recognize myself to speak on the en bloc. I rise in support of this en bloc. As we've discussed, there are areas of agreement across the aisle on shared priorities when it comes to China, such as human rights, foreign assistance, and empowering our friends. Amendments included in this en bloc seek to address press freedom, pushing back against censorship, and supporting Hong Kong democracy. It is increasingly evident that the one country, two systems principle is dead given China's horrific abrogation of law, autonomy, and human rights in Hong Kong. And there should be no doubt the Chinese government's curtailing of press freedom is unacceptable, including its repression of journalists and media outlets and its censorship of satire and other political speech, and it must stop. Another shared priority is supporting foreign assistance as a key foreign policy tool, with amendments included on branding and oversight of our investments. The $10 billion provided in the American Rescue Plan by this committee is tackling COVID-19 head-on by responding to the immediate crises while also ensuring we don't backslide on the remarkable development progress that the United States has made over the years. That assistance is and will continue to be branded safely and appropriately to demonstrate the generosity of the American people. And we all know and acknowledge the need to support our friends, such as Taiwan, in its inclusion in the Arctic Council, and our fellow NATO members is tackling the China challenge. So with that understanding, and in the interest of time, I support this en bloc, and I yield to the ranking member, Mr. McCaw.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I guess we are having some bipartisanship here today, and I do support the en bloc amendment that consists of 9 Republican amendments, and I also want to congratulate Mr. Burchett, the gentleman from Tennessee, on his major victory here this evening, and I yield back.
Do any other members wish to speak on the en bloc? Ms. Tenney is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, the Ranking Member. This amendment, I'm talking about the vaccine branding amendment. I appreciate the bipartisanship and being able to include this in the en bloc group. This amendment would ensure that every vaccine donated, procured, or financed by the United States will be branded with the American flag. The U.S. is by far the largest donor to support efforts to combat COVID-19 around the world. This includes billions of dollars to finance, procure, and distribute vaccines globally. Too many people, both here and at home and abroad, are not aware of our nation's overwhelming generosity, but we cannot neglect our public diplomacy efforts because our adversaries are fully engaged. The CCP is accelerating its vaccine diplomacy efforts, leveraging the global pandemic it caused for economic, political, and strategic gain. Their flag is emblazoned on everything they provide. The American people deserve credit for their generosity, and those we help should know that the life-saving vaccines they're taking came from the most generous nation on earth, the United States. We must ensure that every vaccine we distribute is clearly branded with the American flag. It is not just the right thing to do. It is a national security imperative and a strategic necessity. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for this great bipartisan moment in our committee, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I forgot to mention this account. This is a huge issue. We talk about vaccine diplomacy, and we've seen across the globe, the Chairman and I, the Chinese coming in to influence in the African continent, Latin American, and if we give our vaccine, which is superior, to these countries and they don't even know where it's coming from, and to your point, the generosity of the American people, I passed the branding bill last Congress, and I think it's very important that foreign nations where we know Russia and China are trying to influence, that they know when we step up to the plate and we're a very generous nation, that they know it's coming from the United States of America. So I congratulate you on this. Yeah, and I'll yield back to you.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Does the gentlelady yield back?
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Wilson, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
And Mr. Chairman, as we're getting to this vote, which is really very positive, I was pleasantly surprised to see recognition of Congressman Burchett. But actually, I noticed that actually Congresswoman Tenney was not given proper recognition. And so, but she got 2, okay? And then to find out how significant, indeed, the identification of the vaccines with the U.S. flag, how meaningful that is. And so not only did she have 2 amendments, but substantive too. So I want to congratulate everyone on their working together, and to have the member from New York 22 do so well. We're all very pleased. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I don't know, Mr. Burchett's name was mentioned, and generally he wants to reply anytime he hears his name. Mr. Burchett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all those accolades, and I can assure you they are well earned. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the amendment that I'd sponsored, it would make it a U.S. policy to push for Taiwan to be given observer status in the Arctic Council. I want to thank you for the support of this. As you probably well know, they are 900 miles, China, is from 900 miles from the Arctic Circle to their most northerly point. That's like if I drive from Knoxville, Tennessee to Austin, Texas. The ranking member understands that. Being from Texas, me being from Tennessee, they would not exist if it wasn't for the good graces of my state. And, but.
If it wasn't for Tennessee, there wouldn't be a Texas, is what
I believe that was my point.
Gentlemen, yield.
Remember. But anyway, maybe I didn't make that clear. Davy Crockett said, see, y'all can all go to hell. As for me, I'm going to Texas. Look what happened.
Smart man.
He goes to the dadgum Alamo, gets killed, but he did get a good Disney series made out of it, though. So, you know, it's kind of a trade-off. But anyway, I really do appreciate this. We've determined the distance from the Arctic Circle doesn't matter for observer status, but additionally, Taiwan is home to shipping companies that sell worldwide. And with a new Arctic shipping route possible, I think it's only right that Taiwan be afforded some of the same courtesies that we've afforded China. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, and I appreciate the kind words, brother. Thank you.
Gentlemen, Mr. Who seeks time? Representative Meyer, is he on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. I'm proud to support this en bloc, which includes my amendment number 21. In the past few years, we've seen China aggressively encroach on Hong Kong's autonomy, including most recently by forcing through its national security law to empower the People's Republic of China to crack down on vaguely worded political crimes like subversion within Hong Kong. These recent developments make my amendment all the more timely and necessary. It would require a report on how China exploits Hong Kong's special legal status to circumvent U.S. laws and protections. This includes how the PRC uses Hong Kong to evade U.S. export controls, customs duties, and sanctions, and even conduct espionage and influence operations. This amendment mirrors a bipartisan bill introduced in the Senate by Senators Ted Cruz and Ed Markey. With China's infringement on Hong Kong becoming more flagrant by the day, it's critical that we have a clear understanding of how China abuses not only Hong Kong's system, but also our own. That way, we can better hold China accountable while improving our own laws to better address these abuses. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge passage of the en bloc, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further seeking for recognition? Anyone else seeking recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, we're going to take a vote by voice on the en bloc package. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the amendment is, the en bloc package is agreed to. Who seek recognition? Mr. Burchett.
Mr. Chairman, I read my notes here. I have an amendment on the desk, Mr. Chairman. It is amendment number, I'll trust your judgment. Amendment number 78, I believe. Is that correct?
Number 78, the clerk shall distribute the amendment.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
No need to, Mr. Burchett.
My lackluster staff is just letting me down over here. Just kidding, dude.
Clerk, report the amendment.
Burchett, number 78, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. I now recognize Representative Burchett for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As y'all know, the FCC has labeled Huawei a national security threat. In addition, Huawei is designated as a Chinese Communist Party military company by the Biden administration. It essentially acts as a telecommunications surveillance program for the Chinese Communist Party. And under the Chinese Constitution, it would have to hand over sensitive data to its communist overlords, even if it had the best of intentions. And also, did I mention that its founder, Ron Xingfei, is a Chinese Communist Party member? These are clear reasons that Huawei should be on the entity list, and that means that Huawei would continue to be prevented from buying or using U.S. technology like semiconductor chips and other equipment. During the confirmation hearing, Senator Raimondo refused to commit to keeping Huawei on the entity list, and the White House failed on 2 separate occasions to clear up the confusion. Although it appears the administration does not plan to remove Huawei from the entity list, Congress should be able to have a say in this decision. This amendment would prohibit the removal of Huawei without an act of Congress, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Burchett, let me first ask you a genuine question. Why do you believe that the committee of referral would be financial service and not the House Foreign Affairs?
Restate that one more time, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
So, in the amendment, it says in the introductions that it shall be, says in a joint resolution of approval in the House of Representatives may be introduced by the Speaker or the Minority Leader and shall be referred to the Committee on Financial Services. So my question is, why is it going to be referred to the Committee on Financial Services as opposed to the
I appreciate you spotting that for me, Mr. Chairman. That was a drafting error on somebody's part. I'll take full credit for that.
So, because, you know, I agree with you.
Yes, sir.
And I was wondering, so, you know, and I think that we can get there with you on this one. We just got the amendment, I know, yesterday, and so, and maybe even if we can hold off on that amendment, maybe there could be a conversation that we can have, and maybe we can have something agreed upon.
Okay, why don't we do that? I'm kind of getting the big head over here, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Kind of moving one of these places over to put my picture up. I was just kind of, you know.
So if we can go to your other 2 amendments and then come back.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll do that.
Mr. Burchett, the number for the next one.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment on the desk, number 19, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. Clerk to report the amendment.
Burchett, number 19, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524. Add at the end.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. I now recognize Representative Burchett for 5 minutes to support his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment actually came to me as a result of some constituent work we've had in the district. And as you all know, the Chinese Communist Party's cover-up of the COVID-19 outbreak shut down the entire world last year. As a result, the State Department has faced a variety of workplace challenges since the onset of the pandemic. Because of those challenges, and many employees being forced to work remotely, Americans have suffered directly since reopening began. Americans have faced extended delays in obtaining or renewing their passports, hindering their ability to travel internationally. In my East Tennessee office, caseworkers are overwhelmed with constituent passport inquiries and are working hard to accommodate all requests. However, the staff at the Department of State are not conveying information in a timely manner. It is unacceptable. My staff cannot update constituents regarding the current status of their passport applications. In the face of these challenges, you would think that the Biden administration should have no higher priority than to resume full staffing and add extra hours of service to clear the backlog of passport requests. Unfortunately, we learned yesterday that the administration does have higher priorities. Secretary Blinken announced he will begin the process of updating our passport procedures to offer a gender marker for non-binary, intersex, and gender non-conforming persons. But think about it. Making this major change is time-consuming. Why is the administration stoking the embers of the culture war when we have more pressing concerns? The amendment I'm offering would force the administration to immediately work through the backlog of passport requests stemming from pandemic-related closures. Every single member of this committee has constituents reaching out to them about passport-related problems. How about the administration listen to the American people? Changing the passport gender designation process involves contentious debate, but that debate is for another day. Even Democrats should be able to acknowledge that this should not be our #1 priority. That is why my amendment would prevent the department from initiating its transgender passport policies until the COVID passport backlog is cleared. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. COVID-19 placed unprecedented constraints on global travel as countries shut their borders and families isolated to prevent the spread of a deadly pathogen. This historic pandemic also forced the State Department to close our limited operations at consular and passport processing centers to keep our diplomatic workforce and the general public safe. Now, under the capable leadership of President Joe Biden, we are actually turning the corner on COVID here in the United States. So we now see a demand for passports surging among Americans itching to travel again. I know my office has been inundated with passport requests and trying to get visas, et cetera. Folks are ready to get back to some normality. And the State Department is now taking steps to increase its passport processing capacity safely and swiftly. So my staff is in touch with state and many of your offices literally every day about their progress. But this amendment is not about progress. It's, in my opinion, Mr. Burch, it's a little, somewhat an attack on Secretary Blinken's recent announcement that transgender Americans will be able to select a third gender option on their passports and won't need to provide medical documentation if their selection does not match their other documents. So because of that, I have to oppose this amendment because it presents an affront to transgender Americans. And that is it. So I oppose. Yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition?
I'd like to be recognized, Chair.
Mr. Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. First, this amendment is not only discriminatory, but it's also wrong on the facts. The backlog of passports is a result of a lack of resources, and especially a lack of resources that have been dedicated by Congress over the years for this function. And last year, I held a subcommittee hearing with the Bureau of Consular Affairs on this very topic. The Bureau is funded by fees related to international travel, and as y'all are well aware, over the past year, people are not able to travel at the same level, and Congress needs to step up and help. But even in the best of times, the budget is tight because the Bureau can only charge what it costs to perform these services, and they're forced to transfer millions of dollars to the Treasury every year. And last year, at the height of the pandemic, the Trump administration did not aggressively fight to address this issue. It seems they were content to let consular affairs fail under the weight of hundreds of millions of dollars in lost revenue. Congress and this committee stepped up and kept the lights on, but the damage will take time to recover from and will take more effort from this Congress. The long-term fiscal situation for consular affairs still needs to be improved, including by how we treat visa fees and how much money the State Department can retain. This amendment does nothing to improve or address those challenges. It simply delays treating people equally in the name of a manufactured excuse. I invite my colleagues to work with me on the underlying issue as part of my subcommittee work, but this is not how we would do it. And so I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Cicilline. For
I
reason,
move to strike the last word.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. All transgender people, including non-binary people, should have access to updated identity documents to travel, apply for jobs, and enter public places without risk of harassment or harm. Requiring medical documentation is costly, intrusive, and a barrier to equity and safety. 20 states already issue identification with an X designation. At least 16 other countries already issue passports with an X designation. And what do medical experts think? The American Medical Association, and I quote, opposes any efforts to deny an individual's right to determine their stated sex, marker, or gender identity, end quote. Multiple federal courts have held that displaying gender on identification documents while requiring medical documentation for transgender people violates equal protection. The Federal Appeals Court has also recently held that refusing to issue a passport with an X gender marker was arbitrary and capricious. According to the National Center for Trans Equality U.S. Trans Survey, nearly 1/3, 32% of respondents who have shown an ID with a name or gender that did not match their gender presentation were verbally harassed, denied benefits or service, asked to leave, or assaulted. The State Department recently announced that Americans can now select the gender they would like printed on their U.S. passport, even if the gender they select does not match the gender on their other documents, such as a birth certificate, a previous passport, or a state ID. With this change in policy from the State Department, the U.S. joins at least 10 other countries that issues passports with gender markers other than F for female or M for male, including Australia, Bangladesh, Canada, Denmark, Germany, India, Malta, Nepal, New Zealand, and Pakistan. Let us remind ourselves of a fundamental truth, that injustice against any people because of how they identify is an injustice against all people. That discrimination against any people is discrimination against all people. And so while my colleagues may not like that the State Department is following through on the President's explicit call to lead on LGBTQI rights, we will and must do so. And I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Is there any further requests for speaking time? Mr. Phillips, are you requesting time? Hearing no further, Ms. Titus? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Burchett. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. With a roll call vote is requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, a little clarification on that first amendment that I had, that I think we are, there's some difficulties with it. Will I be able to address that a little later, maybe when we come back in next week or whenever, 2 weeks from now? How are we going to work on that?
So what we can do, I mean, I think there's only one or two ways. I mean, I know what we are looking to discuss. I'd like to see if we can have agreement so that we can make sure that your expectations and my expectations will be met so that we don't have any misinterpretations in 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to make any commitments that you and I don't agree upon, so.
If I have your commitment to work with me on that, that's good enough for me. Mr.
That you
Chairman.
have.
Right
That I
on.
can
Thank you,
guarantee.
brother. I appreciate that. Yes, sir.
So. All right. So, let us have a slight recess for 2 minutes. Let me just speak to Mr. Yes.
Chairman, please count down from 5 before gaveling.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Committee back in session. I yield to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On further reference of my excellent legal staff, I need to withdraw amendment number 78, Burchett 78. Is that
Without objection.
proper? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you working with me on it, brother.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Tenney?
Tenny. Just like J.C. Penney with a T.
Tenny. It's just getting my lips are.
I know it's almost 24 hours more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 35, Tenny Amendment number 35, and I ask for its consideration.
Clerk to distribute the amendment.
Thanks, my amendment there.
Clerk, report the amendment.
Tenny number 35, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved, and I recognize Representative Tenney for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. This amendment authorizes a long overdue China Watcher program within the State Department. The program aims to monitor and combat Chinese malign influence across economic and political sectors in foreign countries. Such a program already exists informally within the department and has proven effective in assessing and monitoring U.S. policy towards China in recent years. The People's Republic of China continues to challenge U.S. interests at multiple levels and remains intertwined with our broader interests across the globe. Acknowledging that our political, economic, and security interests vis-a-vis the PRC merits greater resources, it is imperative that the State Department formalize a broad China Watcher program. Our diplomatic landscape will continue to shift due to security and budgetary conditions, but we must be prepared to counter the greatest threats we face today, specifically the People's Republic of China. The China Watcher program can serve as both an organizational model for remote diplomacy and a benchmark for success. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back her time. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And actually, I support this amendment. It is important that we understand China's malign influence across borders and sectors and to work in a coordinated way with our partners and allies to address it. The amendment augments the work of select U.S. embassies and consulates, and at the discretion of the Secretary, with dedicated China watchers, a useful staffing model to better inform and calibrate our China policy around the globe. So therefore, I support the amendment, including the additional resources it authorized to help stand up a China Watcher program. And I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Tenney. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, can I request a recorded vote? Did I hear some no's in there?
You can request one.
All right, I request a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Tenney.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment number 71 at the desk, and I ask for its consideration.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Tenny number 71, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved, and Representative Tenney is now recognized for 5 minutes to support her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. This is the Bureau of Industry and Security Licensing Agreement, otherwise known as the BIS. This amendment would make aggregate statistics on licensing information, ensuring all confidential business information is protected for the People's Republic of China companies on the entity list available to the public. When companies are placed on the BIS entity list, there is a general expectation that these companies will not be able to access U.S. technologies. Recently, the Bureau of Industry and Security provided our chairman and ranking member with licensing information for certain PRC companies on the entity list. While any confidential or identifiable information about company licenses should not be made public, withholding this information is contrary to our nation's interest. The American public has a right to understand aggregate, non-identifiable statistics on licensing decisions to provide basic transparency on how our government is weighing commercial interests against national security. For that reason, I'm offering this amendment to make this data available to the public. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
General Lady yields back her time. I now recognize myself. I also support this amendment. This amendment requires periodic reports to the House and Senate committees on any licenses that are issued for U.S. exports to Chinese companies on the Commerce Department's entity list. Aggregate data only would be reported, i.e. number of licenses. Since inclusion of the entity list essentially means that no U.S. companies may export anything to that foreign company, there aren't likely to be any licenses issued. But again, I support the amendment, and I yield back my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment of Ms. Tenney. We are going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye. 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 All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Who seeks recognition? She's done.
I'm not requesting a recorded vote. I didn't hear any no's in there.
No.
Okay.
So who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek one more amendment. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 47, and ask for its consideration.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Tenny number 47, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. Representative Tenney is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. This amendment has to deal with the Technology Control Operating Committee and decision-making. This amendment creates fairness in how decisions are made to license technology to companies on the entity list. With this, each member of the Operating Committee will get 1 vote on whether companies like Huawei should be able to use our advanced semiconductors, and the decision will be made by a majority vote. These decisions must give equal weight to our national security agencies and not give one agency whose mission is to promote exports a monopoly on decision power. I submit the amendment and yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. I recognize myself. 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. And I do see that there's much a passion about export control. But, you know, this amendment seeks to overturn, and for no apparent reason, decades of established procedure for how DOD, state, commerce, and other agencies handle the interagency decision-making on export licenses. It would specify how the Interagency Operating Committee reviews and decides export licenses where there is a difference of view among the participating agencies. It would also limit how an agency, DOD, state, or commerce, could appeal a decision to the higher level Advisory Committee for Export Policy, which is the senior adjudicatory body for export controls. The current interagency system was set up in 1995 by an executive order that sets out how export licenses are reviewed by agencies, how decisions are made, and how differences among agencies are resolved. The system works well, and DOD, state and commerce, DHS, etc., all support it. No agency is seeking a change. Therefore, I oppose this amendment. I yield back my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Tenney. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection,
I request a recorded vote, please, Mr.
a
Chairman.
roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
I don't have it. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Trying to get organized here. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Which number?
It would be number 76.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment.
This is the script, and then do you have your talking points? You just had them.
No, I don't. It's very unorganized. Sorry.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
McCall number 76, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. I now recognize the ranking member, Mr. McCall, for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's been a long day. This will be my last amendment, but I think it is important that the Department of Defense is required to identify PRC companies that are part of the People's Liberation Army. However, not every company on this DoD list is also designated on the Department of Commerce entity list, which restricts access to dual-use technology.
I can't.
A CCP military company is clearly a national security threat and should not have unrestricted access to dual-use technology. This amendment will fix that gap and shortcoming in our current policy framework. It seems to me that it would be consistent if it's on the DoD entity list as a part of the People's Liberation Army, that the Department of Commerce should also have it on its entity list, which would restrict the access to that dual-use technology. The PRC, CCP has a long history of exploiting dual-use technologies to their advantage. And so therefore, I urge my colleagues to support, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. You know, this amendment sounds limited, but it will have a big impact on U.S. exporters. It would require designation on the commerce entity list of any chance of equity list of any chance that of any Chinese firm that does business with any Chinese government ministry. This would impose an embargo on U.S. exports on these firms. The amendment also links a list maintained by the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control with the entity list. The Treasury OFAC list originally was aimed at Chinese companies that supplied their military, but in 2004, Congress amended the list, the so-called Section 1237 list, to also target any Chinese firm that sells anything to any Chinese government ministry. This amendment would stop exports to many Chinese companies simply because they sold something to the Chinese government. There are already dozens of Chinese firms on the on the Section 1237 list. This amendment would cut off U.S. exports to all of those firms and any that are added later. So I oppose this amendment. Yield back my time. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Perry has so graciously allowed me to do one more amendment before we get to him.
Okay.
Oh,
but
you haven't
who
finished
seeks
the vote. I
recognition on this amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. McCall. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to committee rule 4A2. Further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Tenney?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 38, and I ask for its consideration.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Tenny number 38, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order reserved. And Representative Tenney is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. This amendment has to do with the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. It prioritizes U.S. bilateral vaccine diplomacy. The U.S. has committed to donate and finance more than $500 million COVID-19 vaccines globally. The Biden administration pledged to allocate 80 million COVID-19 vaccine doses by the end of June. It's now July 1st. We have repeatedly asked for a country-by-country breakdown on who is getting these vaccines. We've repeatedly asked for clear criteria on allocation decisions and who is making these decisions. We are sitting on doses right now. We continue to hear partners complain that COVAX mechanism is not working fast enough. Providing vaccines to every American who wants one was the initial priority, and thanks to Operation Warp Speed, we are achieving this. Now the U.S. has the capability to load up planes emblazoned with the American flag and deliver excess vaccines to allies and partners in their time of need to bring this global pandemic under control. This should be a time for America to shine. It should be a vaccine diplomacy at its best, and the U.S. needs to seize the moment and ensure that the generosity and ingenuity of the American people is known to all those we help around the world, first and foremost, our allies. In countries across Latin America, the Caribbean, and sub-Saharan Africa, the Chinese Communist Party is engaged in coercive vaccine diplomacy, and we are letting them win. Our allies and partners especially need alternatives to China's ineffective vaccine but they need them now. This amendment provides adequate flexibility to utilize other mechanisms, with the primary goal being getting vaccines out the door as soon as possible to our allies and partners. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back her time. I now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. As I've stated previously, American vaccines provided to those in need around the world are a profound expression of our leadership and our humanity. As we work together with our allies and other donors to leverage the collective action through COVAX, the multilateral vaccine platform, we've seen incredible results. To date, COVAX has shipped 83 million doses to 131 countries. On Sunday, the first shipments of U.S. donated doses arrived into Honduras. The country received 1.5 million U.S. branded doses at a time when only 62,000 Hondurans had been fully vaccinated. Additional shipments totaling millions of doses will arrive in the coming days and weeks to Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Nepal. These U.S. branded doses, delivered via COVAX, send a strong counter to powers in the region engaging in vaccine diplomacy. Unfortunately, this amendment would limit the ability to provide life-saving U.S. vaccines through COVAX at this critical time. Doing this would slow down the distribution of vaccines, disadvantage countries with less capacity, and overburden U.S. bilateral systems. The U.S. currently has a both and approach to distributing vaccines, utilizing COVAX and providing vaccines bilaterally. Maintaining that flexibility is critical to respond to this pandemic as effectively as possible. And for that reason, I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment. It's an important issue, this vaccine diplomacy issue that we're seeing in Africa and Latin America as the Chinese Communist Party is ramping up this diplomacy exercise, really across sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia. I talked to officials from Botswana, where we successfully were able to deploy PEPFAR for HIV, and successfully saved, in the President of Botswana's words, a generation from extinction in this country. But the problem here is that we have tens of millions of doses sitting in warehouses, and our partners are, I don't know if you've been getting calls, but I have, from a lot of countries, waiting in limbo. And I think perhaps this won't make it over the finish line, but we should obviously work together to try to make sure that we're getting this out to our allies and partners who would far prefer the American vaccine over the Chinese. And we've already done this in some countries like Taiwan, Korea, Colombia, Peru, Brazil, and Honduras. But we need to do better, and we need to, in terms of this diplomacy effort, I think, prevail. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
I would like to speak.
Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the Congresswoman makes an important point, although I think that we can and have to do both, work through COVAX in a multilateral way, and also, as we've been doing, making direct donations in a bilateral way. It is tough for the United States to cover 100-something countries all by ourselves, and COVAX has been very useful in doing that. And I'm also concerned, I think it's something that the Congress needs to work on, that the executive branch needs to work on, making sure that whether the vaccines are coming from COVAX or whether they're coming from the United States, that these countries have a plan and an infrastructure in place to not only receive the vaccines, but also to get them into people's arms. And that, I'm really concerned about that right now. I believe it was the Democratic Republic of Congo that sent back over 1 million vaccines that they were not able to actually put into people's arms. And you know, Chairman McCall and I are both from Texas. I think there are a few other folks on this committee from Texas. As you know, or Ranking Member McCall, Ranking Member, Texas sent 1.35 million, or over 1 million vaccines to Mexico recently in order to improve, and those vaccines were going to be dedicated to the border region because the border region is still closed to vehicular traffic, for example, the crossings. Well, Mexico went and sent all of those over 1 million vaccines to one state in Mexico, to Baja California, instead of the areas around El Paso or McAllen or Nuevo Laredo, so Coahuila, Tamaulipas. So my point is just that I think that a big part of our focus should really be on making sure the countries that we're donating to have a plan in place to roll these things out and get them into people's arms. The last point on this is we saw how hard it was, even in urban areas, in densely populated urban American cities, to get these shots out to people. And you know, there were points where there were points at which the providers were struggling to find people because these things were going to spoil and they needed to get them to people. I can only imagine the challenge that you're going to have in less densely populated areas that don't have the same resources and infrastructure. And my fear is that in a few years, we're going to be reading stories about how country X, Y, or Z received 1 million vaccines or 200,000 vaccines or whatever it may be, and they only effectively used 70% of them. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I
I appreciate your comments, and we're not saying to eliminate COVAX. We're just saying there may be other bilateral methods or other supplemental ways that we can help COVAX be more efficient and get to more people and improve on the system itself. But right now, we're hearing complaints that it's not delivering at the level and speed that it needs to be in order to counter some of the Chinese Communist Party's efforts. And that's it. We're not saying eliminate COVAX. We're just saying supplement or provide additional resources. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields?
I do.
No. Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the questions on the amendment offered by Representative Tenney. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection,
Mr. Chairman, can I request a recorded vote, please?
a roll call vote is requested pursuant to the committee rule 4A2. Further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I think you saved the best for last, and there's a lot of it, so let's get to it. I have multiple amendments at the desk, but as far as I can tell, that's not true. I think we're starting with 203, sir.
203, the clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk, please read the amendment.
Perry number 203, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. And Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would formally designate Taiwan as a major non-NATO ally. Nearly 19 years ago, this Congress passed the Foreign Relations Authorization Act for FY 2003, which required that Taiwan be treated as though it were designated as a major non-NATO ally. This designation no longer represents the relationship that we share with Taiwan. To be clear, Taiwan is not a half or partial ally of the United States. Taiwan is a full ally of the United States, and we are proud to have such a strong relationship with the people and government of Taiwan. The people of Taiwan and their commitment to democracy and the rule of law are an inspiration to the rest of the world. This amendment is emblematic of what we need to be doing now, pushing it back against China's malicious attacks against international law and accepted norms of behavior. If the coronavirus had originated in Taiwan instead of Wuhan, China, you can bet that there would have been no worldwide pandemic. There would have been no cover-up, no disinformation campaign, and full cooperation with the world's leading scientific bodies and governing institutions. And that's because Taiwan represents what a responsible and decent global actor should look like. It's true, adoption of this amendment wouldn't matter to the extent that Taiwan currently enjoys and will continue to enjoy treatment as a major non-NATO ally and the privileges inscribed within 22 U.S.C. 232, 1 Kilo, and 10 U.S.C. 2350 Alpha. But as I've mentioned before, when it comes to Taiwan, symbolism is policy. This is yet another reasonable amendment that would demonstrate our commitment to Taiwan. As an aside, I know that there are other countries who would like to engage with the United States on a potential major non-NATO ally designation, including my friends in India, and we should work towards strengthening our security relationship with friendly nations wherever possible. With respect to the challenge posed by the CCP, we need all hands on deck, an all-hands-on-deck approach. India is truly a great friend of ours, and I expect that our relationship will only continue to grow in the future. I would be privileged to play a role in strengthening the relationship between our two countries, including with respect to an augmented security relationship. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes, of which I'll take almost 30 seconds. I think the gentleman already said it himself. Taiwan is already treated as a major non-NATO ally by law. My estimation, that being the case, this amendment is therefore unnecessary, and I oppose it, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It appears to be 196.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Will the clerk report the amendment?
Perry, number 196, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our policy with respect to Tibet has been largely marginalized since the early 1990s. It used to be commonplace to say that Tibet is illegally occupied by the People's Republic of China and that it was illegally occupied following the 1949-1950 invasion. Congress also used to say that Tibet was a separate country in numerous pieces of legislation. This amendment's language is drawn upon already passed language from the Foreign Relations Authorization Act for fiscal years 1992 and 93. It states that it is the policy of the United States to do the following: affirm that Tibet is an occupied country under the established principles of international law, oppose aggression and other illegal use of force by one country against the sovereignty of another, and as a manner of acquiring territory, and to condemn violations of international law, including the illegal occupation of one country by another, and identify the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan government in exile as recognized by the Tibetan people as Tibet's true representatives. This amendment is being introduced to tie this Congress's past stances to today. Just because China is more powerful, or because my friends seem to want to placate the CCP in order to work on issues involving climate change, does not mean that we should abandon fairly basic principles and notions of human rights and dignity. Tibet was illegally invaded 70 years ago, and that fact hasn't changed. Our principles stayed intact following consideration of the Foreign Relations Authorization Act for fiscal years 94 and 95. In that bill, Congress stated that it was U.S. policy to establish a dialogue with those recognized by Congress as the true representatives of the Tibetan people, the Dalai Lama, his representatives, and the Tibetan government in exile. Section 309 of the bill also authorizes Radio Free Asia funding to the separate country of Tibet. In the Foreign Relations Authorization Act of FY 2003, the Congress provided funding for Tibetan refugees who had fled Chinese-occupied Tibet. Now, I know that we have continued to support the Tibetan people following the Tibetan Policy Act of 2002, but the discussion here today provides us with the opportunity to affirm some good first principles. We will never allow the stature of a country, nor the level of threat that they pose to us to marginalize our commitment to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The Tibetan people deserve to see that commitment from the United States, and I hope we can affirm the past statements made by this very Congress. And with that, I urge adoption, and I yield the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. This recognition undermines existing U.S. policy that recognizes the Tibet Autonomous Region and the Tibetan Autonomous Prefectures and counties and other provinces as part of the People's Republic of China. I should further point out that this goes even further than the Dalai Lama's view of the middle way for Tibet. This is a unilateral declaration that marks a dramatic shift in U.S. policy without taking into consideration the aspiration of the Tibetans and recklessly reduces the Tibetan people as pawns in our competition with China. As a result, I oppose this measure and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
No. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the
Mr. Chairman, I
amendment is not
request a
agreed to.
recorded vote. Thank
A
you.
roll call vote is requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Perry, number 200, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry, number 200, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, the further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes to support his amendment.
I thank the chairman. I understand that the going conventional wisdom with respect to the 2022 Winter Olympics is to implement a presidential and cabinet-level diplomatic boycott. I got to tell you, I just see this as completely insufficient, and the language in the ANS demonstrates a troubling inability by my friends in the majority to just call this what it is. Consider the following act of Congress on page 448, and I quote, "The Olympic Charter's principles of solidarity and non-discrimination are hard to reconcile with the holding the Winter Games in a country the government of which stands credibly accused of perpetrating crimes against humanity and genocide against ethnic and religious minorities," unquote. With respect to my colleagues, it's not hard to reconcile the grotesque human rights abuses being committed by the CCP regime and the Olympic Charter. It's impossible to reconcile the forced labor, really slave labor, of Tibetans and genocide against Uyghurs, the continual infringement of Taiwan's sovereignty, as well as the sovereignty of neighboring states, the obfuscation of the coronavirus origins, and the destruction of democracy and the basic law in Hong Kong, which happened 1 year ago today. Well, I could certainly go on, but I'm going to just stop with that. The Eagles Act language is wholly insufficient and inefficient. Last Congress, my friend and colleagues, former Representative Ted Yoho, introduced a resolution to urge the International Olympic Committee to move the Winter Games out of Beijing towards a country that respects human rights. I've continued this initiative, and seeing that time is of the essence, I've issued a discharge petition in May to discharge this resolution out of its perfunctory committee before the whole House for immediate consideration. If my colleagues are interested in signing the discharge petition, it is on the House floor. To be frank, I really don't understand why it would be difficult for any of us to accommodate this resolution, the crux of which is embodied in the amendment being considered today. All this resolution argues is that these games ought to be removed from Beijing. It's not saying that we should completely boycott the Olympics. That would work against our incredible athletes who have trained their entire lives to proudly represent our country abroad. This resolution simply expresses our opinion that the Games should not give a platform to the world's worst human rights abuser. If people in this body are cowed by the Chinese Communist Party to simply state an opinion, I really do fear for what that means for the future of this country. For months, my Republican colleagues and I have worked to include my resolution on a markup schedule, and we have been denied at every attempt. Again, to be clear, so everyone understands, all this resolution would do is call for the removal of the Games from Beijing. That's it. It's a simple opinion. I just hope the majority can help and get behind this. I know there are bigger issues, but this is, I think, an important one on the world stage. As I mentioned earlier today, this is the one-year anniversary since Beijing illegally abrogated the basic law in Hong Kong, Adoption of this amendment would tell those suffering under evil dictatorial rule of the Chinese Communist Party that America will always support the aspirations of the Chinese people in Hong Kong and elsewhere to live in freedom and from fear and oppression. And I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back, and now recognize myself. Sky must be green or something. I agree with you, Mr. Perry. I will accept. I don't oppose any amendment. I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the questions on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Who seeks recognition?
You have none? Mr. Mass seeks recognition. Amendment number, let me see here, 68.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Thank you.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Mass number 68, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and Representative Perry is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the Mass. I did it again.
Did that last time, too.
Representative Mass is represented for 5 minutes to support his amendment.
You know, if this was Chairman Brady, I could see, you know, he looks a little bit more like my father or something. But all right. Thank you for yielding, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is about getting a report from State Department, as we've spoke about in numerous amendments. It would require State Department to submit a report to our committee detailing the funding structures for all Chinese entities that contribute to human rights abuses in the People's Republic of China. I think we can all agree that we've witnessed sustained and systemic violation of human rights by the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party, and we're seeing Chinese businesses contributing to these human rights abuses or enabling them or profiting off of them. And under this amendment, the State Department would be requested to submit a report to this committee that analyzes the funding structure for these Chinese businesses that contribute to these rights abuses and forced labor. It would require that they describe the amount of investment these abusive Chinese businesses receive from American entities, and it would ask that they offer policy recommendations for cutting off these Chinese companies from U.S. capital markets. And that is the nature of this amendment. In that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back, and now recognize myself for 5 minutes. You know, this amendment, I think it might make sense if it were refined, if it included, for example, the SEC and Treasury. But I think that currently, as it's drafted, it's unworkable. I think the amendment seeks a report by the State Department that identifies all Chinese entities that contribute to human rights violations, and it seeks to analyze their financial structures, and it requires identification of all U.S. entities that invest in those Chinese companies, and calls for recommendations for excluding those Chinese companies from U.S. capital markets.
I'm afraid I might be
I think this has to be refined first, you know, because the state is not the right department to carry this out. That's why I talk about Treasury and SEC. Secondly, I think identifying all Chinese entities that somehow vaguely contribute to human rights violation is, becomes almost, I don't know, an impossible task. So then the question is, what standards would you use, and how would they be identified, and how would the State Department analyze their financial structures without any access in China, and how would the U.S. investors be identified? Finally, how would exclusion from U.S. capital markets be accomplished, and what standard would be used, and how would that change a Chinese company's behavior, especially if there is no standard for what is a human rights violation? So we don't think we agree on some principles, but I just think that the bill as is unworkable, needs a lot of work, so I have to oppose it at this time. I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Mast. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. 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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Mast seeks recognition. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 10.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment.
Thank you.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Mass number 10, amendment to H.R. 3524. At the appropriate
Without
place.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. Representative Mast is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is all about NIH funding. This amendment would prohibit the National Institutes of Health from providing grants or other financial resources to any individual or entity in order to conduct research with the People's Republic of China, for one, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, or with nationals of those countries who are located outside of the United States, ignoring their sustained efforts to undermine American interests and values. These nations cannot be trusted to be honest and forthcoming with critical information. I don't think that's a provocative statement for most of us. You take the PRC as an example. They engaged, as we know, in the cover-up and disinformation campaign that concealed the true threat of COVID-19 right to this very moment, still working to conceal the threat of this. Still have missing people throughout China, doctors, reporters, and others. They've stonewalled any outside attempt to ascertain the origins of the virus. We still have limited information about what is researched within the Wuhan Institute of Virology and what involvement the Chinese military have in that research and what safety measures are in place. We shouldn't be giving grants to these entities, and we should be forthright in making sure that none will occur in the future at all by making sure that that is in statute. Simply put, NIH should not provide funding abroad unless we can verify that it's being used as intended and that we can depend on reliable information from the partner countries or individuals. That rules out the PRC, Russia, Iran, North Korea, in my opinion, and hopefully the opinion of this committee. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself. Let me just simply say I believe that this amendment belongs in another committee, not the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I'll just leave it at that, and I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Mast. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote on this
A
one.
roll
please.
call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got multiple amendments at this desk, starting with 193.
We'll start with 193. The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure who that was speaking.
Oh, that's Mr. Perry. Sorry, my
Thank-
mistake.
Thank you.
That's keeping it real.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Perry, number 193, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without further objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Green Climate Fund is predicated on a colonialist mindset that we, the United States, know best, and developing countries must bend their knees to the top-down, UN-led socialist approach to renewable energy development. Advocating for rapid, arbitrary switches to alternative energy resources, which is what the Green Climate Fund does, will only serve to enrich China, as there is no way for us to adjust energy supply chains so rapidly, and China will do everything in their power to maintain and increase their market share. As we discussed during last month's markup, if President Biden attempts to set the U.S. renewable energy goal to 80% by 2030, he will find no other alternative than to produce the rare earth minerals needed for so-called clean power from the People's Republic of China. And while we struggle to afford to maintain inconsistent and unreliable sources of energy like wind turbines, we will also open ourselves up to future in which China has an augmented stranglehold over our energy supply. It is beyond me why anyone would want to impose this future on low-income countries, but that's exactly what the developed world is doing. The Green Climate Fund, as noted earlier, creates a distortion in the energy market that allows for private investment to follow government-led public investment into energy resources that do not serve the needs of the developing world. The purpose of this amendment is to highlight the regressive climate policies that are destroying our own country. If you just look at California and Texas, again, we can produce energy. We just choose not to, which would include investments into the Green Climate Fund. I can't understand why we are exporting regressive, punitive climate policies to low-income countries who simply want to be able to use reliable, affordable resources within their midst, like coal, and give their citizens access to an electric grid and a far better life. Many Western institutions that we support, like the World Bank and the Green Climate Fund, impose restrictions on funds that prevent many African countries from building power stations to burn coal. If the projects aren't green, these countries won't get development aid. I'm not sure how many of my colleagues on the committee know this, but Angola and Nigeria are in the world's top 10 list for oil production. South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Kenya, and others all have incredible amounts of coal deposits, but they can't use them because global institutions and some nations who would otherwise donate to ensure these countries' access to electricity make development funds contingent on not using fossil fuels. If that's not a colonial mindset, I don't know what is. In the meantime, millions of people in low-income countries have to resort to very basic means, including burning firewood to just stay warm. The use of coal is a critical lifeline to many countries. Coal is responsible for providing 90% of South Africa's power. In Botswana, coal is responsible for 100% of the country's electricity, 100%. We ought to just clean it up instead of saying you can't do it. It's directly responsible for Botswana being the richest per capita country in Africa. Think about that. Think about a United States without energy. Think about a United States where some other country told us what we could do and not to try and develop and lift ourselves out of poverty. Simply put, low-income countries have the right to create a more prosperous future for themselves. Some of my friends in this committee do not recognize the deep irony playing out in front of them. If they would just allow developing countries to use their own natural resources to prosper, economic development would eventually impact population growth, limit greenhouse gas emissions, and allow low-income countries to make the decision whether or not to invest in a renewable energy resource on their own terms and not based on the terms of a socialist energy market. I would just encourage everybody to vote for this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment because it seeks to strike the Green Climate Fund section from this bill. I'll just simply say that vulnerable communities across the world, including the United States, are already facing the severe adverse impacts of climate change through drought, crop failures, severe weather events, rising seas, and even a change in ocean chemistry. Those who can move and adapt will. However, the poorest countries and historically marginalized communities will likely face the brunt of the impact in the coming years. So we must ensure that these communities are not left behind. I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of chair, noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to committee rule 4A2. Further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry, Amendment 201, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry number 201, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved, and Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's abundantly clear to us that the leadership of the People's Republic of China has gone unchallenged in its perverse pursuits of human rights abuses across decades, and we should not afford rulers like General Secretary Xi the courtesy of being referred to as a president. As a matter of fact, he is not a president. Xi Jinping's 3 titles include the following: State Chairman, Chairman of the Central Military Commission, and General Secretary. Note, not one of these titles has the word president in its name. Addressing the head of state of the PRC as a president also grants the incorrect assumption that the people of the state, via democratic means, have readily legitimized the leader who rules them. To be clear, the head of state of the People's Republic of China derives all power and authority from the Chinese Communist Party and is accountable only to them. Calling Xi a president grants him a democratic veneer that he does not deserve and has not earned. This amendment, which would in part prevent the creation and dissemination of U.S. documents and communications that refer to Xi as a president, is based on the recommendation of the bipartisan U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission that we should stop addressing Xi as a president as a matter of fact. Even if some are wary about standing up to the massive human rights abuses in Xinjiang and across China, they can still support this amendment on the basis that the Chinese head of state is not a president. Again, as a matter of fact, it is not accurate to say that the ruler of China is president. Additionally, this amendment would prohibit the use of funds for materials that refer to any official of the PRC or CCP by an inaccurate translation of their PRC or title or CCP title, and would also prohibit the use of funds for materials that refer to such officials using titles other than their highest ranking title in the CCP-dominated political hierarchy of the People's Republic of China. This issue is not only Xi Jinping who's been given title promotions by U.S. government. This amendment captures the inaccuracy and further moves our government towards addressing similar inaccuracies. It's unfortunately true that our State Department has an annoying habit of making up nice-sounding titles for all kinds of China's officials, not just the so-called paramount leader. If you want proof of that, look no further than the perverse CCP officials like Yang Jiechi, who has been treated rather nicely in State Department press releases lately, including a press release earlier this month in which Secretary Blinken praised Yang for holding productive discussions with him. This amendment demonstrates to the rest of the world that we will hold China accountable on every single topic and issue imaginable as they continue to do everything they can to undermine the rules-based international order. Again, I hope this amendment can engender bipartisan support from the members of this committee, and I urge adoption. With that, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. This amendment is unnecessary. The U.S. government is not in the business of intentionally using inaccurate translations or misinforming the public. It is always the intention of the U.S. government to publish the most accurate information, including translations from an original source into English. Some Chinese leaders are conferred multiple times, while some may operate under no official title. Therefore, I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to join me in opposition. I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is
Mr.
not
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Perry, 199, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry number 199, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I thank the chairman. Many of us here in Congress have increasing concerns about the obfuscation and dodging tactics of our own government officials, including and especially Dr. Fauci, regarding the use of taxpayer funds for the purpose of subsidizing what is commonly referred to as gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab. This research is fundamentally irresponsible. For those who don't know, gain-of-function research is the manipulation of viruses to make them more deadly. And the worst part of it is we've been funding that research in a country that has called us their foremost enemy. Since 2014, a group called the EcoHealth Alliance, who has received more than $3.7 million in grant funding, has funneled at least $600,000 of that funding to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Last month, when Senator Paul asked Dr. Fauci if he still supported NIH funding of the lab in Wuhan, Dr. Fauci responded by saying that Senator Paul was entirely and completely incorrect. Quite frankly, it takes a certain amount of amorality and arrogance to so brazenly lie to a member of Congress, yet that's exactly what Dr. Fauci did. And just as an aside, when some other people allegedly did that in the past, they went to jail, but I don't suspect Dr. Fauci will be called to question on this. Just because the EcoHealth Alliance served as a middleman does not make the NIH free of culpability in funding that kind of research. As a point of fact, the head of the EcoHealth, Peter Zach, was the sole American representative on the WHO team that investigated the origins of the coronavirus and concluded that the lab leak hypothesis was highly unlikely. How convenient. But I'm sure his connections to EcoHealth had nothing to do with it. This amendment today is the text of the bill, my bill, to defund the Wuhan Institute of Virology, H.R. 3256. If this bill becomes law, not a single dollar spent by our government would be permitted to go to the Wuhan Institute. This bill would also order a GAO study on the amount of federal funds awarded or indirectly given to the Wuhan lab over the past 15 years. We need to know the extent to which the NIH, NIAID, and other government agencies and personnel, which includes Dr. Fauci, signed off on this categorically irresponsible research. We currently have 30 co-sponsors, and we're hoping we gain many more in the coming days and weeks. As circumstantial evidence increases regarding the origins of the coronavirus pandemic, it would be foolishness of the highest order to continue providing funding to the Wuhan Institute. I sincerely hope that this amendment can be adopted in a bipartisan fashion and in the spirit of transparency. While questions abound regarding the Wuhan Institute of Virology and its increasingly likely role in the leaking of the coronavirus, preventing funds from going to that institution is the least we can do. We're not going to stop asking questions until the American people get a full accounting of our government's relationship with the Wuhan Institute, how much money was spent there, and who authorized these funds. I urge adoption, and what do I do? I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Let me just first say that we shouldn't prejudge this. We know that the president has the best intelligence community in the world focus on this. We need to look and see what those results are, and then we can make a determination as to what the appropriate things to do. We need to give that time. I also just would say to the gentleman that I think it takes away from the credibility of what the gentleman is offering when when there's name calling and trying to put people in certain positions, et cetera. I mean, this is a very serious situation where we're all are concerned about the beginnings of this virus, and we want to get the truth of the matter. It is a serious issue, and the president, I think, is addressing it in the appropriate way by utilizing the best intelligence that the world has, and we need to give it time. He's given them a deadline in which to report back. Let us hear and see what that report says, and then I think that we can do what is appropriate at that particular time. And I yield back. So I oppose this amendment, and I yield back my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition? Ms. Maliotakis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek unanimous consent to withdraw my previous submitted amendment, amendment number 26.
Without objection?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have an amendment at the desk, which would be a revised amendment number 26, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Maliotakis, number 26, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and Representative Maliotakis is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, if we can't agree that fentanyl should not be streaming over our border, I think we'd have a very difficult time in this nation. Thankfully, we were able to hash out some small differences. I took consideration on some of the comments you made earlier regarding my amendment, and I also had a conversation with Mr. Deutsch, and we worked out some more substantive bipartisan language that makes everyone happy. And it's once again, my amendment states that it is the policy of our nation to hold criminal actors accountable for financing narcotics trafficking operations, and it specifically calls on the United States government to hold states who foster the criminal activity accountable. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful that we could put aside differences and come together. I hope that my amendment will move forward with bipartisan support at this time, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself. Let me thank the gentlelady for making sure we work with this, work together on this. This is a very serious issue, and I am pleased that we were able to work it out, and you revised your measure as a result. And it's a perfect compromise, perfect way to do something in a bipartisan way. So I'm now very happy to support your amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Representative Maliotakis. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no.
Aye.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Who seeks recognition? No.
Oh, I think we're getting there, Mr. Chairman. Perry, starting with 202, sir.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry, number 202, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved, and Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. As I noted earlier, the global climate change resiliency strategy is based on the faulty premise of climate alarmism. Again, to reiterate, no credible scientific body has ever said that the climate change threatens the collapse of humanity or even that it would be the direct cause of displacement. Under this strategy, the Department of State is tasked with guiding security assistance and related civilian security efforts to mitigate climate change threats, and the text of the EAGLE Act allows for unlimited, I'm going to say that again, unlimited spending towards this end and others. My question is that proportional to the nature of the threat in front of us? The scientific facts would argue that it is not. On this matter, even the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which I disagree with many things about, agrees with my assessment. Every challenge, including climate change, needs to be placed in its proper context without embellishment and with full fidelity to the facts. As Michael Schellenberger, a leading environmentalist, points out, economic development and technological advances are exogenous factors that the left tends to exclude in its analysis on climate change. Economic development has caused a 99.7% drop in the death toll from natural disasters since 1931. In 1931, there were 3.7 million people who were killed in natural disaster. That number today stands at 11,000. While the IPCC projects sea level rise to be as much as 0.6 meters by 2100, countries like the Netherlands have learned to exist and thrive for more than 7 meters below sea level for hundreds of years. The UN's Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, estimates crop yields to be increased by 30% by 2050 and 80 to 90% in sub-Saharan Africa. Today, we have enough food to feed 10 billion people. Wheat yields have increased from 100 to 300% over the last 60 years. By the year 2100, the IPCC predicts the world GDP may grow by as much as 500%, while the effects of climate change might reduce GDP by at most 5% over the same period. These facts don't warrant unlimited funding in support of this 10-year strategy. My assessment is that it does not. As we've also discussed earlier, while the climate is changing and while we do have a role to play in it, we're not contributing to an environment that's going to put humanity at risk. It's simply not true, and concepts like this strategy are only augmenting the voices of alarmists. This issue is, however, the hurried notice of the ANS to this bill indicates that my friends aren't nearly as interested in the facts as they are with a partisan agenda. We should not allow climate alarmism peddled by the far-left environmentalist group to dictate our national foreign policy, plain and simple. I also wanted to address the practical implications of the implementation of the strategy. As my esteemed colleague from New Jersey said last night in this very committee to my other esteemed colleague on this side of the aisle from New Jersey, you rightly point out that one substantive addition that your amendment adds is this requirement for strategy in a report. What will happen when this arrives at the desk of the State Department is that the lawyers will immediately advise the Secretary that Congress cannot direct them to pursue a diplomatic objective, which has always been the viewpoint of every administration. So I just don't think it'll have the effect that my friend seeks. If we lean on the experience of our friends from New Jersey, on your side of the aisle, Mr. Chairman, he rightly tells us that we are authorizing unlimited funding for a strategy that is likely going to get caught up in interagency policy and politics. It just doesn't seem like a good use of taxpayer resources to me, and I urge adoption and yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. I now acknowledge myself for 5 minutes. I oppose this amendment. This amendment is another tired attempt, I must say, Mr. Perry, to attempt to strike any mention of climate change or call for climate action from the EAGLE Act. I find it especially disheartening that one would even oppose Congress's desire for understanding the Department of State strategy for building resilience to environmental and climate threats. By definition, this is burying one's head in the sand. We have an obligation to the American people to understand that the United States and other countries, what the United States and other countries intend to do on clean energy and climate change, and for this reason I oppose it, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the
No,
opinion-
no.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the
Mr.
amendment
Chairman,
is
I
not
request a
agreed to.
recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to committee rule 4A2. Further proceedings, the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Perry, Amendment 198, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. Clerk to report the amendment.
Perry, number 198, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. A point of order is reserved, and Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nearly 4 months ago, then Secretary of State well, it's longer than 4 months ago, but Secretary of State Michael R. Pompeo promulgated a historic determination a long time in the making, the continuing grotesque and barbaric treatment of the Uyghur people as well as other minorities in Xinjiang province constitutes genocide. The following day, Secretary Blinken concurred with Mr. Pompeo's assessment and reaffirmed our nation's clear, unambiguous position regarding China's genocidal campaign. Companies doing business in China have taken note, and several have decided to reorient and or clarify their business operations in service of a higher moral good, occasionally to enormous backlash. When Nike, Adidas, and H&M pledged not to use cotton from Xinjiang in their products earlier this year, an immediate social media fallout ensued. China's top sportswear brands, Li Ning and Anta, capitalized on what was an unremarkable pledge by reinforcing their pride in using cotton sourced by slave labor. Both companies have seen their sales and stock prices skyrocket, while other companies who simply riled opposition by pledging not to use slave labor in Xinjiang have been subjected to boycotts across China. Recent news stories have also focused on business entanglements U.S. citizens have with either Li Ning or Anta. Given the determination made by our government on January 19th, we believe that any kind of financial association with either brand by a United States person is fundamentally unacceptable. Our objective is not to publicly shame these individuals for declining to comment on their troubling connections to enablers of genocide. However, these citizens, which include affiliates of the National Basketball Association, are undermining U.S. national security by downplaying the severity of the genocide designation, and that cannot go unanswered. This amendment would request that both Li Ning and Anta be added to the Office of Foreign Assets Controls, or OFAC, specifically and specially designated nationals SDN list. The addition of these two companies will preclude U.S. persons from engaging in business dealings with either Li Ning or Anta and will impose punitive sanctions for violations of the designation. There's certainly no reason for Americans to willfully support the undermining of our national interests. The United States condemns completely the brutal treatment of the Uyghur people and other minorities in Xinjiang. We are not a nation of slave profiteers, and it would be a complete contradiction of our values to contribute to the mistreatment of those in Xinjiang. It was wrong to use slave labor to source cotton in 1860, and it remains a debased and horrific human rights abuse today. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. I believe that the sanction tools we have available should be used where merited to punish and deter those responsible for serious human rights abuses. And the administration already has the authorities in which it needs to assess and pursue these sanctions if the facts warrant, as well as scope to consider recommendations from Congress and non-government organizations about possible sanctions targeted. So the amendment is not needed, and therefore I oppose, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the
Mr.
amendment
Chairman, I
is not
request a
agreed.
recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Perry, Amendment 204, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Perry, number 204, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Point of order is reserved. Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
I thank the chairman. This bill appropriates $500 million over 5 years to the United States Agency for Global Media to engage in a counter-disinformation campaign vis-a-vis China. On its face, that's a decent application of taxpayer funding, but we all know that the U.S. Agency for Global Media is a fundamentally broken agency. It is more than uncertain that that money will go to serve its intended purpose or at least be used effectively. But the rampant issues within USAGM don't seem to affect some of us here. And USAGM is currently positioned, given the president's budget, to receive at least $7 million increase from last year's budget, despite the numerous managerial and personnel concerns at the agency. Last fall, the CEO hired a law firm, McGuire Woods, to investigate rampant corruption at the agency. As news of this relationship came out, many, and including some in this committee on both sides of the aisle, came out to denounce who was then Mr. Pack's decision to hire McGuire Woods, saying that the hiring of the firm cost $2 million, was unnecessary and a gross waste of funds, and that the work should have been relegated to federal officials, failing to account for obvious conflicts of interest within that approach. To be clear, with respect to the report, the CEO hired McGuire Woods at a cost of $2 million to the taxpayer, and I'm not even sure that's true, but I'm not sure, even if it were true, that Mr. Pack would have wasted far less money than nearly every single head of every federal agency at the last 150 years. More to the point, however, my colleagues will note the criticism leveled against Mr. Packers regarding his waste of funds, which is exactly why we should see the contents of that report. My argument is this: if those in this committee room care about transparency and accountability, if the McGuire Woods report really does represent a gross misuse of funds, then we, the taxpayers, deserve to know what's in it. And if it was a waste of funds, this amendment calls for on the CEO of USAGM to request that the report be released. Now, I've had a conversation with the chairman and the ranking member, and I think it's my understanding, Mr. Chairman, that we have an agreement to write a letter to the head of USAGM and request the results of this report. And assuming that remains the case, I wanted to talk about it, but I will withdraw this amendment.
That is the case.
Then I request this amendment be withdrawn, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection. Who wishes to be recognized?
Mr. Perry, Mr. Chairman, Perry 207.
Clerk is to distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry 207, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes to support his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Section 407 of Senate Bill 1169, the Strategic Competition Act, there is a robust reporting language directing the Secretary of State to submit an unclassified report that describes the risk posed to the United States by the presence in the United States capital markets of companies incorporated in the People's Republic of China. Despite that specific reporting language receiving overwhelming bipartisan support, the majority has chosen to exclude important language in their own iteration of that report within the EAGLE Act, and has also chosen to make imprudent assumptions, at least in my opinion. The EAGLE Act language asks that the report requests the Secretary of State to make political policy recommendations regarding the presence of CCP companies in our capital markets. Specifically, it asks the Secretary of State to include the possibility that banning or delisting companies from the U.S. markets could lead to an outflow of companies to list in the PRC. This language is almost an apology for the Chinese Communist Party regime. Quite frankly, there is no tangible benefit for CCP companies to be listed on our exchanges, but this language presumes that there is. This assumption is further repeated on page 77 in language that requests as a secretary to include in his report the possibility that banning or delisting companies from the United States markets could impact the status of the United States as the world's leading capital markets center, particularly vis-a-vis the PRC. This kind of language undermines our stated goal of trying to decouple to some capacity from the PRC's malign influence. If we don't encounter strategy we can level against the CCP will have any effect whatsoever. This amendment simply replaces the report detailed in subsection B of Section 133 of the Eagle Act with the already approved language of Section 407 of the Strategic Competition Act. However, I believe having a unified approach with respect to tackling the threat of the CCP's presence in our capital markets is in our national interest. And in that spirit, I'm happy to withdraw this amendment on the understanding that my Democrat colleagues would be willing to work with me on bill text that strengthens the language of this report. My main intention in introducing this amendment today is not to make this a topic, a partisan issue, but simply to highlight my intention and commitment to working on a substantive solution to this issue in a robust and bipartisan way. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw this amendment.
Without objection. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Perry, Mr. Chairman, number 11.
Clerk should distribute the amendment. Clerk will please report the amendment.
Perry, number 11, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved, and Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment. Well, Mr. Chairman. Keep up, Mr. Perry.
Nice, Mr. Chairman. Well earned. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I only have brief remarks to say on this amendment because it's simple to the point and should generate unanimous support among Republicans and Democrats. There is not a single person in this room who doesn't understand that the CCP benefits from the Green Climate Fund. The Green Climate Fund has just written a $100 million check straight to the PRC government because limited public finance makes it difficult to meet the province's goals to green its economy. This explanation is coming from a government that is spending $100 billion to dominate semiconductors and $1 trillion to control the digital economy, providing U.S. taxpayer dollars to a UN-dominated fund with no conditions or oversight that may give that money to the CCP or to entities that are using slave labor to produce renewable energy technology or infrastructure is not only unacceptable, it is a direct assault on our values. It completely undermines our commitment to human rights. The Green Climate Fund diverges from our foreign policy interests by potentially making developing countries more dependent on the CCP for their country's energy needs. Taxpayers would be financing the expansion of PRC's power globally. The United States cannot and should not provide funding to the Green Climate Fund, plain and simple. But I am offering this amendment to see if my colleagues on either side of the aisle at least agree to not provide funding to the Green Climate Fund unless it is determined that none of this funding will go to supporting the CCP's egregious forced labor practices, either by providing this funding directly to the CCP or to any country to purchase solar products from the CCP. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself. Of course, Mr. Perry, all of us here would agree that the United States must do everything it can to ensure that Chinese prison labor and forced labor should not be tolerated in products in the global supply chain. And there is nothing more important than ensuring countries like China abide by its international commitments on human rights. However, I oppose this amendment because the text is not what it claims to be about. but rather attempts to undermine the effectiveness of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, as well as the Green Climate Fund. It is an amendment that seeks to prevent the United States from participating in the Green Climate Fund, not about protecting human rights. So therefore, I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceeding of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, amendment number 73 for Mr. Perry.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry, number 73, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would make it the policy of the United States to issue denial orders for all entities that are significantly contributing to the modernization of the Chinese Communist Party's military. A denial order would prohibit the export of items subject to the Export Administration regulation to these companies who, in several instances, are also guilty of providing support for the genocide in Xinjiang province. One clear example that comes to mind is Hikvisions, a CCP state-owned manufacturer and supplier of video surveillance equipment who has been directly involved in IJOP, a large-scale integrated surveillance program described by The Economist magazine as terrifying and as race-based as apartheid in South Africa was. Put plainly, companies that are helping build weapons aimed at the United States should not benefit from trade in goods and services with the United States. Under an export control entity listing here, there is a licensing requirement, which means technology sale to a specific company could be approved or denied. It creates a potentially permissive regime in which companies like Huawei can still buy dual-use technology. However, under a denial order, which is what this amendment proposes, a specific company, say one working with the CCP military, would be prohibited from buying our technology. There's no reason why companies who willfully subsidize the Chinese military and genocide, for that matter, should have access to our goods, software, or tech. If you believe otherwise, the obvious implication is that you are fine with the modernization of a 2 million-strong People's Liberation Army whose stated intent is to ensure the CCP's military hegemony, particularly vis-a-vis the United States. Here's the point. The Chinese Communist Party is already stealing $600 billion in American intellectual property every year. The 2017 IP Commission found that forced technology transfer accounts for anywhere between $180 billion to $540 billion per year in lost value for the United States economy. The CCP is robbing us blind with near unfettered access to our markets and stock exchanges. They are draining us of our competitive edge across multiple sectors of our economy, and clearly do not see the need to adhere with law-abiding conduct. Why should we continue to provide them with the material support they need to strengthen their military, strengthen their economy, and perpetuate the ongoing genocide in Xinjiang? It makes absolutely no sense and undermines our national security interests, among other things. We need to limit the CCP military use of our markets and minimize their ability to use our goods and services against us. This amendment achieves that objective, and I hope the initiative can receive bipartisan support in this committee. With that, I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself at this point, and I oppose this amendment. As drafted, this is a completely unworkable amendment requiring an undefined denial order against any entity globally that makes a significant contribution to Chinese military modernization, which is also undefined, and therefore this amendment is vague and unworkable, and I oppose it. I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the questions on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment, but it's undesignated. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524, offered by myself. Designation of ZTE on the entity list. 77. 77.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
It's not mine. Thank you.
Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry, number 77, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3524.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. Representative Perry is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the last one as far as I know. The Chinese tech giant ZTE is a threat to America on so many levels. They supply the PLA, flout our international export control laws, and steal our intellectual property. But the reason ZTE was on the Commerce Department's entity list and belongs on the list today is that they use shell companies to re-export controlled technology to Iran. They haven't changed their business strategy and don't intend to. Mr. Chairman, you argued against Mr. Pfluger's amendment to add Huawei to the entity list and suggested that we were substituting our judgment for a delicate interagency process. The problem with that argument is that the Commerce Department's whole mission is to promote exports, which is a different thing than restricting exports to protect our national security. Sometimes process and deliberation are euphemisms for ignoring the problem, and I'm not saying they're doing it willfully, but it's happening. And in the case of ZTE, that's definitely the case. I would hope that my friends across this committee would strongly support this necessary amendment to address the ZTE threat. They all certainly were ringing the alarm when they were accusing President Trump of being soft on ZTE in 2018. I'm sure you can remember, Mr. Chairman, on May in 2018, a CNN appearance, you agreed that ZTE possesses a national security risk to the United States. I think we both agree. And on May 22nd in 2018, you tweeted, in supporting ZTE, President Trump has equivocated his position with China. It is not helpful to America, it is not helpful to our allies, and we must all remain suspicious of his motivations. I won't give you the cash tag. But anyhow, Mr. Cicilline and 60 Democrat members sent a public letter accusing President Trump of making concessions to ZTE, a Chinese company that illegally sold U.S. technology to hostile regimes. And in May of 2018, Mr. Deutsch tweeted, the U.S. previously punished China's telecom giant ZTE for violating sanctions against Iran and North Korea, and our intel agencies have warned ZTE is a national security risk, so why is Donald Trump working to protect sanctions violator ZTE? Last year, Representative Spanberger tweeted, as Chinese companies like ZTE and Huawei strengthen their control over global 5G market, the threat of foreign influence, espionage, and interference in American wireless system grows. Look, I don't agree with all of that, but I certainly agree with the positions of the members, my friends on the other side of the aisle regarding ZTE. And so I would hope for the sake of consistency and agreement on this issue that we could agree and vote in favor of this amendment. This is an essential step to stop the hemorrhage of critical U.S. technology to the state-directed PRC company. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back and now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. The amendment abrogates a federally court-approved settlement in 2017 between the U.S. government and ZTE. The U.S. removed ZTE from the entity list in return for ZTE entering into a court-approved compliance program to end exports to Iran and the DPRK and the payment of $1 billion fine. So there's no reason for Congress to unilaterally abrogate this court settlement, which had the effect of ending a substantial trade of telecom equipment between China, Iran, and North Korea. So therefore, I oppose this amendment and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Hearing no further requests to speak, the questions on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to committee rule 4A2. Further proceeding of the amendment shall be postponed. Who seeks recognition? Hearing none, pursuant to the UC that we did earlier, the committee will recess until the committee work week at a time that will be agreed upon by the chair and the ranking member. So until that time, we will notice the members of the committee. Once the ranking member and I make an agreement upon that date, giving everyone due notice, I will let you know that we will have, it will be hours of votes that will take place at that time. So when we give that message, please make sure, I want all members to make sure that they allot their times in their schedules, but it will be something that is mutually agreed upon between me and the ranking member, and this committee is now in recess.